Daddy Wolf-in-Law. Written by Morrigan Black. Narration services provided by 11 Labs, Inc. Produced by Morrigan Black. Chapter 1. Nolan. I stalked through the dark alleys of Boston's Southie neighborhood, searching for any trace of my son Aiden. Southie had changed a lot in the last few years, but parts of it were still rough. Holographic graffiti marred the crumbling smart brick walls, depicting Irish tricolored flags, shamrocks, and cryptic codes. The stench of stale synthetic Guinness, piss, and desperation filled the air. Southie was now a maze of narrow alleys lined with run-down solar-powered triple-deckers and crumbling climate-controlled brownstones housing too many souls living on basic income. During the day, these streets were filled with shouting fishmongers hawking their vat-grown catch and scrappy children playing some real-life VR simulator. But at night, a sinister underbelly emerged. Hooded figures conducted dark business in shadowy corners, running underground crypto casinos, selling exotic drugs, or planning a digital heist. I knew every nook and cranny, every 2-bit mobster and tech-savvy thief. And yet I was full of quiet desperation when none of my leads panned out. Now I was getting desperate. "Where the fuck are you, Aiden?" I muttered under my breath, my voice barely audible over the traffic. The phone call an hour ago had been strange. Aiden's voice choked with fear before the line went dead. My gut twisted in knots, knowing something was terribly wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out, and each passing second felt endless. My senses were on high alert, picking up every nuance, the distant sound of sirens, the rustling of rats scurrying in the shadows, and the faint scent of danger, but no sign of Aiden. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I yanked it out, praying it was him. Instead, Caleb's name flashed on the screen. "Tell me you found him," I demanded, my voice tense, urgent. "Boss? I don't know how to say this." He hesitated, the pain in his voice unmistakable. "We found Aiden at the harbor. He's dead." My heart dropped into my stomach, bile rising in my throat as the world spun around me. I stumbled against a wall, unable to comprehend what I'd just heard. My son, my only son, was gone. All those years I'd spent building this pack to pass to my heir, and now he was gone. And it was all my fault. "Those fucking bastards," I growled, my voice thick with grief and rage. I could feel my bristling fur piercing through the skin as I gripped my phone to the point of cracking the screen. "They will die, Caleb. Every last one of them." "Boss, we don't know who did this yet," Caleb reminded me gently, always the level-headed one. I didn't mistake his attempts to keep me centered as a betrayal. I knew more than anyone that his loyalty to the Vice Kings and to me was unwavering. "Find out who's responsible, Caleb," I ordered, my voice cracking as the weight of the loss threatened to crush me. "Understood, boss. Whoever did this will die," Caleb promised solemnly before hanging up. The moment I reached my car, the realization of my son's death hit me like a freight train. I slammed my fists against the steering wheel, feeling the cold leather dig into my knuckles. My whole body trembled with anger, every fiber screaming in pain. Aiden never deserved this. He was so much better than me, so full of life and good intentions. I had always told the boy he was too soft and needed to toughen up. Damn it. Why couldn't it have been me instead? After taking a deep breath to steady myself, I started the engine and sped towards the harbor, not caring about the speed limits or the blurred cityscape that rushed past me. As I pulled up to the docks, I saw Panzer, Caleb, and other members of the Vice Kings gathered. They stood out amongst the eerie silence of the harbor. Even Panzer, our resident Joker-like character, had lost his usual menacing grin, replaced by a scowl that only emphasized the twisted figures tattooed across his skin. "Where is he?" I growled, storming out of the car and barely managing to keep my emotions in check. Caleb nodded towards an area cordoned off by police tape, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "Over there, boss." Without another word, I strode towards the scene, my steps fueled by equal parts dread and determination. The salty sea air stung my nostrils, but it couldn't mask the metallic scent of blood that hung heavily in the air. What I wouldn't give to go back in time right about now. The sight of Aiden's lifeless body lying on the cold, unforgiving ground was a punch to the gut that I never could have prepared for. A torrent of emotions, rage, heartache, and an unbearable sense of loss washed over me as I approached his naked body, my legs feeling weak with each step. His clothes were torn up nearby, which meant he shifted on the spot, but it was too late. His body was covered in deep lacerations. His throat had been ripped out, leaving a gasping hole. No ordinary wolf could have done this amount of damage, not to one of its own. Perhaps it could have done this to a human. But we wolves had tougher flesh. There was only one type of wolf capable of doing this type of damage: a feral wolf. Wolves that have gone mad to the point of becoming a hybrid between man and beast, a werewolf. They were large and very powerful. "God damn it!" I choked out, fighting back tears as I fell to my knees beside my son. Tenderly, I cradled his head in my lap. His once vibrant blue eyes, so much like my own, stared blankly into the void. The world around us seemed to fade away as I held him. "My boy, my little boy." "Boss," Panzer said softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry." "Leave us," I growled, my voice barely recognizable even to myself. The man hesitated for a moment before retreating to give me some privacy. In those final moments alone with Aiden, I allowed myself the vulnerability I had long refused, letting the tears flow freely. It felt like a part of me had been ripped away, leaving a gaping wound that would never fully heal. My strong, beautiful boy had been taken from me so violently, and the thought of living without him was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I walked into the funeral home, a place operated by another of our kind. Businesses like this was essential for us wolves to function outside the world of humans. We planned to have a small service here and then bury Aiden without a casket in a cemetery made only for our kind. To humans, it looked like any other cemetery, but humans weren't allowed to be buried there. My breath felt strained. The funeral home was dimly lit, somber, yet trying to be welcoming. Wood-paneled walls, plush red carpets, chairs filled with other mourners who came to pay their respects. At the front of the room was a massive spray of red roses and white lilies, my son's favorite flowers. His picture at the center, gazing at all of us with that smile I knew so well. My legs felt like lead as I walked to the front row, almost collapsing into the padded chair. I looked at the sleek black casket, nails trimmed and hands folded at his chest, as if sleeping. But I knew I would never awaken him again. People came and went, offering condolences, sharing memories, but their words floated over me. All I could see and feel and breathe was the loss of my child. The funeral director guided the service along, verses read, hymns sung through tears and shaky voices. The Vice Kings were there, all dressed in black, their faces a mix of sorrow and a wrath that matched my own. These hardened criminals, who had stared death in the face countless times, were brought to their knees by the loss of one of their own. Some of them, particularly Caleb and Panzer, had watched Aiden grow up and have been like uncles to him. Hell, they were his uncles in every sense of the word. I had no bio brothers, but I didn't need any because these men were my brothers. The three of us practically grew up together on the streets. "Thank you all for being here," I said, my voice hoarse. "It means a lot to me, to Aiden." "Of course, boss," replied Caleb, running his fingers through his short brown hair. "We all loved Aiden. He was our family." "Damn straight," agreed Panzer, clenching his fists tightly at his sides. His black hair was tied up into a bun as if ready to fight someone. I noticed a stranger seated toward the back. They were dressed entirely in black, with a face mask covering the lower half of their face. The only thing visible were their striking gray eyes. I frowned, wondering who they could be and why they'd come to Aiden's funeral. I thought I knew all of Aiden's friends. "Who is that?" I muttered to Caleb, nodding subtly towards the stranger. "Never seen them before," Caleb responded, his brow furrowing in concern. I made a mental note to keep an eye on them, but as the service commenced, my focus shifted to honoring my son one final time. When I glanced back, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. After the funeral, we gathered at my estate for the wake. The somber mood hung heavily, like a fog that refused to lift. I stood near the entrance, thanking people for coming and offering hollow words of comfort. "Thank you for being here," I said to each person as they entered, trying to convey my appreciation despite the turmoil inside me. "Of course, boss," one of the Vice Kings replied, gripping my shoulder tightly. Aiden was family. Family. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of raised voices coming from the adjacent room. I left the study and found Panzer in a heated argument with several other Vice Kings, his green eyes alight with fury. "Those fucking Panessa bastards did it. I know they killed Aiden," he spat. His alpha pheromones filled the air, making the atmosphere thicker with anger. "Panzer, we have no proof of that," Caleb countered, his face a picture of calm despite the tension swirling around him. "We can't just go guns blazing without evidence." "Of course you'd say that," Panzer sneered, taking an aggressive step toward Caleb. "You're either soft or you've joined them as their goddamn spy." Caleb's brown eyes flashed with irritation. He moved quickly, closing the distance between himself and Panzer, fist raised and ready to strike. I sprang into action, grabbing Caleb's arm before the punch could land. "Enough!" I barked, my voice commanding silence. The room went quiet, and all eyes turned to me. I tightened my grip on Caleb's arm, ensuring he wouldn't lash out again. "We need to remain united. Divided, we're weak, and our enemies can exploit that." Caleb took a deep breath and slowly lowered his fist. For a moment, he locked eyes with Panzer, but then turned away, shaking off my grip on his arm. Panzer, however, didn't back down, his gaze fixed on me with a mixture of challenge and expectation. "Panzer," I began, my voice low and steady, "you know as well as anyone that Caleb has been loyal to the Vice King since day one. He's proven himself time and again." I glanced at Caleb, the intensity of his gaze meeting mine. "Damn right," Caleb muttered, his jaw tightening. A few other members of the Vice Kings murmured their agreement, clearly eager to put this disagreement behind them. "No more infighting or I'll kill you myself," I declared, my resolve hardening. "We find the proof we need and hurt them like they hurt us."
Chapter 2. Elijah. The room was dimly lit, shadows playing tricks on my vision as I sat on the edge of my bed, mourning the loss of my mate, Aiden Sharp. My heart ached whenever thoughts of him filled my mind, but I must confess that I mourned more of what we could have been rather than what we were. I didn't love Aiden, at least not yet. I knew that I could love him, and that together we could have had a wonderful life together, if only we were given time. I knew Aiden had loved me. He told me he did so many times, and he had even marked me. I just needed more time with him. The guilt weighed heavily upon me. I knew Aiden would still be alive if it weren't for our secret relationship. I should have called it off but didn't because he was my ticket away from my family. We had met at the docks, stolen moments under the cover of darkness, and promised to meet up again. The next time would be to run away together and never look back. If I had known that night would have been the last time I would see Aiden, I would have run off with him right then and there. But we were playing it safe, too safe. Or perhaps not safe enough since someone had discovered us. Tears streamed down my face as I rubbed the fading mating mark Aiden had left on my body. It was already beginning to vanish, and I desperately didn't want to lose one of the last physical connections to him. My chest tightened, and each breath felt like a struggle. "Damn it, Aiden," I whispered, choking back a sob. "Why did you have to leave me, leave us?" The door to my room creaked open, and Grayson, my father, stepped inside. I quickly wiped away my tears, attempting to hide my heartache from him. He looked tired and worn, his eyes filled with worry. "Son," he said softly, "I hate seeing you like this." "Did you murder my mate?" I snapped, my voice trembling with anger. Father's eyes widened in shock. "I did not have Aiden killed, Elijah. I've known about your relationship for some time. Aiden made you happy, and that's all I ever wanted for you." My heart raced as I confessed. We were going to run away, start a new life together. I wish you had succeeded, son, he replied solemnly. But that's not what happened, and we must move on quickly before the Vice Kings begin their war with us. He paused, his gaze locking onto mine. I need your help, Elijah. There's a meeting with Jasper and Olivia Seville from the Seville family to form an alliance. Olivia has always been fond of you, and your gentle touch could be beneficial in this meeting. Father, I don't want to, I protested, but he pleaded with me, insisting that he couldn't leave it up to Jasper alone and stressing how the Vice Kings were now out for blood. Our family had been on the decline in recent years since Father took ill. Most of our men left the family and were now scattered around to different packs and low-life gangs. Others quit the criminal life entirely for civilian jobs among humans. The era of running a pack like some underworld mob boss was coming to an end. Personally, I say, let it die. But I loved my father and knew the reputation of the Vice Kings. They were not a typical pack, nor were they a gang of common thugs. You couldn't hear their name without some wild story behind it and their ruthless boss. They had taken over most of the city, and almost every gang and two-bit business had to pay taxes to them just for running their operations here. Our family, the Panessa family, was more traditional. In other words, we were being phased out, and Father was hanging on by a thread. This was a war he couldn't afford to have, and I knew they would do something horrible to all of us if I didn't do what Father wanted. Reluctantly, I agreed. Thank you, he said, coughing violently, his body shaking with each hack. I rushed to his side, helping him to his room and tucking him into bed. As I stepped away, my heart sank, knowing that despite my loss, there were still obligations I had to fulfill for the sake of our family. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows as Jasper and I approached the Godfrey Hotel Boston, a chic, luxury hotel renowned for its 1908 Gothic Revival facade architecture. My unease grew with every step as I walked beside Jasper, my alpha brother. He seemed unfazed by the mess our pack found themselves in, his tall, muscular frame still exuding confidence, which only heightened my anxiety. Did he know how screwed we all were? Making an enemy of the Vice Kings was like blacklisting ourselves to other packs. The Seville family was the largest pack closest to ours, residing in New York. If this deal fell through, then we were as good as dead. We entered the hotel and made our way to Ruka, a Peruvian-Japanese restaurant where Olivia was already waiting for us. She was an alpha female, a slender, fashionable woman with sharp green eyes and long red hair pulled into an elegant bun. Her ruthless climb to the top of New York's Seville family had earned her begrudging respect from many, including my own father. We slid into a booth seat in the back, away from the other patrons. Olivia had taken the liberty of ordering food for us already. A plate of pork yakisoba sat before her, the aroma of kakuni pork belly, ramen noodles, spicy chuno sauce, peanuts, and lime wafting enticingly. For Jasper, she had ordered Mongolian beef with snow peas, puff noodles, and chili crisp butter. And finally, for me, there was salmon tiradito, an exquisite combination of Asian pear, puca picante, jalapeno ponzu, crushed peanuts, basil, and kaiware. Olivia, thank you for ordering. It all looks delicious, I said, attempting a gracious smile. Jasper, however, scowled as he pushed his blonde strands out of his face. Next time, don't order for me. Ah, I thought Mongolian beef was your favorite, she replied, unfazed. Now, are you here to complain about my choice of food, or are you here to beg me to help you after making a man like Nolan Sharp your enemy? Sharp is a dead man walking. He'll get what's coming to him soon enough. Jasper waved dismissively. And I'm sure you'll be leading the charge. Shame what happened to Aiden. He was such a sexy beast, just like his daddy. So why did you do it? I always thought you were crazy, but this takes the cake. My reasons for taking on Sharp are my own. Jasper glanced at me. Just know that I've got plans up my sleeve to take down the Vice Kings. If you know what's good for you, you'd get in on this now. Because when I'm on top, I'll remember who my friends are, and those who aren't my friends. Don't threaten me, Jasper. I don't respond well to threats. Your promises of a legit business ring hollow. You live for violence and chaos. You always were a clever girl, perhaps too clever for your own good, and that worked out well for you. Ms. Seville. I spoke up to wrestle the reins back from this idiot brother of mine. A war with the vice-kings is unfortunate and not at all to our benefit. What we need is a neutral party to aid in resolving this matter. Her laughter rang out in the restaurant, causing several people to glance our way. You should have thought about that before your pack killed his son. Like I said, I have a plan to come out on top, Jasper interjected. I assure you that your alliance is with me, not my old man. Olivia? I said, shocked by Jasper's words and needing to set things straight. I can assure you that our father is still alive and well, and your alliance will be with him. Jasper's eyes narrowed at my contradiction, but I continued undeterred. Our father has always been the leader of this family, and we cannot simply go over his head. Enough, Jasper spat. We can't rely on him. Olivia interrupted us with a raised hand. Gentlemen, please, I will think about your proposal. She turned to Jasper, adding, Perhaps we can meet privately later to further discuss this. Fine, Jasper muttered, his gaze never leaving mine. After parting ways with Olivia, I couldn't help but feel the weight of my responsibilities bearing down on me. This alliance could make or break our family, and yet all I wanted was to escape it all. The crime, the violence, the danger. But with Aiden gone, and my allegiance to my father unwavering, I knew there was no turning back. The town car's engine hummed softly as it navigated the busy streets, providing a stark contrast to the tension between Jasper and me. I could feel his anger radiating from him, making the luxury leather interior seem suffocating. Never undermine me again, he snarled, eyes locked on mine with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine. You ruined everything. I won't let you make deals behind our father's back, I retorted, voice barely above a whisper, yet full of resolve. The fear of Jasper's intentions had me on edge. Father is going to die soon, Elijah, he spat, his voice dripping with venom. Everyone can see it but you. My heart clenched at his words, and I refused to believe them. You just don't care about him, I accused. Jasper slapped me hard across the face, causing my head to snap to the side. Burning pain spread across my cheek. I swung my fist, connecting with his jaw. He grunted in surprise but was quick to retaliate, overpowering me and pinning me down on the seat. Get off me, fucker, I yelled, struggling to free myself from his grip. I was disgusted as Did you kill him? I choked out. Jasper laughed cruelly. If I did, he would have deserved it. Enraged, I tried to fight back, but he was too strong. You did it, didn't you? I swear I'll kill you, I cried, but my words only seemed to amuse him. Such a weak Omega, he taunted. The driver pulled into the large curved driveway of our estate, its tires crunching on the gravel. Jasper barked at the driver. Get out and leave us alone. The driver, a beta for the Panessa family, hesitated before reluctantly climbing out of the car, his fear of Jasper evident in his quick, nervous movements. The door slammed shut. If you tell our father what happened between us, it won't do you any good, Jasper warned, his voice cold and menacing. All it'll do is hurt him more. Perhaps your words could even kill him faster. I shuddered. The bite marks he left on my stomach stung like fire, but the threat of losing my father terrified me more. Was he implying that he would kill our father if I revealed what had happened? Please, I whispered, tears streaming down my cheeks. Don't hurt him. Then you better start cooperating, little brother. Jasper's eyes gleamed with malicious intent. I sobbed, feeling utterly exposed and vulnerable. I was scared of Jasper, not just for myself, but for what he might do to our father if I defied him. He was always a little crazed and unhinged, and from time to time he always lingered too close and darkened my doors in the middle of the night. But the most he'd ever done to me was stroke my hair and hold me when he climbed into my bed at night. There was a time I thought of him as a gentle and loving older brother, until I brought a boy home when I was around 14. That's when he changed for the worse. Those gentle caresses scared me as he whispered in my ear all of the horrible things he would do to that boy, forcing me to end my relationship. I screamed at Jasper that day, telling him to never come to my room again, and so far he listened. Aside from a few snide remarks here and there, he left me alone, even when I dated other guys. We were never close again. But now, I wondered if all the times I got dumped was just him working behind the scenes to end those relationships. "Remember," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice, "you tell anyone about this, especially our father, and you'll have much worse to worry about." With one last intimidating glare, Jasper pushed open the town car door and exited, leaving me alone in the back seat. I stared blankly at the leather seat before me, the memory of what had just transpired still fresh and painful. "Damn you, Jasper," I whispered, my voice cracking. I felt powerless against the monster that was my own brother. As much as I wanted to expose him for what he'd done, I couldn't risk our father's life. He was all I had left. A single tear rolled down my cheek as thoughts of Aiden flooded my mind, filling me with an unbearable longing for his gentle touch and loving embrace. I wished more than anything that he was here with me, offering the comfort and safety I so desperately craved. But Aiden was gone, and in his absence, I was left to navigate this fucked up world. I knew that I had to find a way to protect not only myself, but my ailing father from the storm that was brewing around us. "Please, Aiden," I whispered into the empty car, my voice barely audible. "Give me the strength to survive this nightmare."
Chapter 3. Nolan. The stench of stale cigarette smoke filled the air as I stepped into the seedy bar, my nose crinkling in disdain. The place was packed with rough-looking individuals, their eyes darting around nervously, laughter and curses filling the dimly lit room. It felt like walking into a den of vipers, but I wasn't here for pleasantries. Making my way through the sea of criminals and undesirables, I approached the barkeep, Zheng. A Chinese immigrant who had moved to Boston only a few years prior, he struggled to speak English properly. Desperate to make a living in this new world, he borrowed money from us to open up his own bar. I heard he had connections to the triads. "Zheng," I said coldly, my voice barely audible above the raucous noise of the bar. He glanced at me with a hint of recognition in his eyes before quickly reaching for something behind the counter. I knew it was a weapon, but I didn't give a damn. In one swift motion, I pulled out my gun and pointed it at his head. The people in the bar scattered like rats, leaving the two of us alone to settle our business. "Today can be your lucky day or the worst day of your life," I told Zheng, my finger itching against the trigger. "It all depends on how you play your cards." "Money, not have yet," he stuttered, terror etched across his face. I laughed bitterly, my eyes never leaving his. "You'll never have the money, Zheng. You know how this is going to end." "Fight," he spat out defiantly. "I fight, not alone." On cue, several men emerged from the basement, ready for a brawl. I didn't care. There was no way they'd be able to take me down without losing their own lives in the process. "Listen closely," I told Zheng, my voice dripping with menace. "You'll still die, no matter what happens to me. So you can either fight, or you can wipe your debt clean by giving me some valuable information." Zheng hesitated before signaling his men to stop. "What you want know?" "Where's Tommy 2 Chainz?" I demanded, not bothering to lower my weapon. "Easy," he replied, a hint of relief in his voice. "Tommy at Oasis Soapland, but you swear, cancel debt?" "Yeah," I said coldly. He nodded, and I lowered my gun. "Your debt is cleared, Zheng. Stop taking out loans you can't pay for." I left the bar, holstering my weapon as I stepped into the cool night air. Pulling out my phone, I dialed Caleb, the one person I knew I could trust to handle this implicitly. "Head to Oasis. Find Tommy 2 Chainz and bring him to the warehouse," I instructed before hanging up. The moment I stepped into the warehouse, I could sense the tension. Caleb had already brought Tommy 2 Chainz to me, just as I'd instructed. Panzer was already there lounging about, the black clothes he wore blended with the shadows of this place. The big man was sobbing, his massive frame heaving with each desperate breath. He was half naked, a towel barely covering his fat waist, his body wet and covered in suds. The scent of fear mixed with the lingering smell of stale beer and smoke clung to the warehouse walls. Why did you bring me here?" Tommy stammered, trying to put on a brave front. Panzer smirked, sauntering over to him. "You know, Tommy, there are so many ways we could torture you," he mocked, circling the trembling man like a shark in the water. "With all that extra weight you're carrying, I'd say the best way to torture you would be to keep a sandwich out of your hands." "Fuck you," Tommy spat, red-faced. "I'm just big-boned." "Big-boned?" Panzer laughed cruelly. "What, do you have dinosaur bones or something?" I didn't bother with further banter. I needed answers. "Enough," I said, my voice cold and commanding. "Tell me what you know about what happened at the docks with my son." Tommy shook his head, still trying to maintain his bravado. "I don't know nothing, man, I swear." His words reeked of lies, and I could feel my patience wearing thin. Panzer, sensing my growing anger, was eager to get down to business. "Let's just start torturing him, Nolan. He'll talk then." Caleb, ever the voice of reason, interjected. "We need to stay calm. Tommy doesn't look like he'll hold up well under torture. We might lose our chance to get answers." I sighed, rubbing my temples. "I don't want to torture you, Tommy. I'm tired and just want the truth. But if that's what it takes to make you talk—" "Man, if I snitch, my whole rep is gone," Tommy protested weakly. Panzer was still advocating for torture, but Caleb remained opposed. Finally, I'd had enough. I strode across the room and pulled a pocket knife from my jacket. Tommy's eyes widened in terror. All right, I'll talk. Just don't kill me, man," he begged, his voice shaking. "Start talking," I ordered, my voice cold as ice. "Someone from the Panessa family told me to get rid of the CCTV footage from that night," he admitted, "but I kept it at my apartment, for blackmail material." "See? I knew it was the fucking Panessas," Panzer gloated. But Caleb reminded him we still needed proof. "I want to see that footage," I told Tommy, who nodded quickly, eager to please. "Can I go after that?" he asked, his voice small and pitiful. I didn't answer him, instead turning to Caleb. "Take Tommy to his apartment and recover that footage." "Understood," Caleb replied, grabbing Tommy by the arm to lead him out. As they turned to leave, Panzer snatched the towel away from Tommy's waist, leaving him utterly exposed. He cackled as Tommy yelped in humiliation. "Less inclined to run away naked, eh, Tommy?" Panzer taunted, still laughing as Caleb and our captive left the warehouse. Chapter 4. Nolan. The dimly lit warehouse was stifling as I stood there watching the CCTV footage with Caleb and Panzer. The video, provided by Tommy 2 Chains, showed Aiden meeting up with a blonde-haired man at the docks, the last time he was seen alive. My heart clenched, seeing my son on screen, alive and well just moments before his death. "Look at them," Caleb muttered. The two of them were entwined in each other's arms, hugging and kissing passionately. Their intimacy was undeniable. "I know that Omega," Caleb said, breaking me from my thoughts. "That's Elijah Panessa, Grayson's Omega son." "He's beautiful," I remarked. Now I see how my kid dropped his guard. Perhaps the old fart targeted Aiden because of this. Panzer gestured to the screen. Caleb shook his head. That old man seemed smarter than that. He knew he would lose if he started a war with us. "Maybe he loves the little squirt so much he lost himself," Panzer chimed in, smirking. "He kept the Omega sheltered. I only saw him a few times throughout the years." I gritted my teeth, trying to contain my fury. "How did Aiden know him?" I demanded. "Who knows?" Caleb shrugged. Aiden was always off doing his own thing. "And that little Omega seduced Aiden and set him up," Panzer growled, his green eyes blazing with hatred. "Sounds about right," I agreed, my knuckles turning white as I clenched my fists. The thought that Omega lured Aiden into his death made my blood boil. But is he the feral wolf who killed him? Nah. Panzer remarked, examining the Omega through the screen. He ain't got the signs. But if he was there, then he could know who the feral is, Caleb replied. Is this all of the vid? I asked, wanting and dreading to see more. It skips about a bit. But this is the rest. In the next frame, the Omega was gone, but Aiden lingered at the docks when the feral lunged at him out of nowhere. The attack was as vicious and brutal as one could expect. Aiden had shifted, but it was too late. The Omega knew to leave the scene before the feral got there. Panzer groaned. We know all we need to know for now. I tore my eyes away from the carnage on the screen. We go after that fucking family and kill him. The feral will have no choice but to reveal himself, but if he hasn't been completely taken by madness, then he'll make his escape. If he does, then we take hostages. Let's personally snatch up the Omega. Panzer's eyes gleamed with a wild look, and he grinned maliciously. Let me be in charge of the kidnapping part. Because you want to fuck him, Caleb shot back, his gaze cold and accusing. Maybe, Panzer admitted, his voice dripping with lust. It's been a while since I had my dick in a male Omega. Enough, I snapped, silencing them both. There will be plenty of time for that once we catch him. As the footage continued to play, I couldn't help but imagine what I would do to that Omega if I got my hands on him. The thought of making him pay for what happened to Aiden brought on a dark satisfaction.
Elijah. As I lay in the bathtub, warm water enveloping my bruised body, and frightened of what he might do next, his threatening words about our ailing father echoed in my mind, and I felt completely lost and alone. The grief over losing Aiden suffocated me. I missed him more than anything. If he was still alive, we would be far away from here. My skin turned red as I scrubbed harder, yearning to cleanse myself of Jasper's taint. Hey, Elijah, Father's voice came through the bathroom door. I was looking for you. Jasper didn't tell me much about your meeting with Olivia. How did it go? He didn't enter, respecting my privacy. My heart raced, fearful of telling Father about Jasper's plan to make a deal with Olivia behind his back. I wiped my tears and tried to compose myself. Clearing my throat, I replied, It went well enough. Jasper is supposed to meet her again, but I don't know when or where. Are you okay, Elijah? Father asked, concern etched on his voice. He'd always had a sixth sense when it came to my feelings, especially during days when events would pop up at school that required a mother's participation. My mom had died giving birth to me, and until I was about 10, Father had always been distant toward me because of it. But eventually he had changed, and our relationship grew closer over time. I remembered how he would make me my favorite hot chocolate, thick Italian style topped with lots of whipped cream, whenever he sensed my sadness or depression. Yeah, I'm okay. I just miss Aiden, but I'm working on getting better, I lied, not wanting him to know the truth about Jasper's actions. Okay, Father said, though I could hear the doubt in his voice. I'm sorry for making you attend that meeting with Jasper and Olivia. I'll leave you to grieve now. Thank you, I whispered, as Father left the door. I stepped out of the tub, my body still tingling from the excessive scrubbing. The mirror reflected a stranger, someone with broken eyes. With a heavy sigh, I wrapped myself in a soft robe and walked towards my bedroom. As I lay down on the bed, my body felt drained, my limbs heavier than they had ever been. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on me, as if trying to crush me completely. Sleep came, but it was restless and filled with shadows. Gunfire exploded outside, jolting me awake. I raced to the window, spotting their infamous black and gold insignia. Nolan Sharp was here. I didn't give a damn about my brother. The only good that would come out of this nightmare is finally watching him die. But I was worried about our father. He didn't deserve to have this happen to him. I ran from the room and attempted to head to Father's room, but the house was overrun with dead men and bullets flying. I rushed back inside and closed the door and headed to the window to slip out like I've done so many times growing up. Chaos reigned in the garden as I reached the manicured lawn. In the distance, I saw Jasper hauling Father away, the coward. At least Father might escape this raid. Now, all I had to do was escape from here, I didn't stand a chance when rough hands grabbed me, dragging me behind the bushes. I struggled in vain, trembling at the sight of the older man. His eyes glinted with hellfire. "Not so high and mighty now," Sharp snarled. I fought like a devil as the Alpha restrained me. The world exploded into shadow as something cracked against my skull. As blackness consumed me, I glimpsed our estate aflame. Chapter 5. Elijah. I woke up on a hardwood floor, the cold seeping into my bones. The room was bare and unforgiving, with no windows and only one door in sight. I had no idea where I was or what was going on. My heart thumped wildly, fear gripping me like a vice. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and weak. No response came, and I felt even more alone. Panic set in as I scrambled to my feet and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Desperation clawed at me, and I banged on the door, screaming, "Let me out, please!" I couldn't understand how I'd ended up here, and the confusion only added to my growing terror. My breathing became ragged, and I could feel sweat trickling down my face as I continued pounding on the door. Suddenly, the door opened, and my heart nearly stopped when I saw the man standing in front of me. He was tall, muscular, and had an air of danger about him that sent chills down my spine. His short black hair was neatly combed back, and his cold blue eyes bore into mine with a fury I'd never seen before. Aiden?" I whispered, taken aback by how much he resembled an older version of Aiden. But then I realized that it couldn't possibly be him. He carried the trademark lines of age across his features along with a tuft of white mingling with the inky black of his hair. "Get a grip, Elijah," I scolded myself silently. I tried to compose myself, taking deep breaths to steady my trembling body. I didn't know Nolan Sharp personally, but I'd heard terrifying stories about the Vice Kings and their merciless leader. And right now, he looked like he wanted nothing more than to murder me. "Why am I here?" I asked, trying to sound braver than I am. "Watch your tone, Omega," Nolan growled, stepping closer until his imposing figure towered over me. The familiar scent of alpha pheromones filled the air, making it hard for me to think straight. The door slammed shut. The sound of the lock clicking into place made my heart race even faster. I resisted the urge to touch my belly. I wasn't sure how the Alpha would respond to my carrying Aiden's child. Perhaps he would kill me? Dark thoughts swirled in my head that perhaps dying would be the better end for us. I wasn't the religious type, but I did believe that there was something akin to life beyond death. Aiden believed that all life originated from a great void, and we're plucked from that void when we're born. When we die, we return to it. If Aiden was there, then that's where I wanted to be too. Granted, I didn't really want to die, but you don't get to play around with someone's heart, use them to your own ends, and get them killed and expect to walk away unscathed. Perhaps dying was my rightful punishment, and if it was, then maybe there was something good still waiting for me. Even if Aiden knew in death that I didn't love him, perhaps he would still be there for me. How arrogant and full of myself was I? Nolan began to slowly circle me, like a predator stalking its prey. His icy blue eyes raked over my body, which was clad in nothing more than a bathrobe and slippers. I felt exposed and humiliated under his gaze. "Pathetic," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "For someone who supposedly lured my son to his death, I expected you to be more remarkable." I opened my mouth to protest, but before a word could leave my lips, Nolan's hand shot out and struck me hard across the face. My lip split open from the force, and I tasted blood as it welled up in my mouth. "Such a pitiful creature," he spat, his eyes full of rage. "But you're not worth killing yet." His words cut through me like a knife, and guilt washed over me in waves. I knew I deserved this. It was my fault Aiden died. "Tell me about your relationship with my son," Nolan demanded, his tone sharp and unforgiving. "I loved him," I lied, my voice quivering. "Aiden and I loved each other deeply." "Liar!" Nolan bellowed, his face contorted in fury. He struck me again, harder this time, sending me sprawling onto the floor. My son wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for someone from the Panessa family. Please just kill me, I pleaded, surprising myself with my own desperation. I deserve it. You're right. I killed him. I wanted to lie and say I hated him, but I couldn't bring myself to say the words. I didn't want the last words I say was hating Aiden, even if it was to goad his father into killing me. My eyes closed, and I braced myself for the killing blow. In my mind, I apologized to my father for giving up, for not being strong enough to fight. Nolan's laughter filled the room, a cruel and mocking sound that set my nerves on edge. You think I'm going to give you an easy way out? He sneered, his eyes boring into mine. You'll be dead inside long before your body catches up, Omega. Nolan continued, his voice dripping with malice. You'll be the bait we need to lure your fat fuck of a father out of hiding. Then I'm going to pass you around to every member of the Vice Kings before slitting your fucking throat. Please, I whispered, desperation clawing at my insides. My father had nothing to do with what happened to Aiden. He knew about our relationship and approved of it. Shut up! Nolan roared, glaring down at me with pure hatred in his eyes, but I couldn't stop myself. It's true. My father wanted us to be happy together. He never wanted any harm to come to Aiden. With a growl, Nolan lunged toward me, wrapping his strong hands around my throat. Panic surged as I struggled for air, clawing at his wrists in a futile attempt to free myself. My lungs burned, my vision blurred, but still, I fought against his grip. Despite my previous desire for death, my will to live remained strong, and I almost hated myself for it. Pathetic, Nolan spat, releasing me just before unconsciousness claimed me. I gasped for breath, my chest heaving as I tried to recover from the near strangulation. Tell me who was the feral who killed my son. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I shook my head. The only person I believe would have him killed is my brother, but he's not a feral. I choked out between sobs. Aiden was killed after our meeting. Someone else must have followed us. Nolan's fist connected with my stomach and I doubled over in pain, retching onto the cold wooden floor. You're useless, he hissed, a cruel sneer playing on his lips. But don't worry, Omega. I'll find a way to make you useful. Go ahead, I spat, defiance rekindling within me despite my fear. But I can't tell you what happened to him because I simply don't know. I truly thought it was my brother, but if a feral did it, then I don't have an answer. Nolan growled, turning away from me. We'll see. The door slammed shut behind Nolan, the sound echoing through the bare room. My body ached from his brutal assault, but the pain couldn't compare to the agony in my heart. I pressed my hand against the cold wooden floor, trying to ground myself as the emotions threatened to swallow me whole. God, Aiden, I whispered, choking on the tears that threatened to spill over. I'm so sorry. I should have called it off with Aiden so many times, but in my selfishness, I'd only thought of how he made me feel, alive, loved, and free. As I lay there, battered and desperate, I couldn't help but fear for my father's safety. Dragging my weak body into a sitting position, I gritted my teeth against the pain and tried to come up with a plan. I was prepared to end it all and just die. But was I taking the coward's way out? I still had a life inside of me, a life that also belonged to Aiden, and my father was going to die because of my mistakes, and I couldn't sit by and just let it happen. Chapter 6. Elijah. Time dragged on inside the empty room, and I couldn't escape the putrid smell of my own vomit. The overwhelming urge to retch consumed me, but my stomach was already empty, leaving me with a hollow ache. Restless, I paced, desperately searching for a way out. Running my hands through my hair in frustration, my fingers brushed against the bobby pins hidden within the strands. I chuckled softly. I had forgotten I pinned my hair back before my bath. Carefully, I used the bobby pins to pick the lock, a skill I learned out of sheer boredom ages ago. I felt a sense of relief as I heard the faint click. The door creaked open, revealing a long, opulent hallway. I didn't know what I expected to see on the other side of that door. Perhaps something straight out of a Saw movie or that movie Hostel. Just a grungy, smelly dump of a place with filth and blood on the walls. Instead, I found a lavishly decorated interior with a slight Gothic style. An intricate chandelier casted a soft glow on the immaculate marbled floors. The walls were adorned with expensive paintings that must have cost over millions of dollars. As much as I wanted to admire the beauty around me, fear had other plans. A growl echoed through the hall, stopping me in my tracks. My breath hitched as a menacing Doberman rounded the corner, its dark eyes fixed on me. Panic set in, and before I could even react, 2 more vicious dogs appeared. They advanced towards me, teeth bared, and hackles raised. I could shift into my wolf form and fight it out with them, but I was only 1 wolf against 3. 3 large, vicious dogs could take down 1 wolf. Shit, 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 I muttered under my breath, backing away slowly. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, urging me to flee, but there was nowhere to run. With no other choice, I retreated into my windowless prison. Slamming the door shut behind me, I slumped down onto the floor in the farthest corner. I truly was trapped in this place. My body ached as I stirred awake, the floor providing no comfort throughout the night. I tried to stretch out my stiff limbs, but the sight of Nolan standing in the room halted any further movement. My mind scrambled to figure out what he had planned for me. "Clean up your mess," Nolan said, his voice like ice. He placed a bucket and sponge on the floor beside the dried vomit. The stench still lingered, making bile rise in my throat. Swallowing hard, I hesitantly reached for the sponge, unable to meet his piercing gaze. The icy water stung my hands as I squeezed the sponge out, doing my best to remove the filth. I left the sponge in the bucket when I was done. "Take this away," Nolan ordered a servant who appeared at the door, waiting to collect the bucket and sponge. "Strip him," he commanded another servant who entered behind the other. My pulse quickened, my stomach twisting into knots. With trembling hands, the servant removed my robe, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. "Give her your slippers," Nolan demanded, and I reluctantly complied, handing them over with shaky hands. "You haven't earned the right to wear clothes." 2 men brought in a black leather recliner chair, placing it in the center of the room before leaving us alone. I fought to cover my nakedness as Nolan took a seat, his eyes never leaving me. The door clicked shut, sealing us in a suffocating silence. I could almost feel the weight of his stare, like invisible chains tightening around me. The air thickened, charged with tension that coiled around us both. My skin prickled under his scrutiny, every hair on my body tingling in anticipation of his next move. "Say something," I whispered, desperate to break the silence. But Nolan remained quiet, his unreadable expression making my stomach churn with unease. My thoughts raced, searching for anything to ease the pressure that built within me. What did he want? Was this some twisted game? Or was it something far more sinister? "Please," I begged, my voice barely audible. But still, Nolan remained silent. "Are you going to kill me now?" And yet, he continued to stare, the silence stretching on like an endless abyss.
Nolan. The dim light flickered above me as I sat in the recliner. I was going to turn this room into a secondary home gym. The contractor was going to install a new set of windows and lighting when I called them off to instead turn it into a prison to house this Omega. I watched the pathetic figure cowering on the floor, naked, with his hands vainly attempting to cover his little Omega cock. I could see why Aiden had been so taken with him. He was the perfect lure to trap my son. "Quite impressive," I sneered, my gaze falling on the fading mating mark on the Omega's neck. "You went through all that trouble to fool Aiden, even allowing him to mark you. Your loyalty to your family knows no bounds." Elijah's gray eyes blazed with defiance. "I would never allow someone to mark me lightly. It's a sacred bond between an alpha and their Omega, one that lasts for life. You can say whatever you want about me, but I won't tolerate you mocking how much I cared for Aiden." I scoffed at his words. In my mind, he set my son up to be killed, and I saw nothing that would change that conviction. Killing everyone in the Panessa family should have been enough, but I needed to know why Aiden had been targeted. Why not come after me instead? My love for Aiden led to his death, Elijah whispered, his voice shaking. He hesitated before saying Jasper's name. He's the only one with a motive to kill Aiden, not because of the gangs or our father, but because he's in love with me. His pretty face twisted with disgust. Ah, yes, Jasper, I mused, my anger simmering just beneath the surface once I heard the name. I figured he'd be the one behind the hit, but no one in your damn family does anything without Grayson's consent. Jasper is a danger to our father, just like he's a danger to me, Elijah insisted. He's trying to undermine him, take advantage of his sickness. My father never ordered Aiden's death. He knows more than anyone that we wouldn't survive that war. He wanted peace between our families, and that's why he didn't disapprove of our relationship. Your own brother is in love with you? He nodded in response. Ugh. He's gotten crazier over the years. Or maybe he was always crazy. I don't know. But I saw no signs of him being feral. And what would you know about the signs of a feral wolf? I don't know. I've never seen one before. But isn't that what everyone talks about? Certain signs that a wolf has gone feral, like they have rabies or something. It's not like that. I squeezed my brow. Try as I might, I couldn't find the lie in him. He was either the greatest liar in the world or he was actually telling the truth. And if he was, then what the hell did that mean? That my son died in some petty dispute over an Omega by some madman who wanted to fuck his own brother? I found myself getting angry at Aiden, but he wasn't here for me to scold him. He had no business getting involved with this Omega to begin with. What could this Omega have possibly offered Aiden to make him fall for those deceptive charms? The charms that seemed to have even enwrapped his own flesh and blood. The Omega's scent was bold and perfumey. Even I found it difficult to remain in here without being affected, but it takes a hell of a lot more than just a good scent to drive another to murder. I sighed, my body feeling worn out and heavy with anger. In the end, it didn't matter. Knowing the reason wouldn't bring Aiden back to life. I can help, Elijah said. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure Jasper pays for what he did. Cooperation? I scoffed, a cruel smile forming on my lips. I don't need your cooperation, Omega. You being missing is enough. It seems the Panessas truly value their precious Omegas. Jasper had been acting reckless since I took the Omega. He'd been attacking without rhyme or reason, making it easier than I thought to snuff out his ranks. I almost expected him to go into hiding, forcing me to use this Omega, but it turned out that just taking him was enough to send the family into a panic. Now I knew why. I had taken the Alpha's mate, or the one he wanted to mate, as I stared at him. Something dark and twisted began to grow within me. A desire to force myself on the younger man, to make him squirm beneath me as I used him, all while shoving his false claims of loving my son back in his face. I wanted him to feel every ounce of pain I had suffered since Aiden's death. Show me, I demanded, my voice low and dangerous. Seduce me like you did my son. I can't imagine Aiden falling for just looks alone. Show me the moves that enraptured him and led him straight to hell.
Chapter 7. Elijah. The very thought of seducing him made me sick to my stomach, but I could feel the heavy weight of his presence like a ticking time bomb ready to go off at any minute. It was either this or face his wrath, and I knew that deep down I had no choice. Fine. You want me to seduce you? I said, trying to sound confident, but my voice trembled. My skin felt so exposed under his hungry gaze. I shivered, but not from the chill in the room. Come on, show me what you've got, Nolan growled, his arms crossed over his broad chest. I hesitated, taking a deep breath before stepping closer to him, reaching out to touch his muscular arm. The heat radiating from his body was intoxicating, and I could feel myself growing hard at the contact, despite the terror flooding through me. Just what the hell was this feeling? "Look, I don't know what you want from me," I stammered, nervously tracing circles around his nipple with my thumb. "But if it's really me you want, then take me." I couldn't believe the words coming out of my mouth, but I knew there was no turning back now. I leaned in, pressing my lips against his, tasting the bitter anger that lingered there. He responded violently, grabbing a fistful of my hair and yanking my head back, his teeth bared in a snarl. "Say it," he demanded, his grip tightening painfully. "Say you loved Aiden." I loved Aiden," I whispered. What the hell was wrong with him? Did he see right through my lie? But I couldn't understand why Nolan was forcing me to say it when he'd refused to believe it before. The man was losing his mind. "Again!" he shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "Say it again!" "I loved Aiden," I cried out, over and over, as Nolan's grip on my hair began to loosen. He looked like an emotional wreck, his eyes filled with raw pain. As much as I wanted to hate him, I couldn't help but feel pity for us both. I wanted to hold him in my arms and comfort him. Just then, a thought flashed in my mind of him kissing me. As if sensing my thoughts, Nolan suddenly pulled me close, his lips crashing against mine in a rough, desperate kiss. His strong arms wrapped around me tightly, and I could feel our erections pressing against each other as his pheromones grew stronger. He buried his face into my neck, crying into the mark that Aiden had left there, and I couldn't help but let out a soft moan at the sensation. But just as quickly as it started, it was over. Nolan dropped me to the floor, leaving me lying there as he stormed out of the room, locking the door behind him. I sat in that grimy room, my stomach growling with hunger and my bladder aching. I banged on the door, desperate for someone to hear me. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking. "I need to use the bathroom and I'm starving." The thought crossed my mind that maybe Nolan intended to starve me, to break me even further. Finally, the door creaked open, and a servant appeared, his face expressionless. He said nothing as he led me down the hall to a small windowless bathroom. He locked the door behind me, leaving me alone with just a toilet and shower to keep me company. A washcloth and a bar of soap sat on the edge of the sink. I sniffed myself, wrinkling my nose at my own stench. I couldn't help but worry about why Nolan wanted me to clean up. Was he planning to take things further? The memory of his rough kiss still fresh on my mind. With a sigh, I decided to go ahead and shower, hoping it would at least make me feel somewhat civilized again. As the hot water cascaded over my body, I tried to focus on anything other than Nolan. It occurred to me that I hadn't seen or smelled him since our last encounter. Maybe he wasn't home. This could be my chance to escape. I ran my hand over my belly. If I can get out of here and get home, I can help my father escape. Yes. We can leave this rotten city and leave Jasper to face Nolan alone. With no towel or robe in sight, I figured I'd have to make a run for it naked if I had to. No guts, no glory, right? I knocked on the bathroom door, ready to shove the servant aside and make a break for it. As soon as the door opened, I pushed the servant back, sprinting down the hallway and towards the stairs. He chased after me, shouting for me to stop, but like hell I was going to listen. I made it to the front door, and just as I swung it open, I saw Nolan pulling up in his car. "Shit," I muttered under my breath, but I didn't let it stop me. I kept running and was just about to shift, but it wasn't long before the alpha caught up with me. I fought back, scratching and kicking at him like a wild animal. He grabbed me by the throat using his powerful alpha pheromones to subdue me. My knees buckled beneath me, and I could feel the fight draining out of me. "Please," I gasped, "just let me go." "Hell no," he growled, his eyes burning into mine. My body trembled as Nolan held me firmly in his grasp. I was completely at his mercy, and the realization of it was utterly devastating. "Look who we have here," a deep voice drawled, and I glanced up through blurry eyes to see two men approaching. The first man had long black hair that hung straight around his shoulders, dark green eyes that glinted with malice, and a tall, lean body covered with Gothic tattoos. The second man stood just as tall, his short brown hair and matching eyes framing a face that seemed too gentle for someone involved in such a brutal world. Intricate, musical tattoos adorned his skin, a stark contrast to his companion's darker ink. Nolan held me up, showing me off to them like a prized possession. He grabbed me by the cheeks and directed my head to the two men, introducing them. The one he called Panzer stepped closer, sniffing the air around me before smirking and reaching out to slap my already tender cock. You smell so good, Omega. I can see how Aiden got lost in the sauce. Caleb furrowed his brow, turning to Nolan. What are you going to do with him? Nolan looked thoughtful for a moment. I haven't decided yet. I thought about selling him to some brothel in China's underworld, but I want to see him suffer, not just know about it. You know, some of our guys have never fucked an Omega before, Caleb mused. If he's gonna die anyway, why not use him to boost morale? Over my dead body, I spat, the fire within me momentarily reignited. I'd bite my own tongue off before I let that happen. Panzer chuckled, clearly amused. I like him. He's feisty. Nolan ignored my outburst, hoisting me over his shoulder as I began to kick and scream in a desperate attempt to break free. Panzer followed closely behind, proclaiming that he had dibs on me after Nolan. Who said Nolan's gonna rape him? Caleb argued, his expression conflicted. Why wouldn't he? Panzer countered with a wicked grin. Why else keep him around? Enough, Nolan growled, his voice tolerating no argument. I'll decide what to do with him, not you two. The thought of being used by these ruthless men filled me with dread and despair, but I couldn't let them see it. I had to fight for my life, even if it seemed hopeless. Nolan carried me back to that empty, windowless room and dropped me unceremoniously onto the floor. My body ached from the rough treatment, but I forced myself to crawl away from him, huddling in the corner like a trapped animal. You know, Nolan said with a cruel laugh, I do admire your fighting spirit. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his icy blue eyes drilling into me. But don't you get it? There's nothing for you to go back to. Your father is dead. The words hit me like a ton of bricks. No, was all I could manage before blind rage surged through me. I leaped up and charged at him, fists flying, tears streaming down my face. You monster! I screamed, pounding on his chest. Nolan grabbed my wrists, easily overpowering me. He slapped me hard across the face, making me stumble backward. If you were captured by anyone else, he growled, your legs would be open for the whole damn pack by now. Then what the hell do you want from me? I demanded, voice shaking with anger and fear. Just kill me if I have nothing left. Just tell me if you killed Jasper too. Ah, he smirked, so you truly hate your own blood brother that much? Of course I do, I spat. I'm sure he killed Aiden. Maybe he found some feral to do it. He was always jealous of anyone who showed an interest in me. He's sick and twisted. I couldn't keep going. Even if Jasper did the deed, it was me who had killed Aiden. I should have known better. Why did I think Jasper was okay with me dating anyone, especially someone from a rival family? Deep down, I knew he was sabotaging my relationships, but I thought with Aiden, we would just be able to run away. We would go somewhere far away and be happy. But instead, I had brought ruin upon us all. My father, I continued, choking on my words, was an innocent man who only wanted peace for his family. And now he's dead because of me, I said somberly. Nolan regarded me coldly for a moment, before turning to leave the room. The heavy door slammed shut behind him, and I heard the lock click into place. I sank to the floor, tears flowing freely as I sobbed in the darkness. Alone with my grief and guilt, I couldn't help but wonder if there was any hope left for me.
Chapter 8. Nolan. The tension in the living room was so thick I could feel it as soon as I stepped foot through the entrance. Panzer and Caleb were seated on opposite ends of the black leather couch, their voices raised in a heated argument about Elijah. Keeping him around is just asking for trouble, Panzer spat, his green eyes flashing with anger. The whole point of taking the boy was to use him to lure out his daddy so we can slit their throats together. Panzer, you know it's not that simple, Caleb countered, trying to maintain a calm demeanor despite the circumstances. I walked into the room, my presence immediately causing both men to fall silent. Panzer shifted his gaze towards me and asked, "Why are you keeping Elijah around? You told him his father's dead." Caleb furrowed his brow. "Why did you lie?" "Because I wanted to see his reaction," I replied coolly. "And besides, I believe Elijah truly loved Aiden. Their relationship was genuine." "Soft for the Omega, aren't you?" Panzer sneered. "You really think that matters?" "Of course it does," I snapped back, my rage barely contained. "If the boy truly loved Aiden and didn't set him up, that makes him an innocent." "Since when do you give a damn about who is innocent and who isn't?" Panzer shrugged. "You've changed, and I can't say it's for the better." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "You wouldn't have given a rat's ass about his innocence. If the entire family has to die, then they die. It's called evolving, Panzer." Caleb spoke up to defend me. I sighed. I want to be angry at the Omega, to hate him for what happened to my boy. But I can't. If they loved each other, then what were they but two young fools? Aiden knew the dangers of dealing with the Panessa family. He knew about Jasper. Caleb sighed, rubbing his temples. "So what do you want to do, Nolan? It's hard to call off a war once it gets started. We've damn near crippled that family. It's just a matter of taking the heads of Jasper and Grayson. They won't come out of hiding for any other reason but the Omega. His love for Aiden might be real, but being a Panessa is enough reason for him to die." Panzer chimed in, clearly not giving up on his argument. "You think the boys give a shit about some true love bullshit? Fucking around with that Omega got him killed and we all know it." Caleb hesitated before nodding in agreement, much to Panzer's surprise. "That kid up there is all I have left of my son," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You expect me to kill him with my son's mark still on his neck? He's all I have left. Killing him would erase the last good thing Aiden had. I don't know if I can do that." "Send him to me," Panzer growled. "I'll take the boy to heaven before sending him straight to hell." "Relax," Caleb interjected, placing a hand on Panzer's shoulder. "It's Nolan's decision." "Fine," I said, glaring at Panzer. "We've killed enough of the Panessa family for now. Let's focus on Grayson and Jasper. Maybe I'll change my mind about Elijah later." The room fell silent, the tension slowly dissipating as we all considered our next move. I couldn't shake the feeling that Panzer might be right about me going soft, but it wasn't because of the Omega. It was because of Aiden. I never expected to become a father, but when an Omega male I'd spent the night with 20 years ago dropped my son on my doorstep and disappeared, I had no choice but to accept my new role. Before Aiden came into my life, I was a brutal henchman for the Vice Kings, taking on assassinations, extortion, and whatever else was asked of me. My ruthless nature allowed me to rise through the ranks and eventually take over the pack by murdering the former alpha. I was a man of no mercy, but raising Aiden had changed me. The torrent of rage I once was gradually calmed, replaced by a fierce protectiveness for my son. I thought that part of me was gone entirely, but seeing his lifeless body brought it all back. However, even in my grief, I couldn't deny that the old me would have tortured Elijah for information before killing him without a second thought. Maybe it was best the old me remained mostly dormant, even in the face of tragedy. "Look," I said, trying to keep my emotions in check. "The Omega has his uses. He hates his brother, who apparently has a sick obsession with him." Panzer laughed, a cruel sound that grated my nerves. I knew Jasper was twisted, but I didn't think he was that sick. "Seems there's no limit to his depravity," I replied, "and we're going to use that to our advantage." "What you got in mind, boss?" Panzer asked, eyes narrowing. "Simple. If Jasper is obsessed with his brother, then Elijah has more value to us alive than dead," I told them. Jasper may be obsessed, but he isn't stupid enough to walk blindly into a trap, Caleb said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I heard he even met with Olivia of the Seville family to try and form an alliance. Contact her and offer her half of the Panessa Pac's assets once the war is done. That'll get her to mind her own business. Good idea, he said. The meeting came to an end. Panzer left the house without a word, leaving Caleb and me alone in the living room. What is it, Caleb? I asked, not in the mood for any more lectures about that Omega. Look, Nolan, he began cautiously. I know better than to lecture you, but as your second, I'd be failing in my duties if I didn't offer some advice. Fine, I sighed, already feeling irritated. What is it? Caleb hesitated before speaking. The men have seen Elijah, and they're getting restless. Panzer's been hyping up the idea of, well, you know. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. They're wondering why you haven't shared him yet. Now, I believe you when you say that you think the boy truly loved Aiden, and I respect your decision to keep him safe. Hell, even Panzer probably respects it to some extent. But the others won't. Let them talk, I growled, clenching my fists. Boss, they're out there risking their lives, killing and getting killed for Aiden's sake. They want revenge for what happened to him, and they know he died for that Omega. That's why I mentioned passing him around, to boost morale. But if you're not going to do that, then you need to claim the boy yourself. Mark him, make him yours. The men will accept him as your war trophy, but they won't accept him as your guest. With that, Caleb left the house. As much as I hated to admit it, Caleb was right. To the men, Elijah was nothing more than a spoil of war, and they wouldn't understand my reluctance to harm him. I thought about Elijah, with his angelic face and soft gray eyes. He was one of the most beautiful Omegas I had ever seen, and he wouldn't make a bad trophy at all. But the thought of marking him as my own felt wrong, almost incestuous. He was Aiden's mate, and claiming him would be like marking my own son-in-law. Fuck, I muttered under my breath, shaking my head to clear it of those thoughts. Instead, I called one of my servants over and ordered them to take a meal up to Elijah. But watch him closely, I added. Make sure he doesn't use the fork or anything to off himself. As the servant nodded and hurried off, I couldn't help but wonder if I was making the right decision. Protecting Elijah might have been what my heart wanted, but it certainly wasn't going to make things any easier within the Vice Kings. With Caleb's words still ringing in my ears, I made my way upstairs to Aiden's old room. It felt like a lifetime ago since I had last set foot in there. Each step seemed heavier than the last, as if my emotions were dragging me down with every movement. As I reached the door, I hesitated for a moment before slowly turning the knob and pushing it open. The room was just as my son had left it, the bed neatly made, his clothes folded and stored away, and an array of books and knickknacks lining the shelves. The scent of Aiden's alpha pheromones still lingered in the air. My gaze drifted toward the desk where Aiden's laptop sat, still on and in sleep mode. My hand trembled slightly as I touched the mouse pad, causing the screen to flicker to life. And there they were, smiling back at me from the wallpaper. Aiden and Elijah, happy together. But what caught my attention was the way they both touched Elijah's flat stomach, their expressions filled with hope and love. A dreadful realization sank in, making my heart pound even harder in my chest. Elijah could be pregnant, or he had been when that picture was taken. The thought sent a chill running down my spine. I left Aiden's room, feeling more conflicted than ever, and headed to my bedroom with dark wood furniture and rich fabrics adorning the space. My large four-poster bed loomed in the center, its black silk sheets contrasting sharply with the deep red velvet drapes. Upon entering, I went straight for Aiden's phone, which lay on the nightstand. Unlocking it, I began to search through the contents, desperate for anything that could confirm or deny my suspicions. I almost gasped as I found an appointment made last month with an underworld obstetrician. Shit, I muttered under my breath, my mind reeling from the discovery. Elijah could be carrying Aiden's child.
Chapter 9. Elijah. The servant entered, tossing me a clean robe and slippers, while another carried a tray of food. My stomach growled, but I turned my face away. No. You need to eat. He set the tray down, insistently. I clenched my fists, nails digging into palms. Nolan stalked in soon after, eyes hard as flint. Out! He barked at the servants. Nolan studied me in silence as I quickly slipped on the robe. His gaze dropped to my belly. Did you think you could hide it from me? His voice was low, controlled. I held his stare. Hide what? The child. He spat the word. You begged me to end you, knowing you carried my flesh and blood. The room seemed to tilt. I grasped the wall, steadying myself. But I stayed silent. Nolan's jaw twitched. For a moment, his hard facade cracked, revealing a hint of the man within. But then his expression darkened once more. He moved closer, eyes boring into mine, and placed a hand on my belly. I flinched at his touch, then forced myself still. His hand felt rough and calloused, yet strangely gentle. His eyes glistened for a moment and his breath caught in his throat as he gazed at my belly. But then his jaw tightened, his mouth becoming a hard line. An inner struggle played across his features, as if wrestling with some bitter pill he couldn't bring himself to swallow, the realization that some part of his son might live on, through this child he never expected or wanted. This is still my blood, my grandchild. He met my eyes again. I won't harm either of you. You have my word. But after the baby is born, you'll just kill me anyway, I whispered. My heart heavy with dread at the thought. Nolan sighed. I promise you, I have no intention of killing you. You no longer have anything to fear from me, he said, his voice gentle. Servants are preparing your room. You'll live with me, not just until the baby comes. Now eat. As I picked up the spoon, my hand trembled slightly from the fear that still lingered within me. Nolan's eyes were fixed on me, the corners of his lips lifting in a subtle smile as he watched me take my first bite. The food tasted better than I expected, but every mouthful carried with it a sense of uncertainty. Did my father die well? I asked hesitantly between bites. Did he suffer? Nolan's expression grew somber. He died bravely, he answered, and although I wanted to despise him for everything he'd done, the sincerity in his voice was evident. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, but I forced them back. I wouldn't let Nolan see me cry again. As much as I hated him for killing my father, if I wanted to live and to raise Aiden's child safely, I would have to take this twisted olive branch. Once I finished eating, servants entered the room, carrying clothing for me. They handed me a simple pair of jeans and a loose t-shirt, both of which appeared to be new. Even underwear had been provided. As I got dressed, I realized how vulnerable I felt without Aiden by my side, but I tried to push those thoughts away. I needed to focus on surviving, not just for myself, but for our unborn child too. I admit, trusting Nolan was difficult, and I wasn't foolish enough to believe he suddenly cared about me because I was carrying his grandchild. But I was wrong about Nolan not accepting this child, and that made me happy. But that didn't mean he accepted me. He probably just needed me safe and alive until I gave birth, and then... The denim hugged my hips snugly, while the t-shirt draped over my stomach, hiding any hint of my growing belly. It wasn't until I pulled on the underwear that I truly felt the full weight of my situation. The fabric was soft against my skin, a stark contrast to the rough journey I had endured. Thank you, I murmured. Try to rest now, Nolan instructed, his tone gentler than I had ever heard it before. You're safe here, Elijah. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously stepped out of the windowless room. My heart raced as I glanced down the empty hallway, wondering if this newfound freedom was merely an illusion. I ventured further into the house, my footsteps echoing against the polished marble floors. The luxurious surroundings were overwhelming, and I couldn't help but imagine Aiden walking through these halls, his laughter filling the air. How I wished to have experienced this place with him under better circumstances. As I explored, I caught faint traces of Aiden's pheromones, though they could have been Nolan's. The scents were similar yet distinct. Aiden's was warm and inviting, while Nolan's had a sharper edge, bolder and more aggressive. I breathed them in, feeling a mixture of longing and trepidation. "Imagine that," I whispered to myself. "Aiden, living here." The grandeur of the mansion was a stark contrast to that grimy room I was locked in. I wondered what secrets these walls held, what stories they could tell. With each step I took through the sprawling mansion, I realized that this was now my reality, a life dictated by Nolan Sharp and the Damocles swinging above my head. But for Aiden, for our child, I would face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to find some semblance of peace amidst the chaos. This room had to be Aiden's bedroom. I was sure it was his, even though I'd never been here before. The room looked as calm and put together as he had always been. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the meticulously arranged furniture. I hesitated at the threshold, feeling a wave of emotions wash over me. This was where my alpha had slept, had lived his life away from our stolen moments together. I looked around, taking in every detail as if trying to piece together the man I had cared about through these fragments of his existence. My eyes fell on the walk-in closet, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open, revealing rows upon rows of Aiden's clothes. Some of them I remembered him wearing on our dates, the fabric brushing against my skin as he held me close. My body ached with longing for him, an emptiness that seemed to grow with each passing day. What I had with him may not have been love yet, but I still cared for him deeply. I reached out to touch one of his shirts, feeling the soft material between my fingertips. Overwhelmed by the urge to be close to him, I brought it to my face and inhaled deeply. His scent was faint, but unmistakably there, the rich, earthy aroma I had known so well. I had been taking pheromone inhibitor pills to help me cope after his death, but since my kidnapping, I had missed a dose. Now my body craved my alpha more than ever. Gathering more of Aiden's clothes around me, I began to sniff them hungrily, desperate for any connection to the man I had lost. I sank down in the corner of the walk-in closet, surrounded by his essence, and finally allowed myself to break. Everything I had been through came crashing down on me. I had almost died, assaulted by my own brother, and now kidnapped by the very man who had killed my father. The grief was suffocating, and yet in this place, wrapped in Aiden's scent, I could breathe. I closed my eyes, trying to hold on to the memory of his strong arms wrapped around me, comforting and protective. I breathed deep, as if I was holding my breath for a long time. Saying I wanted to die was easy when dying was the only choice you had. But feeling even this small shred of safety was already scrambling my head. The relief I felt when Nolan said he would protect me. I tried to push it back, to not believe him, but being away from that windowless room into an actual home, surrounded by Aiden's things and the traces of his scent, I couldn't maintain my hardened stance. "Forgive me, Aiden," I whispered, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. "I want to live. I want to live and see our child born. I want to play with them and see your smile etched across their face. If Nolan lets me live after birthing our child, I swear I'll do whatever it takes to protect our pup." As sleep finally claimed me, I whispered a silent prayer to Aiden, wherever he might be. Chapter 10. Elijah. I woke up, still tired, my body aching. The scent of Aiden's clothes filled my nostrils as I realized I was still huddled in his closet. I spotted Nolan standing at the entrance, his eyes piercing as always. I was beginning to believe that he just had a resting bitch face like no other. What are you going to do to me?" I stammered, expecting the worst. To my surprise, instead of lashing out, Nolan approached me and gently picked me up, cradling me in his strong arms. He carried me over to Aiden's bed, where he carefully laid me down on the soft mattress. I'll leave," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "No," Nolan said gruffly. "You can stay in Aiden's old room instead." His words surprised me, but I wasn't about to question him. I settled into the bed, reluctantly as I tried to trust Nolan's promise not to hurt me again. As exhaustion took over, I drifted back to sleep with the lingering mixture of scents comforting me. The next morning, I was roused awake by the sound of the door opening. Nolan entered, carrying a tray of breakfast for me. I sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, unsure of how to respond to his unexpected kindness. As he placed the tray on the bedside table, our hands brushed against each other, sending a surprising jolt of electricity through me. We both paused, our gazes locked for a moment, startled by the spark between us. "Thank you," I murmured, unable to tear my eyes away from his until he finally looked away. "Enjoy your breakfast," he said gruffly, leaving the room with a soft click of the door. I heard the patter of dogs outside the door and him ordering them away. After finishing my breakfast, I gathered the empty dishes and cautiously made my way downstairs. As I approached the kitchen, I caught a glimpse of Nolan in the grand dining room adjacent to it. The opulence was overwhelming. High ceilings adorned with intricate molding, luxurious velvet drapes cascading down tall windows, and a massive crystal chandelier casting shimmering light across the polished wooden table that could easily seat 20 people. "Come here, Elijah," Nolan called without looking up from his tablet. Swallowing my anxiety, I stepped into the dining room. "I need to know your clothing and style preferences. I want to get you some new clothes." Thank you," I stammered, hesitantly describing my usual preference for simple, comfortable clothing. I wasn't sure if he cared to understand color seasons, so I simply described the light summer colors I knew looked nice on me. Nolan nodded, making notes on his tablet before dismissing me with a curt nod. Over the next few days, I tried my best to stay out of Nolan's way, confining myself to Aiden's room and venturing out only to return my used dishes. The food they provided was consistently savory, leaving me craving something sweet. Thirst gnawing at me, I couldn't stand it anymore. I thought it would be rude to ask a servant to fetch something for me, so I decided to go downstairs and find some sweets myself. As I descended the stairs, I noticed the unmistakable scent of a pheromone neutralizer, probably one of those plug-in scents designed to dispel pheromones. In my opinion, there were far better brands available. This one seemed cheap and just overpowered the senses with its strong perfume. Maybe Nolan was trying to mask his own alpha scent, or perhaps he was attempting to minimize the effect of my omega presence. Entering the kitchen, I was shocked to find the one called Caleb standing there, his imposing presence causing me to freeze in place. I tried to leave, but he called out, "Come back." With a sigh, I knew I couldn't ignore his command and turned around. "Is Nolan treating you well?" Caleb asked, his brown eyes searching for any sign of deceit. Yes, he is," I replied hesitantly, my voice barely a whisper. Being around another alpha and member of the Vice Kings made me uneasy, but I couldn't deny that Nolan had been surprisingly considerate. "Really? He hasn't claimed you yet?" Caleb's eyebrows rose in surprise, his gaze narrowing. "Claimed me?" My heart raced at the thought, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. "Why would he?" "Kid, if you want to keep breathing, you better make him claim you." Caleb's words were like a punch to the gut, leaving me breathless and shocked. "If you don't want to make things harder on Nolan and yourself, then you will do whatever it takes to make him mark you as his omega. Staying here isn't free." Caleb explained how my presence had placed Nolan in a terrible position. Caleb believed I should have left Aiden alone, that I started this chain reaction. In other words, if I thought being pregnant with Aiden's child would be enough to save me from the Vice King's retribution, I was painfully mistaken. I would always be hated, and the pressure was on Nolan to either take his revenge or claim me, as his love for family would be weaponized against him. I swallowed hard and was glad when he left the kitchen. The sound of other Vice Kings coming in and out of the house pulled me from my thoughts. By the chatter I heard, it seemed like they were meeting up for a pack run. I was jealous. I wanted to run too, but that activity was only done with a pack you trusted. Clutching my snacks tightly, I anxiously avoided them, ducking behind furniture and taking careful steps as I made my way toward the stairs. I heard the dogs down a narrow hallway and decided to peep in on them. I've always loved dogs, even if I got off on the wrong foot with these three. I saw them in what looked like a kennel room eating and drinking. They seemed relaxed and taken care of, but I didn't like seeing dogs locked up. Though, I wouldn't trust having them walk free while I was. I went back to Aiden's room and spent the rest of the day hiding there, refusing to leave until the pack was gone. Eventually, a knock on the door startled me. It was Nolan. He carried an armful of new clothes, all in my style, and fitting perfectly. As he laid them out on the bed, I couldn't help but be touched by the gesture, seeing the capacity for care and generosity beneath his hardened exterior. Along with the clothes, he had also brought takeout Chinese food. "Thank you," I managed, my voice choked with emotion. As I ate, I couldn't stop thinking about what Caleb had told me, how making Nolan mark me could be the only way to protect both of us. The Chinese food sat heavy in my stomach, the taste of sweet and sour sauce lingering on my lips. I reclined against the plush pillows on Aiden's bed, running my fingers over the soft fabric of the new clothes Nolan had given me. The fine material was a tangible reminder of his unexpected kindness, and it made my heart race as I tried to reconcile this version of Nolan with the cold, ruthless man I knew him to be. "Hey," Nolan said softly, breaking the silence as he leaned against the doorframe. I didn't know when he had returned. His muscular arms were crossed over his broad chest, his short black hair neatly combed, and his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "How are you feeling?" "Okay, I guess," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Thank you for the clothes and the food." "Of course," he murmured, pushing himself off the doorframe and taking a few steps toward me. Every muscle in my body tensed at his proximity, but I forced myself to remain still. "You don't have to hide away in here all day, Elijah. This is your home now, too." His words should have comforted me, but instead they only served to remind me of Caleb's warning, that my presence here could be dangerous for both of us. And yet, there was something in Nolan's eyes that gave me hope. "Your gang." I started hesitantly, my fingers twisting together in my lap. "Do they resent me? For being here, I mean." Nolan's jaw clenched, and for a moment I worried that I had pushed him too far. But then he exhaled slowly, his eyes never leaving mine as he said, "They may not understand it, but they respect my decisions. And I've decided that you belong here, with me." "Even if it means putting yourself at risk?" I asked, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. "Especially then," he replied, a fierce determination in his gaze that both scared and excited me. "I care about my people, but they should know better than anyone that I won't take orders from anybody. If they have a problem with my decision, then they better talk to me about it."
Chapter 11. Nolan. The dim light of the living room cast a warm glow on Elijah's face, making him look more vulnerable than ever. I couldn't help but think he was like a lost little lamb, even after my attempts to make him feel more comfortable in my home. I didn't just want to protect him, I also wanted him to feel at ease around me. "Hey," I said, my voice low and gentle, trying not to startle him. "How about we eat dinner together tonight? It might help you feel more at home." Elijah seemed surprised by my suggestion, his gray eyes widening for a moment before he nodded hesitantly. "Yeah, sure, that sounds nice." I was about to order delivery when Elijah spoke up again. "You know, I've been missing a home-cooked meal. Takeout is good, but nothing beats something made from scratch." "Ah, well, my chef has been out sick for a few days, so I've been relying on takeout myself," I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck. "I'm a terrible cook." Elijah smiled softly, his shoulders relaxing. "It's easy, really. How about I cook for us? Or better yet, we can cook together." The thought of spending time with Elijah in the kitchen, learning from him, intrigued me. I couldn't resist the opportunity to see him become more relaxed in my presence. "All right," I agreed, pushing aside my doubts. "Let's do it." We headed to the kitchen, and Elijah began rifling through the pantry and fridge. I can make some mac and cheese with bacon and lobster bits, he suggested, holding up a container of cooked lobster pieces for my inspection. Are you sure that's safe? I asked skeptically. It's been in there for a while. Elijah sniffed the container and frowned. It might be okay, but I'm not confident. No guts, no glory, right? Right, I agreed with a chuckle. I picked some pork ribs from the freezer, and we got to work. As we cooked together, Elijah instructed me on how to make his spicy BBQ sauce, while I clumsily followed his lead. Our bodies brushed against each other as we moved around the kitchen, exchanging lingering glances. The scent of Elijah's pheromones filled my nostrils, making it difficult to focus on anything else. When dinner was ready, we sat down to eat, and I opened a bottle of sparkling wine to celebrate our efforts. We talked for hours, getting to know each other better while carefully avoiding any mention of Elijah's father or the war. Our conversation flowed easily, and I found myself drawn in by the gentle warmth of the Omega's personality. I couldn't help but think how much I wanted this. Him, in my life. Was this the charm that captured my son? After we finished our dinner, Elijah and I moved to the spacious couch in the living room, sinking into its plush cushions. The dim lighting cast shadows across the room, adding a sense of intimacy to the space which made me turn on a few lights to brighten the space up. We continued to talk, but our conversation took an unexpected turn. You know, you use the cheap stuff, Elijah said, wrinkling his nose. I noticed you're using that cheap pheromone blocker. You know there are better brands out there, right? The cheap ones sting the nose, and I can still smell your pheromones. He shifted uncomfortably. Really? I asked, feeling self-conscious. I didn't realize it was that obvious. It is. Elijah offered with a small smile. I'll write down a list of the good stuff. Why don't you buy it yourself? But the air between us crackled as I reached for my wallet and handed him my card. Our fingers brushed against each other, causing my cock to twitch. As we held each other's gaze, time seemed to slow down, and the rest of the world faded away. Unable to resist any longer, I gently touched the Omega's delicate face, my thumb tracing the curve of his cheekbone as I leaned in closer, our breaths mingling, and for a split second, I thought about kissing him. What the hell was I thinking? I thought of Aiden standing in the room watching me with a disapproving glare, and that alone was enough to make me back off. I pulled back, the heat and tension between us lingering like a heavy fog. I meant to give that card to you earlier, I murmured, my voice barely above a whisper. Use it on whatever you need, but you'll have to buy online for the time being. You don't trust me going out? The Omega side-eyed me as he sipped his drink. Yes and no. We're in the middle of a war. It's better to not take any chances. I looked at the sparkling wine in my hand and the quiet intimacy of the room despite my efforts to brighten up the place. This was dangerous. Elijah was incredibly beautiful, and his scent alone was enough to make my body ache with desire. His resilient personality only made him more appealing, and I knew I needed to put some distance between us before I lost control. I kept repeating in my head that he was my son-in-law and therefore off-limits. Hearing Fritz, one of my dogs, whine to go out presented the perfect opportunity to stop. I have to let my dogs out. Will they? They won't harm you, I swear it. Even if you let them walk around freely? The first time they met you, you were an intruder to them. How about we let them out together and I can give you a small tour of the estate? There are some beautiful spots I'd love to show you. Really? He replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I'd love that. I let the boys out, ordering them to line up like the good boys they are, and introduce them. The guy with the happy-go-lucky expression on his face is Fritz. He hasn't quite nailed the menacing dog look yet. Fritz whined in disapproval at my critique of him. Elijah laughed. Don't listen to him. You looked menacing enough to me. The one who practically looks all black is Viggy. Hello, Viggy. Elijah waved at him, which I thought was just too damn cute. Viggy lifted his paw for the Omega to take, which he did, albeit hesitantly before I saw him sigh and relax. And this big guy with the extra girth is Zeke. He's not fat, he's just big-boned. Elijah chuckled, now petting the three of them who gave him a whiff with my permission. We wolves took to dogs well and vice versa. Perhaps it was because of those lingering wolf genetics and instincts left over during their evolution. But they listened well without all the backtalk, and as the years went by, I found myself more drawn to having dogs around me than wolves. We walked through the sprawling grounds of my estate under the moonlit sky with the boys running around. I showed him the various gardens and courtyards that had once been Aiden's favorite places. As we explored, I occasionally reached out to touch Elijah's arm or back in a gentle, affectionate way. Each time our skin connected, warmth spread through me, but I knew I had to keep myself in check. To my surprise, Elijah seemed to enjoy my touch, and it was clear that something was growing between us. Though I hardly doubt it was love. I had hurt him and threatened him more than once. I killed his people, and as far as he knew, I killed his family. He was in my den surrounded by hungry wolves. I was one of them. My goal was only to give him the illusion of freedom and control to reduce the stress he was placed under, and right now I was perhaps his savior in a strange way. His life was in my hands, and I was sure he was smart enough to understand that. Of course, he would lean into my touch, even if it was against his will. I genuinely didn't want to take advantage of that, so for both our sakes, I needed to maintain my restraint. "Thanks for showing me around, Nolan," Elijah said as we returned to the house, "but I'm really tired and should get some rest." "Of course," I replied, struggling to hide the disappointment in my voice. "Sleep well, Elijah." "Good night, Nolan," he whispered before disappearing down the hallway. As I stood there alone, the weight of my desire for him threatened to crush me. As I watched Elijah disappear, my breath caught in my throat. What was happening to me? The lingering scent of his pheromones hung heavily in the air, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. I've met plenty of omegas over the years, and none had this effect on me. I was too damn old to be running around with my nose wide open over some young thing. Too old for this perfect mate nonsense. The feel of his soft skin beneath my fingertips had been intoxicating, and the way he looked at me with those innocent gray eyes stirred something within me that I hadn't felt in years. "Fuck," I muttered under my breath, running a hand through my hair in frustration. It wasn't right. Elijah was Aiden's omega, not mine. They had loved each other deeply, and it was because of that love that Elijah now carried my grandchild. My only focus should be on keeping them safe. "Get a grip, Nolan," I whispered to myself, trying to regain control over my racing thoughts. But even as I uttered the words, I knew deep down that they were nothing more than lies. I didn't just want to protect Elijah. I wanted him for myself. Perhaps I wanted him the first time I saw him. And that realization scared the shit out of me. I went to my office, my fists clenched, causing my tattoos to stand out sharply against my taut skin. My guilt suffocated me. I needed to clear my head to escape this maddening desire. "I need a drink," I muttered, making my way to the bar. I poured myself a generous glass of the amber liquid, hoping it would help dull the ache inside me. The burn of the alcohol as it slid down my throat did little to quench the fire, but it was better than nothing. "Damn it, Aiden," I said to no one in particular, staring into the swirling depths of my drink. "Why'd you have to leave like this?" "Mr. Sharp," a voice called out from the doorway, snapping me back to reality. "I'm busy," I growled, not bothering to look up. Chapter 12. Nolan. "It's me, Elijah," the voice said softly. I froze. What was he doing here? I quickly set aside my glass and turned around to face him. He stood there in the doorway, a faint blush on his cheeks from the warmth of the house. His gaze met mine, and something inside me stirred to life. "Elijah," I said, my voice low, "what are you doing here?" He shifted nervously from one foot to the other before speaking up. "I was going to use my card, but it wasn't activated." He held out the card tentatively for me to take, his gray eyes searching mine for an answer. "Oh," I said dumbly as I accepted it from him. Without thinking of the consequences, I stepped closer and reached out for him tentatively. He froze beneath my touch, and let out a small gasp but didn't pull away, which only made me desire him more. Suddenly, all rational thought went out of my mind, and all I wanted to do was kiss him, so I did exactly that. I grabbed Elijah tightly in my arms and kissed him with all the emotion that had been raging inside of me since Aiden's death. For those few moments in time, we were completely engulfed in each other. Nothing else mattered except this moment we shared together here and now. I snatched Elijah off the ground and plopped him onto my desk, causing the items upon it to scatter. We went straight for each other's mouths with an intensity I had never felt before, our tongues dancing in a sea of sensations. An electrical current ran through us, setting me on fire. I grasped Elijah tightly in my arms, almost as if I wanted to swallow him whole, yet Aiden's ghost lingered in the corner of the room, a reminder of what I was doing and who I was betraying. Elijah grabbed a fistful of my hair, his salty tears slipping down his face, and I tasted each one before my lips grazed the fading mating mark on his throat. "You smell like Aiden right now." The Omega breathed as he held me close. We then pulled away from one another, as if he could read my thoughts. We both knew where this could lead, but we also know it won't. I stepped back and watched as Elijah fled from the office like a frightened animal. Aiden's ghost glared at me with anger and betrayal, his face contorted in a mask of anguish. "Well, look at you. I always knew you were a selfish bastard, but this takes the cake," he hissed. "You chased away every good lover you had 'cause you were nothing but a jerk who used and abused others for your own personal gain. Now you're rotting away in this big fat house of yours all alone, and your answer to your loneliness is what? My mate? Aiden, I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you." I choked out the words. "But you did," he cried. "All I ever wanted was to escape this shit life, to find love and peace of mind far away from you. Did you know that? That I was going to run away with Elijah?" "Yes." Unable to meet his gaze, I poured myself another drink and tossed it back. "I guess I can't run anywhere now. Not from you or my mate who you're so hell-bent on using for your own sick pleasure." He laughed. "You claim you can protect him? Don't make me laugh. Is that the same protection you claimed I would have when you made me your heir?" I hung my head in shame. "You're right. I was a fool. I should have protected you, guided you to a better path. Instead, I dragged you into this life and now you've paid the price for my sins." I slammed my fist to my chest. "You didn't just drag me in, you forced me into it," Aiden said. "You were so obsessed with power and control that you never asked me what I wanted. You wanted me to be nothing but a spitting image of yourself. Did you ever once think of what I wanted?" "No, I didn't," I admitted, my voice cracking. "I was selfish and only thought of myself. You deserved so much better, my son. And now it's too late. I'm sorry, Aiden, for failing you as a father. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't deserve forgiveness." "You're damned right you don't. I swear I won't lay another hand on that Omega. I will protect them no matter what. We'll see."
Elijah. The morning sun slipped through the curtains, casting a dim glow over the room as I awoke. My heart raced as memories of being close to Nolan the night before flooded my mind. The taste of him still lingered on my lips, and though a part of me yearned for more, guilt gnawed at me for betraying Aiden. I tried to remind myself of all the horrible things Nolan had done, but I found myself unable to stop myself from defending him. The Vice Kings had left us alone despite the problems our packs had in the past. Nolan could have destroyed us for the territory we possessed ages ago, but didn't, and we started this war by murdering his son. Of course, he would want to murder us. And why would he just believe that my father was innocent when Jasper is supposed to take orders from him? Even I believed father had Aiden killed. I sighed, pushing away the tangled sheets and swung my legs over the side of the bed. "Keep it together, Elijah," I whispered, trying to stifle the whirlwind of emotions within me. Did I ever feel this way for Aiden? I mean, the young alpha was attractive, but I didn't recall having him on my mind to this extent. I liked Aiden and enjoyed his company, and I truly believed I could love him eventually, but no, I don't think it was like this at all. I pulled on a simple shirt and pants, leaving my hair loose around my shoulders. As I stepped into the hallway, I caught sight of Nolan looking worn out and hungover. He leaned against the wall, his cold eyes barely registering my presence. "Good morning," I muttered, feeling an ache in my chest as he gave me a curt nod, but said nothing. He brushed past me, his strong alpha pheromones filling the air, leaving me craving his touch once more against my better judgment. Over the next few days, Nolan was hardly ever home, leaving me feeling lonely and confused. The war between our families should have been over since my father and brother's deaths, and yet, it seemed like nothing had truly changed. The emptiness of the house only amplified my growing anxiety. I let the dogs out more often, enjoying their company on the couch with me as I watched TV. Nolan protested, the few times he bothered to come home. But I ignored him, and he eventually stopped scolding me about letting them out. "Where is he?" I asked myself, wandering the halls aimlessly with Fritz by my side as servants scurried about, attending to their duties. I missed my friends, those who understood me and offered comfort during trying times. I longed for someone to talk to, but it felt like there was no one left. My thoughts drifted back to Aiden, and I couldn't help but feel the need to be closer to him. With a heavy heart, I made my way to his closet, hoping to find solace among his belongings. Perhaps it would wipe all traces of desire for his father out of my mind, but as I stepped inside, I found a servant cleaning the room. My heart dropped when I saw that all of Aiden's clothes on the closet floor were gone. "Where are they?" I demanded, my voice cracking with desperation. The servant looked up, startled by my sudden appearance. I washed them," he stammered. "They were on the floor, so I thought it was best to clean them. They'll be brought up soon." "Damn it," I exploded, anger and distress bubbling over. "I needed those clothes." "I'm sorry, sir," the servant apologized, his eyes wide with fear. "Get out!" I shouted. The servant quickly scurried away, leaving me standing alone in the now barren closet. And I felt guilty about yelling the moment he was gone. I never raised my voice to the help before. I was always well-liked back home. Now I was becoming a tyrant, and I hated it. My chest tightened, tears threatening to spill over as I leaned against the wall, feeling more lost than ever. What the hell was I going to do now? Without Aiden's scent, I bit at my nails as I left the room. Nolan wasn't here yet. He hadn't been here all day as usual. I was sure the servants would have his room cleaned before he came home. I walked steadily down the hall until I reached his room, his pheromones getting bolder as I slowly opened the door. His scent was like Aiden's, and yet not at the same time. It would do. I needed this, I rationalized. After all, he said he would do anything to protect me and my baby, and right now I was slowly going mad without Aiden's scent. Loneliness gnawed at my insides as I found myself wandering through Nolan's eerily empty bedroom. The gothic decor and dark red velvet curtains blocking out the sunlight matched his mysterious aura perfectly. The room seemed to be a sanctuary from the chaos of our lives, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it. I climbed into his large, inviting bed, immediately enveloped by his intoxicating scent. My body reacted instantly, responding to the pheromones that lingered in the sheets. My cock grew hard as I allowed myself to indulge in the fantasy of Aiden touching me, exploring every inch of my body with his hands and tongue. The thought of him sent shivers down my spine, causing my breathing to hitch. But then, just as quickly, my mind shifted, replacing Aiden's face with Nolan's. I was torn between the two alphas. Both father and son had left an indelible mark on me in one way or the other. My hand crept down to my throbbing erection, gripping it firmly as I imagined Nolan dominating me, taking me roughly and claiming me as his own. "Fuck," I moaned softly, pumping my cock slowly at first, then picking up speed as my fantasies intensified. In my mind's eye, I saw Nolan pinning me down, his muscular body overpowering mine, his cold blue eyes boring into me as he fucked me with savage abandon. My other hand wandered to my nipple, twisting it mercilessly as my body writhed in pleasure. The combination of pain and ecstasy pushed me closer to the edge, my hips bucking involuntarily as I pleasured myself. My breaths came in ragged gasps, my entire being consumed by lustful thoughts of the two alphas. "Please, Aiden, Nolan," I whimpered, unable to hold back any longer. With a guttural cry, I reached my climax, hot cum spilling onto my stomach and chest. Still panting from my orgasm, I wiped myself off with a corner of the bedsheet and stared at the ceiling. "You are a fucking weirdo, Elijah." Chapter 13. Elijah. Hoping to somehow bridge the growing distance between Nolan and me, I decided to make dinner for us that evening. Maybe if we shared a meal and spent time together, we could find a way to move forward and lay off the silent treatment. He still didn't have much in the fridge, and in my effort to lessen my presence in the house since that night in his office, I accepted the takeout Nolan kept ordering even as the pantry was running low on snacks. But now, this was too much to handle. My sweet tooth demanded more sweets, and I was sick to death of takeout, especially since he's been ordering from the same Italian restaurant since I complimented it. I appreciated the gesture, and hell, maybe it was his way of trying to bridge the gap, but I needed to taste something else. I took the last ingredients in the fridge and made beef and mushrooms with mashed potatoes. This was it, the last of any semblance of food, other than a bunch of condiments. And I found the can of mushrooms in the back. Thankfully, it wasn't near the expiration date. The aroma of the home-cooked meal filled the kitchen. Now this was comforting. Hopefully this was enough to get us back on track. We'll forget about what happened between us. But when Nolan finally arrived, my hopes were dashed. He stumbled through the door, obviously drunk, accompanied by a flashy Omega who looked like he'd been plucked straight from a nightclub. The cocky Omega sneered at my carefully prepared dinner, cruelly mocking it and calling me fat. "Actually, I'm pregnant," I retorted defensively. Nolan's eyes narrowed as he snapped at the party boy Omega to shut up. The Omega pouted, questioning whether Nolan cared about me, referring to me as this Omega. Nolan's reply was cold and blunt. "No, I don't give a damn about him and you shouldn't either." My heart sank, jealousy and worry surging as they headed upstairs to Nolan's bedroom, leaving me behind. I huffed and tried to not let it get to me, but another sickening feeling took over. What would become of me if Nolan decided he no longer wanted me around? If I was too much of a burden, would he cast me aside after I gave birth? The sounds of their loud, rough sex echoed down the hallway. The rhythmic pounding of flesh against flesh, the sharp smacks of skin connecting, the guttural moans and growls of pleasure. Each sound was a dagger twisting in my chest, leaving me feeling utterly lost. The next morning, I stood in the kitchen preparing leftovers for breakfast, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The scent of reheated food filled the air, but my mind was elsewhere, wondering if I should eat alone in my room or stay downstairs. A part of me longed to see Nolan again, despite what happened last night. If he kept that Omega around, Caleb's words echoed in my thoughts. Getting Nolan to mark me would mean protection, even if it wasn't love. I knew that better than anyone, having accepted Aiden's mark without love attached to it. But look at what that got us. Poor Aiden lost his life, and I was left a soon-to-be single Fama. But Aiden wasn't Nolan. Perhaps the outcome could be different now. Nolan wouldn't be killed so easily. In this dangerous world, perhaps being in the arms of the dragon was the safest position one could hope for. As I pondered my options, Nolan entered the kitchen, his party boy Omega clinging to his arm like a leech. My stomach churned as the Omega nonchalantly grabbed some of my food without asking, his rude demeanor only making me angrier. "Ugh, this is so bland," he sneered. "Nolan, babe, we should just stay in all day and make love instead of eating this crap." I bit my lip, trying to contain my fury as I focused on my plate. Nolan, however, looked at the Omega with cold disdain. "I don't recall giving you permission to make plans for us," he snapped. The Omega pouted, clearly taken aback by Nolan's harsh tone. "But baby," he whined, only to be cut off once more. "Get out of my house," Nolan growled, the venom in his voice unmistakable. What? The Omega stammered, shock and hurt evident in his features. "Get the fuck out of my house," Nolan roared, leaving no room for argument. Blinking back tears, the Omega swiftly left the kitchen, his face a mixture of disbelief and humiliation. As the door slammed shut behind him, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. I said nothing, though, choosing to keep my thoughts to myself as I continued eating my breakfast. The tension in the air was palpable, but for now, at least, I had a small victory. Nolan had chosen me over the Omega, even if it was just for that moment. And in this unforgiving world, I would grasp at any shred of hope I could find. I scooped more leftovers onto my plate and glanced at Nolan. "Do you want some?" I asked tentatively. "No," he replied curtly, his icy eyes unreadable as he strode into the kitchen. He grabbed a glass from the cabinet, cracked an egg into it, and downed the concoction in one gulp. The raw egg slid down his throat, leaving a shiny trail on his full lips. "About what happened the other night in your office?" I began hesitantly, hoping to address the elephant in the room. It was a conversation we had been avoiding for a while, but I couldn't stand the uncertainty any longer. Was it really just a mistake? Nolan slammed the empty glass onto the counter, making me flinch. "Yes," he growled, his voice full of finality. "It won't happen again." Without another word, he turned on his heel and left the house, the door slamming shut behind him like a gunshot. As I stared blankly at my plate, my appetite gone, I couldn't help but feel torn. The past called to me with sweet memories of Aiden, while the present taunted me with the uncertain allure of Nolan. What if Nolan could protect me? Love me even? I sighed, my fingers tracing the edge of my plate as I pondered my predicament. Aiden's memory would forever hold a place in my heart, but Nolan? He was an enigma that both frightened and intrigued me. The darkness within him seemed impenetrable, yet I couldn't help but wonder if there was a hidden depth, a spark that could save us both. Or maybe I didn't need the light. Perhaps just being sheltered while in the dark was enough. "Where do I belong?" I whispered to myself, my voice barely audible. I retreated to the sanctuary of my bedroom, my chest heavy with heartache and confusion. My gaze fell upon the bed as I recalled the countless nights I'd spent wrapped in Aiden's arms in our favorite hotel suite, his gentle whispers lulling me to sleep. "Where do I belong?" I murmured again. My fingers brushed against the cool sheets. That question threatened to crush me, to leave me breathless. I couldn't deny that my body hungered for Nolan's touch, and for pure survival, I would need a strong alpha to mark me again, and you couldn't get any stronger than Nolan. But there was still something about him that terrified me. What if I lost myself? What if I lost that desire to strive for hope and a better life that Aiden had instilled in me, and I ended up no different than some jaded mob boss's husband? "Please," my hands clutching at the pillow, as if it could somehow bring Aiden back to me. "Tell me what to do." But the silence that answered me was deafening, a stark reminder of just how alone I was. With each passing moment, I felt more and more like a stranger in my own life, trapped in an endless cycle of longing and despair. As the night wore on, I clung to Aiden's memory like a lifeline, lost in a torrent of grief and uncertainty that showed no sign of abating. "Where do I belong?" I asked one final time, my voice barely a whisper in the stillness of the room. But there was no answer, only silence and my own fears. Chapter 14. Elijah. The raucous laughter of a few men outside drifted through the open window, their rough voices mingling with the clink of glasses. The clock said it was sometime in the afternoon, which meant I must have been asleep for a few hours. I peered out the window, which gave me the perfect view of the large backyard. It wasn't as beautiful as the grounds of my estate back home, but it wasn't bad. A bunch of tatted-up men hung out by the pool, drinking and joking, the smell of BBQ making my mouth water. The sight of them made my stomach churn, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Nolan's muscular form as he threw back his head, laughing at something one of his men said. Suddenly, the door to my room creaked open and I whipped around, heart in my throat. A stranger slipped inside, his movements swift and silent like a feral cat. I was about to cry out when he placed his hand over my mouth, silencing me. "Easy now," he whispered. His gap-toothed grin was unnerving. "My name's Critter. I'm here to help you. I'm a friend of your father's." I shoved his hand away. "My father is dead. Get out." "No, that's what Nolan wanted you to think." He showed me a secret Panessa hand sign and added, "They're safe with a man who has a large mole on his chin." "Mole?" He was referring to my father's best friend, a man named Alaric. My eyes widened. "How do you know all that?" "Because your father and brother are alive. They're in hiding." Of course, Nolan would lie. I sighed. If I had no family to return to, then it was like holding myself hostage. "Jasper needs a favor from you." "Jasper?" I choked out. The thought of my brother still being alive terrified me. But if father was still alive, then I could get back to him somehow. Maybe I could tell him what happened with Jasper, and we could get away from him. Let him have our dying pack. "When can I leave this place?" I asked, eager to leave. If my father still lived, then I wouldn't have to remain here. No more Nolan, no more having to live in equal parts anxiety and desire. I could tell him about what Jasper did to me, and together we could get away from this life. He didn't even know I was pregnant. I sighed, feeling naive and foolish just as the thoughts formed. My father had been a part of the underworld for decades. Expecting him to leave it outside of a casket was just wishful thinking. No matter what I wanted or who I remained with, I was stuck here. It was just a matter of who I took a chance with, my father or Nolan. I trusted my father completely. I just didn't trust Jasper, and Jasper was still a threat to him. As much as he disappointed me, I didn't want him to die. He was my father, and I still loved him. A part of me thought about asking Nolan to help me kill Jasper, but I laughed at that thought. He was determined to kill off my entire family. "Not yet," Critter replied, furrowing his brow. "Maybe a few days or a week or so. You need to stay here for now." "A week?" Panic seized me. "I can't stay here any longer." "Listen, Elijah," he argued, his voice firm. "The pack is nearly destroyed because of your actions." He spat. "The least you can do is turn the tide in our favor." "Fine," I conceded, my voice barely audible. "I'll do it. But tell my father I'm pregnant and ask him if he still wants me to remain here." I felt conflicted because I felt I was being used by my own family. I always felt used. I questioned inwardly why my father wouldn't pull me out of this place straight away. Was he really willing to risk my life like this? Was he really so desperate? It was his order to keep you here as a spy. We're scrambling right now, and no one gets special treatment, not even you. Critter's face softened as he placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, which I shrugged off. "I promise I'll help you in secret. You pass the information to me, and I'll report it to Jasper. When I feel you've gathered enough info, we escape." I couldn't believe this. My own father was willing to put me in danger for the sake of the family. I felt trapped with no way out. On one hand, my life was being gambled to save my family, and on the other, I didn't know if Nolan was preparing to get rid of me in the future. I wanted to scream. I felt like I wasn't walking on solid ground. Maybe the answer was getting the hell out of this place, and the only way to do that was to give in to my father's demands. I just wanted a solid place to land. Critter had left me alone, and I took the opportunity to slip into Nolan's bedroom while he was outside with his pack. I guess the alpha hardly spending time at home would be more of a positive than negative now. Although he usually took his laptop with him on most of his outings. Now it was perched on his dresser. I spotted Nolan's sleek black laptop on the dresser, an inviting opportunity for me to gather some information. If he didn't have any info on his PC, then where else would it be? Surprisingly, there was no password protection on it. He may not look it, but he really is an older man, I smirked. Who the hell doesn't password protect their tech? As I began sifting through files and documents, I didn't exactly know what I was looking for. Perhaps anything that might seem useful or incriminating, I supposed. But before I could find anything worthwhile, the door to the room burst open, and the wild one called Panzer stormed in. Caught you, you sneaky little whore, he snarled, slamming the laptop shut and throwing me against the dresser. Get off me, I demanded, but my voice shook with fear. Playing Nolan just like you played Aiden, huh? Panzer mocked, his dark green eyes filled with malice. You never loved Aiden, did you? Shut your mouth, I snapped, my anger momentarily overpowering my terror. You know nothing about us. Panzer raised his hand, ready to strike me, when the door flew open. Chapter 15. Elijah. Panzer, stand down, Nolan commanded. Boss, you can't trust him, Panzer argued, gesturing towards me. He's a spy. I caught him snooping through your shit. Let's make him the property of the Vice Kings. Let everyone share his sweet Omega pussy tonight. Watch your fucking tongue, Nolan growled, stepping forward and grabbing Panzer by the collar. Their alpha pheromones clashed, creating an air so thick I could hardly breathe. Or what? Panzer taunted, pushing Nolan away. You're going soft for the Omega, aren't you? In that moment, their fists started flying, and the room was filled with the sounds of flesh pounding against flesh and furniture being knocked over. I watched in terror as they exchanged brutal blows. I had rarely witnessed a fight between two alphas. The last time was so long I could hardly remember, but if it was anything like this, then I didn't want to remember. Finally, Nolan landed a hard punch to Panzer's jaw, sending him stumbling backward onto the floor. Panting and bruised, Nolan glared down at his defeated subordinate. Don't ever touch my property again, he warned, his voice dangerously low. Heaving himself off the ground, Panzer smirked, blood dripping from his split lip. But that's the thing, he ain't your property now, is he? He sneered. Might as well mark him and be done with it. Next time he jeopardizes this pack, I'll toss him out the window myself. Nolan's fists clenched, barely restraining himself from lunging at Panzer again. I'm out of here. I need to go fuck somebody. Panzer chuckled. Keep an eye on your precious Omega, or he'll destroy you. With a laugh that sounded more like a crazed animal than a man, Panzer slammed the door behind him. I flinched at the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. My deceit was exposed, and now there was no way to escape Nolan's wrath. His icy blue gaze turned to me, demanding answers. Why were you snooping? My voice quivered, betraying my fear. I scrambled for a lie. I was looking for more pictures of Aiden. I missed him. Nolan scoffed, unimpressed by my feeble attempt at deception. He gripped me tightly, causing pain to shoot up my arm. Don't insult me with lies, he snapped, his face inches from mine. The scent of his alpha pheromones threatened to overwhelm me. My resolve crumbled under anger and his scent, but I couldn't give in. I didn't want to rat out Critter, but this spying bullshit was done. There was no way in hell I was taking another chance after this. I swallowed hard, trying to maintain my composure. It's the truth, I insisted, despite the tremble in my voice. I thought you had some old pictures. You're hiding something, Elijah. Tell me what it is. The pain in my arm was nearly unbearable. I'm not hiding anything, Nolan, I swear. He studied me for a long moment, searching for any sign that I was lying. But with every ounce of strength I had left, I met his gaze, refusing to back down. Desperate to change the subject, I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. He hesitated for a moment but then responded, his tongue invading my mouth with a fervor that took my breath away. We kissed hungrily, our hands exploring each other's bodies as if we were searching for something we couldn't quite name. Well, aren't you full of surprises? Nolan murmured against my lips, his eyes dark with lust. He shoved me back onto the bed, and I watched as he stripped off his shirt, revealing the hard muscles of his torso, inked with the dark symbols of violence. He crawled over me, pinning my wrists above my head as he nipped at my neck, leaving me gasping and writhing beneath him. Of it all. Nolan panted heavily, his eyes wide with shock. Elijah, fuck, I didn't mean to hurt you. Do it now. I panted, mark me. I presented my throat to him. This was it, the ultimate protection. If no one else was going to look out for me, I was going to do whatever it took to look out for myself. I would give myself to Nolan and rely on him as my alpha. If I already destroyed everything, then there was nothing else for me to do but make sure I came out with the least amount of ruin. There's no point in playing fair in an unfair world. The fear in his voice, coupled with the pain coursing through me, set my own heart racing even faster, especially when his eyes transformed to the sharp slits typical of an alpha ready to mate. I yelped when his fangs pierced my flesh. He was careful to take the side opposite of Aiden's faded mark. I struggled to speak, to reassure him, but the words wouldn't come. Everything went black as unconsciousness claimed me, leaving us both teetering on the edge of an unknown future.
Chapter 16. Nolan. I lifted Elijah gently from the blooded bed so I could change the sheets. Thankfully, it wasn't a lot of blood. There was no need to scrub the mattress, though I could still smell the faint traces of its metallic scent. Just what the hell is wrong with you, Nolan? I was too damn old to be losing myself over some young whelp. Nodding a pregnant Omega was something you just didn't do. Once I had the sheets changed and Elijah safely tucked in, I called a private doc, Tony, an Omega wolf who was used to patching me and the boys up after a brawl or two, though he was a legit doc in the outside world. He kept his long curly black hair swept up into a ponytail. He was a slender Omega with gaunt yet handsome features. Seriously, Nolan, how old are you? He scoffed when he parted Elijah's legs to assess the damage. I don't need a lecture from you. I groaned. He scowled. I'm not trying to lecture. I'm just trying to understand why you'd do something so stupid. You know it's dangerous to knot an Omega, especially one that's pregnant. I sighed and sank down onto the bed beside Elijah. I know, I said. I'm an idiot. I got lost in the moment. Well, you'd better hope it didn't cause any permanent damage, Tony said, his voice softening as he applied an ointment to the sleeping Omega's hole. Otherwise, you're going to have to live with the consequences. He sighed. So who did you steal this one from? My son. What? This is him. Aiden's mate before he, This boy is with the Panessa pack? Not anymore. I nodded toward the mark on his neck. Well then, he said, finishing up before pulling the sheets back over the Omega's frame. If you did this to punish him... No, he had nothing to do with Aiden's death. I'm taking care of him. If this is your idea of taking care of him, then I don't want to know what you would do if he was your enemy. I fucked up. It won't happen again. Is the baby all right? He pulled out his stethoscope and pressed it against the small swell of Elijah's belly. So far, both heartbeats are strong, but I won't know much without a visit to my clinic. I'll set up an appointment with him tomorrow morning. Make sure he comes. I will. Next time, be gentle and take your time with him. Don't let yourself get too wrapped up in the moment, big guy. I know. Once he was paid and gone, I left Elijah to take a shower. The water from the shower head cascaded down my body, failing to wash away the guilt that clung to me like a second skin. I had marked Elijah, made him my Omega, and in doing so, I had taken him from Aiden, my own son. Malicious laughter echoed through the steam, pulling me out of my thoughts. I looked up, expecting the sound to be a figment of my imagination, but there he was. Aiden's ghost, standing in the corner of the shower stall, his grin twisted and cruel. His spectral form shimmered under the spray of the water as if he were alive. Can't protect him, can you? Aiden sneered, his voice venomous. You're only going to make things worse for Elijah. I wanted to rage at the injustice of it all, but I couldn't muster anything more than a whisper. I'm going to try. Try? You've already failed, Aiden spat, his eyes burning with hatred. Rest in peace, Aiden, I begged him, my voice cracking under grief. Please, just let go. He shook his head, his expression cold and unforgiving. I won't rest until I know Elijah is safe. I know you're not really here, I said, trying to convince myself more than Aiden. I'm losing my grip on reality. This is all in my mind. Is it? Aiden challenged, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Or maybe you just can't face the truth. The truth is that you've doomed Elijah just as you did me. Maybe you need me here to remind you of how everything that is good and pure in your life either leaves you and be better off for it, or dies. My heart ached, but I stood my ground. Marking Elijah is the very thing that will protect him. No one can touch him without my permission now. Your permission? Aiden laughed, the sound chilling me to the bone. Did Jasper ask for your permission before he tore me apart? You know the only real way to keep him safe, but you refuse to do it because that would mean walking away from power. Damn it, Aiden, I'm sorry, I whispered. I never meant for any of this. Sorry won't save him, Aiden said, his laughter growing louder and more sinister. Please, I begged, my voice barely audible over the torrent of water and the cruel echo of Aiden's laughter. Rest in peace. Just rest, son. But Aiden only laughed harder, his ghostly form beginning to fade away. And as I stood there, soaked and shivering from more than just the cold water, I couldn't shake the feeling that his laughter would haunt me for the rest of my days. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow in the guest bedroom where I had spent the night. I stretched my muscles, feeling the tension from my sleepless hours weighing on me. I couldn't help but think about Elijah in the next room, the freshly marked Omega who now belonged to me. Doubt crept through my thoughts as I pondered if giving him space after marking him was the right thing to do. In the 48 years I've been on this rock, I never thought I'd have a mate, much less one who was pregnant with my son's child. I recalled instances where such arrangements of alphas claiming pregnant omegas ended in disaster for everyone involved. And yet I couldn't remember ever hearing of an alpha marking a deceased alpha's mate. Life never ceased to surprise me, it seemed. I needed to see Elijah, to make sure he was okay. My alpha instincts pushed me to check on him, but I hesitated for a moment. Was I being overbearing? No, I decided. I had to know he was all right. I left the guest room and made my way to my own bedroom, expecting to find the vulnerable Omega there. The room was empty, the bed untouched, and a sudden fear gripped me. Where could Elijah be? I raced down the stairs, driven by the urgent need to find him. Was this paranoia normal after mating? The scent of breakfast wafted through the air, catching my attention. It led me to the dining room, where I found Elijah sitting at the table, devouring a hearty meal with Fritz, Viggy, and Zeke resting nearby. Jesus, you scared me, I exhaled, relief washing over me. I didn't know where you were. Elijah looked up from his plate, his gray eyes meeting mine. I'm sorry, Nolan. I didn't mean to worry you. I found you sleeping in the other room. I didn't want to disturb you. Suddenly aware of my racing pulse, I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. It's fine. Just wake me up next time, I said, trying to sound stern. But my concern for him seeped through the cracks in my hardened exterior, revealing a vulnerability I hadn't allowed myself to feel in years. I watched Elijah eat with a voracious appetite. Elijah, about last night, I started hesitantly. I'm sorry for nodding you. I should have been more careful. He glanced up at me, his gray eyes holding a surprising amount of understanding. Nolan, I told you to do it. I wanted it too. Besides, he added softly, I feel liberated now that I have a mate again. I never realized how suffocated I felt before. A wave of relief washed over me as his words sank in. He didn't blame me for what had happened between us. In fact, he seemed grateful for it. But there were still things we needed to take care of. All right then, I murmured, trying not to let my relief show too much. I set up an appointment for you. You need to be looked after and start prenatal care if you haven't already. Elijah's brows furrowed in concern, but he nodded. I'm fine, Nolan, really. But I know you're right. It's important for both me and the baby. Thank you for setting it up. Now come on, eat something with me. He smiled warmly, gesturing to the seat beside him. I sat down, piling my own plate with food and joining him in eating breakfast together. As we ate, Elijah suddenly perked up with an idea. You know, I'm feeling up for a run. I haven't shifted in a while, he said, excitement lacing his voice. Would you like to join me after the appointment? Of course, I agreed. intrigued by the thought of running beside him in our wolf forms. It'll be good for both of us. An awkward silence settled between us as we finished our meal, the reality of being newly mated sinking in. I knew what needed to be done next, but it wasn't going to be easy. "Listen, Elijah," I began, steeling myself for the conversation. "We need to announce to the Vice Kings that you're now my Omega." His eyes widened with apprehension, and he nervously picked at his food. "How do you think they'll react?" I couldn't lie to him. There was no way to predict how the pack would take the news. But I could promise him one thing. "I don't know, but whatever happens, I'll protect you. You're safe with me, Elijah." As our eyes met, I prayed that my reassurance was enough. For now, we had each other, and that was a start.
Chapter 17. Elijah. The morning sun cast a warm glow on the world as Nolan and I stepped outside after breakfast. I felt on edge, my nerves still raw from being caught snooping in Nolan's laptop by Panzer. But with every moment spent in Nolan's presence, I found myself feeling more settled. He hadn't mentioned the incident, and I clung to the hope that he'd overlook it. Even if he didn't, being his mate should be enough to protect me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I sensed I was walking on steady ground, and I was determined not to ruin it. I would be a good mate for Nolan. "Are you sure you'll be okay shifting while carrying a pup?" Nolan asked, concern etched on his handsome face. I nodded, my gray eyes meeting his blue ones. "I'll be fine," I reassured him. "I've seen Omegas shift during pregnancy, and I know my limits." With a nod, we began stripping off our clothes. My gaze lingered on Nolan's strong body, his muscles flexing with each movement. His scent enveloped me, calming my frayed nerves. I found it strange to be soothed by another alpha's scent. But Aiden was gone, and I needed to move forward. My future lies with Nolan now. As our clothes pooled at our feet, we shifted into our wolf forms. My fur was a stunning white, my gray eyes shining when the light hit it. Nolan's form was pure black, his golden eyes piercing through the shadows. Together, we bounded across the sprawling grounds of his estate and entered the woods. The forest was lush and vibrant, filled with the scents of damp earth, pine, and wildflowers. Birds sang their morning melodies as sunlight filtered through the canopy above us. It felt liberating to run with abandon, our powerful legs propelling us over moss-covered rocks and fallen logs. I raced ahead, the wind whistling in my ears as I weaved through the trees. Nolan followed closely behind, his black form a stark contrast against the greenery around us. As we reached a clearing bathed in sunlight, he caught up with me, his golden eyes filled with amusement. "Having trouble keeping up with me, old man?" I teased, my wolfish grin mischievously spread across my face. "Or did you slow down on purpose?" Nolan snorted, the sound coming out like a huff of laughter. "I have plenty of stamina, young man. I'd show you, but I think I wore you out enough last night." My laughter echoed through the clearing, joy bubbling up within me. "Oh, I'm more than ready for another round," I shot back playfully. Our teasing banter continued, our wolf forms nipping at each other gently, tails wagging. It felt good to be playful with Nolan, to let go of the darkness that had shrouded me for so long. And as we ran together through the woods, side by side, I knew that I was beginning to heal, and that my future with Nolan held promise. Our breaths mingled in the humid summer air, and I could feel the heat radiating off of him as he circled me, nostrils flaring as he drank in my scent. I knew what was coming, and I wanted it, desperately. "Make me yours." As if sensing my thoughts, he bit down on the mating mark on my neck, sinking his teeth into my flesh with a possessive growl. My vision blurred, and my body convulsed. I howled in ecstasy, my voice joining his in a wild chorus that reverberated through the trees. Our bodies slowly untangled, and as we lay there, now in our human forms, we were both naked, our bodies slick with sweat. But I didn't care. Nothing mattered but the man beside me, his strong arms enfolding me as we rested in the clearing. "About that laptop," he said softly, his azure eyes searching mine. What were you looking for? I sighed, knowing I couldn't keep secrets from him any longer. Tell me the truth first, I said, my voice shaky. About my father and brother. Are they really alive? Who told you that? His gaze narrowed, protective anger flaring in his eyes. Please, Nolan, I whispered, unable to meet his gaze. Just tell me, is it true? He hesitated, then sighed. Yes, it's true. I lied to you to test your love for Aiden. I wanted to see how you'd react. Then it's my turn to tell you the truth, I said, feeling a new resolve stirring within me. I felt bad for ratting him out, but I had no fight left in me, and I was sick and tired of being nothing more than a pawn. If my family was going to leave me here, then I was going to do whatever it took to thrive. Like I said before, there's no point in playing fair in an unfair world. There's a Panessa spy in the Vice Kings. His name is Critter. Who the fuck is Critter? There's no one by that name in the Vice Kings. Maybe it's an alias, but I promise you, he's there. Would you know him if you saw him? I nodded in response. Good. He pulled me closer, his warm body pressing against mine. You're my Omega now, Elijah. We have to trust each other now. Put as much of the past behind us as we can. I know. I'm yours now. I would prefer it if you didn't kill my father. If you want to care for me in any way, you wouldn't. I spoke the truth when I said he had nothing to do with Aiden's death. Nolan sighed. I can't promise anything at this point. I don't want to stay in rage mode forever. Being here with you, just resting here in this peace, it all seems like a dream. Then don't promise me anything you feel you can't make do on. Is this some sort of reverse psychology? Why do you say that? I shrugged. 'Cause you make it seem like I can't do it. You just told me you couldn't make that promise. I know I did. Forget it. He groaned. I bit his nipple, which caused him to laugh. I can't promise to spare your old man, but I'll at least hear him out. I'll take it, I replied with a grin. Nolan's strong arms nestled me close as he whispered in my ear, mocking himself about being an old alpha pleasing some young pup of an Omega. And I reminded him that pleasing me was exactly what he was supposed to do. As we lay there, tangled together in the fragrant grass, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. I had found someone who would stand by my side through it all, and that was worth everything. Chapter 18. Elijah. The atmosphere in Panzer's nightclub was electric, the bass from the music pounding in my chest as I followed Nolan into the VIP lounge. The club itself was a neon-lit wonderland of excess, with dancers writhing on elevated platforms and people laughing and flirting amidst the haze of cigarette smoke and alpha pheromones. I couldn't help but feel intoxicated by it all. We settled into the plush leather sofas of the VIP lounge, the air heavy with tension as the members of the Vice Kings gathered around us. Caleb sat to Nolan's right, his presence reassuring, yet solemn. Panzer lounged nearby, smirking and sipping at his drink as he watched the scene unfold. Let's make one thing clear, Nolan began, his voice like steel slicing through the haze of cigarette smoke. Elijah is mine. I've marked him, and that means hands off for everyone else. His gaze swept over the room, daring anyone to challenge his claim. Caleb nodded in agreement, his eyes never leaving my face. Panzer just sniggered, swirling his glass lazily. No issues here, boss, he drawled. Nolan then turned to me, his icy blue eyes softening ever so slightly. You can hang out at the club while we finish our meeting, Elijah. Relief washed over me, and I left the lounge feeling lighter than I had in weeks. Allowing myself to be swept up in the pulsating rhythm of the dance floor, I felt liberated, like I'd finally broken free from the chains that had bound me for so long. As I danced, my body moving in time with the music, I almost didn't notice Critter until he grabbed my arm, yanking me away from the throng of dancers and into a sleek, dimly lit bathroom. Get your hands off me, I snapped, shoving him away. The anger that flashed in his eyes took me aback. Like I care how you feel, he sneered. You failed, Elijah. You got caught snooping through Nolan's laptop. Maybe if you'd been watching my back like you were supposed to. I shot back, my voice rising in volume. Did you honestly think I could predict your every reckless move? Critter spat. But whatever. It doesn't matter now. He stepped closer, his eyes dark and calculating. You were clever enough to get Nolan to mark you. Now you just need to keep spying on him for us. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at Critter, my newfound confidence wavering. The temptation to return to my old life, to the security of my father's approval, tugged at me, but I couldn't go through with it. I wouldn't be anyone's pawn again. No, I said firmly, my voice shaking only slightly. I won't risk my life for a war my brother started by killing Aiden. I want you to leave, Critter, and tell my father to run far away from this fight. I plan to be loyal to Nolan no matter what. Critter's face twisted with contempt, and for a moment I thought he might strike me. But before his hand could connect with my face, it was caught in a vice-like grip. Touch him again and I'll break your arm, Nolan growled, his eyes blazing with fury. The air in the nightclub bathroom was thick with tension as Nolan's grip tightened around Critter's skinny frame. This fool must be the Panessa spy? His eyes bore into mine, seeking confirmation. I nodded, sealing Critter's fate. Fear flooded the man's eyes, and I couldn't help feeling a twinge of pity for him. You should have taken my advice and left this place, I murmured. Oh, but he is going to leave this place, Nolan sneered at Critter. But not in the way he wants. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Critter blurted out a lie. Elijah was coming on to me, trying to have sex with me in here. He needed to be taught a lesson. I could feel my cheeks heating up at the absurdity of his claim. Nolan laughed, a cold, cruel sound that sent shivers down my spine. Nice try, but no one believes your bullshit. His blue eyes locked onto mine, silently asking for the truth. Critter wanted me to keep spying on you, I admitted, feeling exposed under Nolan's intense gaze. When I refused, he tried to attack me. That was all it took for Nolan's fury to erupt. With a sickening crack, he broke Critter's arm, causing me to flinch involuntarily. Next, I'm cutting out your fucking tongue for lying about my Omega, he growled, veins bulging in his neck. Please, Critter whimpered. I'll leave the Panessa family. Join the Vice Kings for real. I have a lot of intel on them. Just spare my life. Caleb, who had been silently observing from the corner, face-palmed at Critter's pathetic pleading. Panzer, however, found it amusing. His crazed laughter filled the small space. You made a terrible mistake, he taunted. Nothing our boss hates more than a filthy traitor. Your alpha here is willing to accept a filthy traitor if they have a tight, wet Omega asshole for him to shove his cock in, Critter spat back, desperation making him reckless. His foul words hung heavy in the air, and I could feel Nolan's anger building like a storm. Critter hawked and spat at me, causing me to stumble back. Bitch! Nolan roared, grabbing Critter by the face and slamming it into the sink. Blood splattered across the porcelain, and I couldn't help but flinch again. Caleb, take Elijah home. He doesn't need to see what happens to this lying sack of shit. Come on, Elijah, Caleb urged gently, his brown eyes filled with concern as he placed a hand on my shoulder. The fury in Nolan's eyes terrified me. With one last glance at the carnage unfolding in the bathroom, I let Caleb lead me away, the sound of Panzer ordering other Vice King members to prepare the basement echoing in my ears. They were about to have their twisted version of fun. The night was heavy, oppressive even, as Caleb dropped me off at Nolan's estate. Stay in the house, Caleb said gruffly, his eyes serious. I'll call someone to come and watch over you. I'm not going anywhere. My voice trembled slightly, but I forced myself to stand tall. I made up my mind to be loyal to Nolan, and I'm going to keep that promise no matter what. Caleb nodded, satisfied with my response. He drove away, leaving me standing in front of Nolan's grand home, feeling small and vulnerable. As soon as I was inside, my thoughts turned to my father. With Critter caught, whatever plans he had were now gone. I couldn't help but worry about him, even though my loyalty lay with Nolan now. Unable to stand it any longer, I headed to Nolan's bedroom, where his laptop sat on a sleek desk. The screen glowed as I opened it, but it was now password protected. Shit. Racking my brain, I tried to think of what the password could be. Aiden came to mind. Typing his name, I held my breath and hit enter. The computer unlocked, granting me access. Quickly, I signed into my Google account and used the Google phone number to call my father. The line rang, each second stretching like an eternity until finally, Father's voice broke through. Hello? Father, it's Elijah. Thank God, he breathed, relief palpable in his voice. I've been worried sick about you. You've been worried about me? Anger bubbled up within me, hot and furious. You tried to use me to spy on Nolan. He sounded genuinely confused. What are you talking about? I've been sitting here dreading the worst for you. Then maybe it was Jasper who ordered Critter to use me as a spy, I snapped. Father sighed heavily. I wouldn't put it past him. But Elijah, I assure you I had nothing to do with forcing you to spy. Fine, I said, my anger fading slightly. But you need to know that Critter has been caught. You need to get away from Jasper and let him pay for what he's done to Aiden. Believe me, I would have run away from Jasper weeks ago, he admitted, his voice trembling. But he's been my only hope of bringing you home safely. Home? My heart clenched in my chest. Father, Jasper sexually assaulted me. I want nothing to do with him. I feel safe with Nolan. He's my mate now. I'm pregnant with Aiden's child, and Nolan has vowed to protect me. Jesus Christ! Father's voice was thick with disgust. I'm so sorry, son. I should have protected you. Father, you've done nothing wrong, I told him, my voice softening. I forgive you. Thank you, Elijah. The tender warmth in his voice brought tears to my eyes. You're such a brave and strong young man. I won't let Jasper get away with what he's done. Please, I begged, just get out of there and stay safe. Are you sure you want to have a life with Nolan? He asked hesitantly. I'm sure, I replied, conviction in every word. I'll stay with Nolan no matter what. Be careful, my son, he said, his voice cracking with emotion. I love you. I love you too, Father.
Chapter 19. Jasper. Blood boiled under my skin as I paced the lavish halls of Alaric's estate, just outside of Boston. I preferred city living, but when you're in hiding for your life, you couldn't exactly be choosy about where you lay your head, and this place was as good as any other. It wasn't as grand as the Panessa family estate, but if you needed a place to run off and hide, this was a damn fine place to be. But that didn't matter right now. That goddamn Critter, that bastard, acted without my permission and forced Elijah to spy for the pack. He was supposed to rescue my brother, not keep him in the Vice King's clutches. His desire to please me cost him his life, and me my brother. He was my best spy, been with the Vice Kings for over 2 years, and during that time fed me plenty of useful intel. The fucking moron. My men had found the Beta Wolf's corpse at one of our city hideouts with a note attached with a threat from Nolan telling me that if I wanted Elijah back, I should come out of hiding and fight like a real wolf. That piece of shit. My nostrils flared, catching the scent of fear from the guards stationed around the mansion. They were afraid of me. They thought I was becoming a feral wolf, and that I was losing my grip on reality. Feral wolves were difficult to control. They struck fear to the point where packs teamed up to put one down. If they only knew. Killing Aiden was like a blur, like I wasn't even in my body. I went to confront him after Elijah left, but I just started attacking and eating. I woke up far from the harbor, naked and covered in his blood. That arrogant shit got what he deserved. He treated our pack like a laughingstock the way he all but openly declared his intent toward my brother. He knew I wasn't strong enough to challenge him. If I was feral, then judging by how fucked up I left Aiden's body, then would that be a bad thing? With a power like this, I would use it to crush Nolan and claim what was rightfully mine. The mansion seemed to shrink around me. Its opulent grandeur, with marble floors and gilded fixtures, felt suffocating. I had already spent several hours running off steam in the open fields, but it did nothing to calm me. I stormed into the guest bedroom where my pathetic excuse for a father lay sick and bedridden. Grayson, once a fierce alpha wolf, now reduced to this. My lips curled in disgust. He always taught me about self-awareness, how no one could pull the wool over your eyes when you remain alert and vigilant. What a crock of shit. If he only knew. "Tell me, old man," I snarled, "why the fuck haven't you started a war with the Vice Kings to get Elijah back?" Grayson's eyes narrowed, anger flaring within them. "You dare question my actions?" he rasped, struggling to sit up in his oversized, velvet-draped bed. "Your actions? You mean your fucking inaction?" I spat, looming over him, my fists clenched at my sides. "Enough, Jasper," Grayson said, his voice a low rumble. "I know what you did to Elijah, how you violated your own brother. You're disgusting, and I have disowned you." "Disown me? You think you have that kind of power now?" I hissed. "What business is it of yours what I do with my brother? I took care of him when you abandoned us both, so what's a little taste between family?" "Jasper," Grayson warned, his voice shaking with rage, "stay away from Elijah." "Or what?" I sneered. "You never loved him. You blamed him for killing our mother when he was born." "Times change, Jasper," Grayson replied, his voice strained. "You can't judge me for what was said during a time of grief. I love Elijah, and see now why he doesn't want to return to this family. He deserves better than you. Even Nolan is a better choice." "Fuck you," I spat, my anger boiling over. "Get out of my sight," Grayson roared, his eyes filled with fury. "I may still be your father, but I want nothing to do with you. I'll protect you from Nolan's wrath, but I want you gone. Your sick jealousy led you to kill Aiden, dooming our entire pack. Alaric's men will escort you out if you aren't gone by tonight." "Fine," I seethed, turning on my heel and storming out of the room. But this wasn't over, not by a long shot. My worthless father could disown me all he wanted. I didn't need his approval. I stormed into the kitchen and searched for the pitiful excuse of a servant who was assigned to prepare my father's meals. The wretch was by the stove stirring up whatever slop he was putting together. Why the fuck is my father still breathing? I spat out the words like venom, glaring at the quivering man before me. Jasper, he stuttered. "I'm trying my best, but your father rarely eats alone, and I need to find the right opportunity to poison him without raising suspicion." I was getting sick and tired of hearing excuses. "I don't give a damn if Alaric or anyone else gets poisoned in the process. Do you hear me? I'm sick and tired of this slow shit." The servant nodded frantically, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Yes, Jasper, I understand. I'll do my best to eliminate Grayson as soon as possible." "Damn right you will," I growled, my gaze boring into this pathetic fool. My mind wandered back to my brother, the one person I could rely on to be there for me. He may hate me now and misunderstand my feelings, but he will come around. I knew he would. His beauty haunted my every waking moment. How I longed to make him mine, to sink my teeth into his tender flesh and claim him as my mate. But first, I needed power, and that meant taking matters into my own hands. "Remember," I warned the servant, my voice low and threatening. "If you fail me again, I'll make sure you suffer a fate far worse than what awaits dear old daddy." The servant's face paled, his eyes wide with terror. "I won't fail you, Jasper. I promise." "Good." I turned on my heel and stalked out of the kitchen, leaving the servant to carry out his grim task. As I walked away, the image of Grayson's demise played out in my mind. His eyes would widen in shock as the poison took effect, his hands clawing at his throat in a desperate attempt to breathe. And then, finally, the sweet release of death would claim him, leaving me one step closer to the life I craved, one where Elijah would be mine, and our pack's legacy would be under my control.
Chapter 20. Nolan. The VIP lounge of Extasico, Panzer's nightclub, was bathed in dim red light as I leaned back on the plush leather couch. The scent of cigar smoke and whiskey hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint undertones of arousal from the dance floor below. I swirled the amber liquid in my glass, my mind racing through strategies and potential threats. Caleb approached me, his face etched with concern. "Nolan, Grayson's been rushed to the hospital. He might not make it." "Let the old bastard die," Panzer sneered, his lean frame draped lazily over a nearby chair. His dark green eyes flashed with malevolence. "I'll go find him and finish the job myself." "No," I said firmly, fixing him with an icy glare. "You won't." He scowled, baring his teeth. "Why the fuck not?" "Because I believe Elijah when he says his father had nothing to do with Aiden's murder. I thought of my son, taken from me too soon. Let him die in peace." "Fine," Panzer spat, his lip curling in disgust. "But don't expect me to shed any tears for the old fart." As if on cue, one of our Vice King members burst into the room, breathless. "Jasper's attacking our allies near Harbor Wharf." My muscles tensed, ready for action. Harbor Wharf was a bustling area in Boston, filled with seafood restaurants and bars nestled between quaint brick buildings. We owned several businesses there, including a lucrative underground casino. "Everyone, gather up," I ordered, downing the last of my whiskey. "We're moving out." "Are we supposed to check every business we own in that area?" Caleb asked, his brow furrowed. "Fuck no, that'd take all night," Panzer scoffed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I'm not in the mood for that." "Neither am I agreed. "The Panessa pack is weak and spread thin. This could be nothing but a diversion." "From what?" Caleb questioned. "Jasper's after our casino." I could almost see the gears turning in his twisted mind. "He needs the money to buy off other packs since their family went bankrupt, and it'll make us look weak if we allow him to take it." Caleb nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "We won't let that happen." "Damn right we won't," Panzer growled, cracking his knuckles. "I'm itching for a fight." "Be prepared for anything," I warned them, my voice dangerously low. "Jasper will pay for killing my son." The casino loomed before us, its towering glass and steel structure glinting in the fading afternoon sun. Situated by the wharf in Boston, it was a beacon of sin and vice, drawing in gamblers and pleasure seekers like moths to a flame. The salty sea air mixed with an underlying stench of desperation, creating an intoxicating cocktail I knew all too well. "Everything seems normal," Panzer said, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he glanced around at the bustling entrance. "You sure Jasper's planning something here, boss?" I sniffed the air, my senses on high alert. There was an odor lingering, something that reminded me of Elijah but twisted and corrupted. It was sickeningly sweet, like rotting fruit left to fester in the sun. Jasper had definitely been here. "Spread out and search the place," I ordered my men, keeping my voice low and controlled. "But keep it quiet. We don't need a panic on our hands." As we entered the casino, the noise of slot machines and laughter assaulted my ears, masking the underlying tension that coiled within me. The opulent interior was a stark contrast to the darkness brewing beneath the surface. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their light reflecting off the polished marble floors, while elegantly dressed patrons sipped champagne and exchanged pleasantries. My nostrils flared as I tried to pinpoint the source of that foul scent, following it like a bloodhound on the hunt. Caleb walked beside me, his eyes scanning every corner for any signs of trouble. We moved through the crowd, our predatory instincts guiding us as we searched for any trace of Jasper or his pack. "Shit," I muttered under my breath, the scent growing stronger with each step. "He's been here all right." "I don't like this, Nolan," Caleb whispered, his brow furrowed with concern. "Something's off." "Tell me about it," I replied, my anger simmering beneath the surface. As we continued our search, I couldn't help but think of Elijah. Jasper was behaving recklessly as hell right now, and he was doing it all to get his brother back. The same brother he harbored sick feelings for. Could the casino be a ruse? "Find anything?" I asked Caleb, unable to keep the edge from my voice. "Nothing yet," he answered, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the scene. I followed my nose, the foul scent getting stronger as I navigated the casino floor. It was a putrid mix of rotten meat and something sickly sweet, making my stomach churn each time I inhaled it. This wasn't just Jasper's scent, it was laced with something far more sinister. "Boss," Caleb called out softly, approaching me. "I need to speak with you, privately." "All right," I replied, scanning the room before leading him into the nearest bathroom. We checked every stall, ensuring that we were alone. The silence weighed heavily in the air, anticipation gnawing at my insides. "Spit it out," I urged him, growing impatient. "Found traces of explosive residue on the floor near the bar," he whispered cautiously. "I think there's a bomb planted somewhere in here, but I can't find it." "Shit," I muttered under my breath. "Tell Panzer and anyone else you trust not to cause a panic. We need to keep this quiet for now." Caleb nodded solemnly, leaving the bathroom to deliver the message. My mind raced with the implications of what he told me. Jasper wasn't just here to make a statement. He was prepared to bring down the entire casino. I stormed through the bustling gambling floor, my thoughts focused on finding Jasper and his pack before they could set off the bomb. The casino manager, Eddie, would know if anything was amiss. I made my way towards the office, tension mounting with each step. Upon reaching the door, I pushed it open with force, revealing the gruesome scene inside. Eddie, the old wolf I had rewarded with the position of casino manager, lay slumped in his chair, his throat ripped out in a vicious display of brutality. His once long gray hair was matted with blood, and one glassy eye stared blankly at the ceiling while the other was missing, leaving a dark, empty socket. Blood stained his boho-style clothes, a joint still smoldering in the ashtray on his desk. "Fuck," I spat. The scent of Jasper and his pack hung thick in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of Eddie's blood. Chapter 21. Nolan. The heavy door of the manager's office slammed shut behind me as I stalked through the crowded casino floor, my nostrils flaring with the scent of fear and desperation. Eddie was dead, and I had a sinking feeling that things were about to get much worse. "Panzer!" I barked, grabbing his attention from across the room. His dark green eyes met mine, and he sauntered over with a wicked grin on his face. The twisted figures inked on his arms seemed to dance in the dim light. "Boss, what's up?" "Eddie's dead." "Damn, what a fucking shame. I'm gonna miss hearing those silly war stories of his." Panzer sighed, his grin slipping. "But if we don't get out of here, we'll be hearing those stories in wolf heaven." "Caleb told you about the bomb, didn't he?" Panzer's eyes gleamed with malice. "Yeah, and I say we ditch these worthless humans and save our own asses." "Fuck that," I growled, my control thinning. "We're not leaving innocent people to die. We're going to evacuate this place quietly, section by section, until everyone is out. Understood?" "Those humans mean nothing to us," Panzer spat, defiance coloring his words. "Why risk our lives?" "Enough," I snarled, my alpha pheromones flooding the air, commanding obedience. "I gave you an order, Panzer. Now follow it." His jaw clenched, but he nodded, backing down. "Good," I snapped. "Get to work." We moved swiftly through the casino, coming up with every lie in the book to get these people out of there. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I answered it with a terse, "What?" "Ah, Nolan." Jasper's voice purred through the line, his excitement palpable. "I hope you're not too busy to chat." "Fuck you, Jasper," I spat, my anger flaring. "You're a fucking coward. Is there a bomb here?" "Of course," he laughed, a chilling sound that grated on my nerves. "I never did care for the old rules, brother. Humans are just collateral damage to me." "Every pack knows not to involve humans," I said, trying to control my rage. "In a world where they outnumber us, we can't win if we're discovered." "Pathetic," Jasper sneered, his words dripping with contempt. "You're just like my father, an old man clinging to outdated principles. You need to be put down like a mangy dog." "Come put me down yourself, then," I challenged, baring my teeth. "I don't need to," he replied, his voice oozing with arrogance. I just wanted to hear your pathetic whimpers as I tell you I'm on my way to claim what's rightfully mine. Jasper, you deranged fuck, I growled into the phone, my grip tightening as I tried to control my rage. If you touch a single hair on Elijah's head, I swear I'll rip your goddamn heart out. But Nolan, Jasper taunted, his twisted amusement seeping through. I'm not just going to touch him. I'm going to claim him as my mate, and then I'm going to butcher that little bastard baby he's carrying inside him. Just imagine how deliciously satisfying it will be when I tell him it was all your fault. You piece of shit! That's your flesh and blood, I snarled, my wolf clawing at the edges of my consciousness, desperate to break free and tear Jasper limb from limb. You know, I used to be scared of you, but now you just sound pathetic, he replied, a cruel chuckle escaping his lips. Farewell, old yeller. Enjoy the fireworks. The line went dead, and for one terrifying second, the world seemed to freeze in place. My vision blurred, my mind racing with images of Elijah, his sweet laughter, the tender way he looked at me, the warm scent of his skin. The thought of losing him, of letting this monster take everything that mattered, sent a primal wave of rage surging through me like wildfire. And then reality came crashing back as the bomb detonated in a deafening roar. Heat and pressure exploded around me, tearing through the air like 1,000 burning knives. The sound was immense, an all-consuming cacophony that shattered every thought and sensation, leaving only the raw, animal instinct to survive. I threw myself to the ground, arms shielding my head as shards of glass and debris rained down like hellfire. The floor shook beneath me, buckling and groaning under the force of the blast as smoke choked the air and flames licked hungrily at the walls.
Elijah. I stood in Nolan's lavish living room, marveling at the intricate designs on the walls and the plush, deep red carpet beneath my feet. The dark wooden bookshelves were filled with rows of leather-bound books, while a grand fireplace dominated one side of the room, casting flickering shadows across the space. Tony and I were talking and laughing, the sound echoing through the room. God, it's been so long since I've felt normal, I admitted, running a hand through my blonde hair as I spoke to Tony. He was smiling, his eyes crinkling at the corners, and I could tell he understood what I meant. Losing a mate is difficult, Tony said gently, his voice compassionate. I just hope you've processed your grief before trying to start over. I sighed, my gaze drifting towards the fireplace. I don't know if I can ever get completely past the guilt I feel over Aiden's death, but I realize that life goes on, and sitting around wishing it never happened won't magically rewind time. Tony nodded, giving me a sympathetic look. I understand what it's like to lose a mate. I'm sorry, I murmured, genuinely feeling for him. He waved it off. It's okay. My mate died a few years back, so I've had time to get over it. Sort of. Would you mind telling me how it happened? I asked cautiously, not wanting to pry into something so personal. Tony chuckled, trying to brush it off. Typical pack stuff. A larger pack attacked us, and he fought bravely, saving everyone else's ass. He was always the heroic type. Should have known better than to get involved with a hero. Lifting my glass of plum juice, I proposed a toast. To your mate, and to Aiden. Tony raised his glass, clinking it against mine. To them. He agreed. We were about to take a sip when something crashed through the glass door, shattering it into 1,000 pieces and startling both of us. It was Fritz, one of Nolan's guard dogs, whimpering and clearly in pain. My heart pounded in my chest as I rushed over, Tony right beside me. Are you okay, boy? I asked softly, checking on the dog. The other dogs were outside, growling at something, or someone. As I strained to listen, I caught a whiff of a scent that made my blood run cold. My brother Jasper. Jasper! I shouted, rushing outside to confront him. Viggy and Zeke were backing off, sensing the danger, and I quickly called them back inside the house. "Ah, Elijah," Jasper sneered, his eyes glinting malevolently. "I'm here for you." "Go away!" I screamed, running back into the house behind the dogs and slamming the broken door shut before pushing the couch against it. "Is Fritz all right?" I asked Tony, trying to steady my breathing. "He's fine but banged up. I'll call Nolan." Tony quickly pulled out his phone, but before he could dial, we heard Jasper's chilling laughter from outside. "No need to call Nolan," he taunted. "He's dead." My heart dropped like a stone. This couldn't be happening. Not again. Chapter 22. Elijah. I glanced at Tony, who stood next to me in Nolan's living room, his eyes wide with fear. "Get behind me," I whispered, pushing him back. "I'll try to hold him off." "Run!" Tony urged me, his voice shaking. But I knew running was futile. Jasper would only hunt us down. Jasper stormed into the room, his eyes wild and filled with rage. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his long blonde hair stuck to his face like a tangled, matted mane. He snarled and lunged toward us. "Stay away from us!" I shouted, grabbing a nearby lamp and swinging it at Jasper's head. The impact sent shards of glass flying across the room, but Jasper barely flinched. He swiped at me, his fingers grazing my arm, leaving angry red marks. "Come here, little brother. It's time to come home to your real family," he growled, advancing toward me step by step. "Leave him alone!" Tony yelled as he hurled a heavy book at Jasper, momentarily distracting him. I took advantage of the distraction, grabbing Tony's hand and pulling him toward the stairs. But before we could make any real progress, Jasper snatched Tony, placing his forearm around his throat. Viggy and Zeke snarled. I could tell they were afraid, but still ready to fight if they had to. It was happening again. Another alpha lost his life because of me. I wasn't worth it. I can't bear anyone else dying for my sake ever again. "Please, Jasper, let him go and I'll come with you without a fuss." Jasper smirked and released his grip on Tony, shoving him to the ground. He swung a fist at Tony's temple, knocking him unconscious before turning his attention back to me. "Let's go," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. As I climbed into the back seat of the sedan, I couldn't help but worry about Tony and Nolan, and even Fritz. I prayed that Jasper was lying about Nolan being dead. But even if he was alive, I hope he never comes after me. Jasper settled into the seat beside me, his presence making my skin crawl. I remembered the way he'd violated me in the past, forcing himself on me in the back seat of a car much like this one. The memory made me physically ill, and I scooted as far away from him as possible, pressing myself against the door. "Feeling uncomfortable, Elijah?" Jasper taunted, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you when we get home." "Leave me alone, Jasper," I muttered, my voice weak, trying to block out his words. Jasper's cold fingers brushed against my swollen belly, sending shivers of disgust through me. His touch was intrusive, violating something so intimate and private. His eyes darkened with twisted desire as he sneered, "Should have raped you long before that piece of shit Aiden got his hands on you. Then this baby you're carrying could have been mine." "Even if you had," I spat back, anger surging through me, "I would have aborted it. I'd never want to have a child with a monster like you." "Doesn't matter what you want," Jasper said, his voice dripping with venom. "I'm going to have that baby ripped out of you." In a moment of desperate panic, I reached for the door handle, attempting to fling myself out of the moving car. But Jasper's hand shot out, yanking me back by my hair and slamming me against the seat. "Trying to escape again?" he snarled, his face inches from mine. "You're not going anywhere." I couldn't hold back any longer, and lashed out at him, nails scratching at his face, fighting with everything I had left. But my efforts were futile. Jasper overpowered me easily, pinning me down and landing blow after blow upon my body. I tried to protect my belly, but the pain was relentless. "Please, Jasper, stop," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "You used to be a good big brother. What happened to you?" "Me?" he scoffed, easing off slightly. "I could be again if it wasn't for you swinging your ass everywhere and grabbing other men's attention." "We're brothers, Jasper, not lovers. I had every right to be with whomever I wanted. You've lost your mind." "Me?" he barked out a harsh laugh. "You're the one who's lost his mind. You must have forgotten about our past, huh? How our father rejected you and blamed you for our mother's death?" I shook my head, struggling to remember. I was so young. "Sure, but I remember," Jasper growled. He could barely stand to look at you. My heart clenched in my chest as a sickening realization hit me. "Where's father? Did you hurt him?" "I did nothing he didn't deserve," he muttered, his eyes flickering with something sinister. Fear pooled in my stomach, threatening to drown me. What had my brother become? Did he truly become feral? "Is our father safe?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady as fear constricted my throat. Jasper laughed, a cruel and mocking sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Nope, he's dead now. Nolan killed him. That's what that piece of shit was out doing, you know. Killing our father while you were shacked up in his house like a good little dumbass." I shook my head, disbelief and horror warring within me. When did this happen? "A week ago?" Jasper replied with a smirk. "You're lying," I snapped, glaring at him through tear-filled eyes. "I spoke to our father just a few days ago. He was fine, and he promised to get away from you." Jasper's expression twisted into something dark and crazed. "Well, cat's out of the bag then. Yeah, I killed him. And it felt damn good too. My only regret is not being there to watch the look on his face when he realized he'd been poisoned." Tears spilled from my eyes as I stared at the monster who was once my brother. You're a monster, Jasper." He leaned closer, his breath hot on my cheek. "I'm a man fighting for what I love, Elijah. If this was some romantic movie, I'd be the hero." "Hero?" I spat, rage bubbling up inside me. "You're a sick bastard, Jasper." Without warning, Jasper struck me again, a vicious blow to my face. I cradled my swollen belly protectively, knowing that the life within me was the last shred of hope and goodness in my own life. "Even if you take my body, Jasper," I told him through gritted teeth, "you will never have me. Never." His eyes narrowed, and I knew that I had only succeeded in provoking him further. But I didn't care. I couldn't let my fear control me any longer. The sedan screeched to a halt in front of the charred Panessa mansion, blackened beams, and collapsed walls testament to the violence that had recently torn through my former home. Each scorched brick now seemed a mocking reminder of everything I'd lost. Jasper, his body half transformed into a wolf, was an unsettling fusion of man and beast. His eyes glowed yellow, fangs jutted menacingly from his elongated snout, and fur bristled along his broad shoulders. This was no ordinary wolf. This was a feral wolf, a creature of uncontrolled rage and violence. I could feel the animalistic ferocity. "Get out," he growled, yanking me from the car with enough force to make me stumble. The henchman who'd been driving didn't wait for further instructions, bolting away in sheer terror. Jasper's grip on my arm tightened painfully as he dragged me towards the ruins of the mansion, my feet slipping on the ash-covered ground. "Let go of me," I screamed, struggling against him with a sudden surge of adrenaline, but my efforts were futile. He was too strong, and my pregnant body too weak. "Quiet," Jasper snarled, his voice a twisted mix of human and beast. "It's over, Elijah. The war with the Vice Kings is done. I can protect you now, just like I always have." "Protect me?" I spat, my fear momentarily drowned by a tide of anger. "I need protection from you, Jasper." His grip on my arm slackened for a moment, just long enough for me to wrench myself free. But before I could take more than a step, he grabbed me again, pinning me against the crumbling wall of the mansion with his hybrid form. "You're only saying that because of Nolan's mark," he snarled, his hot breath washing over my face. "I'll cut it out of you, and then I'll cut that baby out too." "Please," I whispered, tears streaming down my cheeks as I stared into the monster that was once my brother. "Don't do this, Jasper. We're family." "Family?" he scoffed, his yellow eyes narrowing dangerously. "You don't know the meaning of the word. After all the years I looked out for you, you quickly turned your back on me once I laid myself bare for you. Confessing my feelings. You think that was easy, you fucking bitch? You never even tried to talk to me again, even though I tried to give you space like you asked. But was that enough? No, you had to swing your ass to all those other guys who didn't love you as much as I did. You know, I could tolerate it in a roundabout way, watching those stupid fucks dump you the moment they met a little competition." As he dragged me further into the charred ruins of our former home, I knew that I had to find a way to escape. My brother had completely lost his mind.
Chapter 23. Nolan. Blood oozed from my mangled left arm, the pain searing through me like 1,000 burning knives. I knew it was bad. The bone had snapped in half and dangled together by torn muscle. I gritted my teeth, trying not to let out a growl of agony. Panzer and Caleb dragged me into the nightclub, the Vice King's usual den of debauchery now empty except for the surviving members, nursing their wounds from the casino explosion. "Take me to Elijah," I demanded, my voice barely more than a harsh whisper. "I need to get to the house, not here." Caleb shook his head, his brown eyes filled with concern. "Nolan, you're useless like this. You need to rest." "Fuck that," I spat, but Panzer chimed in, agreeing with Caleb. "Jasper will fuck you up right now." "Like I give a damn," I snarled, attempting to pull away from their grip. But Panzer held me down, his dark green eyes narrowed in determination. "Call Tony," I ordered Caleb, my mind racing with worry about how confident Jasper had sounded on the phone before the explosion. He'd said he was going to claim Elijah, and I was worried he had already gotten to the Omega. Caleb dialed Tony's number, but the ringing seemed to go on forever. I grew impatient, the pain in my arm momentarily forgotten as fear for Elijah consumed me. Why isn't he answering? Is he with Elijah? Finally, Tony picked up, his voice groggy and disoriented. I snatched the phone from Caleb. "Tony, what the fuck happened?" "Jasper. He attacked us at the house," Tony croaked, the terror evident in his voice. "He took Elijah." "Let's go," I growled as Panzer, Caleb, and I left the club. All I could think about was finding Elijah and making Jasper pay for what he'd done. We pulled up to my estate, the shattered glass door a testament to the violence that had taken place there. Fritz was patched up and resting on the couch with Zeke and Viggy by his side. Tony quickly assured me, "Your dogs are fine. Fritz is injured but a tough boy." I nodded, relieved to hear that. "Where is Elijah?" I then asked, my voice raw with concern. "Anything you may have heard, no matter how small, will help." Tony shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Nolan. Jasper knocked me out. I didn't hear anything." "Damn it," I muttered under my breath. I needed answers. Now. The Panessa pack didn't have many hideouts left, but I doubt Jasper would be foolish enough to take him to any of the places we busted up already. I headed to my office with Tony trailing behind, trying to examine my injuries as I left a trail of blood wherever I went. I was feeling a little lightheaded, but I was too afraid to rest because I had a feeling I was going to be out for days. I ignored the pain shooting through my arm and opened my laptop, searching for any hidden Panessa hiding spots we may have overlooked. That's when I noticed a notification from Goog Voices. I furrowed my brow, not recalling using such a program. Curiosity piqued. I clicked on the notification and found a message from Grayson Panessa. To my surprise, I discovered I was signed into Elijah's account. He'd used my laptop to contact his father. As much as I wanted to be angry, I couldn't be. After all, this might be the key to finding him. I scanned the message on Goog Voices. Grayson was warning Elijah about Jasper coming after him. The message was sent earlier today. If only I'd known sooner, maybe I could have prevented this. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number listed, hoping that even if he was using a burner phone, he still had it on him. When Grayson answered the call, his voice was filled with relief. "Elijah, thank heavens, are you all right?" "Grayson, it's Nolan," I interrupted. "Your fucked up son Jasper has taken Elijah." "I know," Grayson bellowed, fear seeping through the line. "I lost half of my men already trying to get him back. Jasper has gone feral. I was too strict on him, put too much pressure on him to take over our dying pack." "I don't give a fuck about any of that. Just tell me where they are." My patience was wearing thin, and the pain in my arm was becoming unbearable. "Our old estate," Grayson said, his voice heavy with regret. One of Jasper's men confessed. "Listen closely, Grayson," I growled, anger rising like bile in my throat. "I'm going after your son, and I will kill him, and Elijah won't be returning to your pack. Don't interfere, and I will consider killing Jasper as the end of this war between our packs." "Agreed," Grayson said quietly, resignation in his voice. "Do what you must, Nolan." I hung up and tossed the cell on the desk, gritting my teeth as I tried to push myself up from the chair, but agony shot through my left arm, forcing me to collapse back. My breaths came in quick, shallow gasps as sweat beaded on my forehead. "Jesus, Nolan," Tony said, still assessing the damage. "You need to get that arm amputated. The bone is snapped in half, and it's barely being held together by torn muscle." "Fine," I groaned through clenched teeth. "This useless fucking arm has to go. I'll deal with recovery later. Right now, I need to kill Jasper and get Elijah back." Tony shook his head, concern etched on his gaunt features. "We should go to my clinic. This isn't something we can do here." "No time for that," I breathed, my voice laced with pain. "Chop it off right here, right now." Caleb and Panzer exchanged shocked glances, but Panzer's lips twisted. "Fuck it, let's chop it off," he agreed, his dark green eyes gleaming with morbid amusement. "Are you insane?" Tony demanded, disbelief clear in his voice. "You want me to do this with nothing to dull the pain?" "Caleb, get a cleaver from the kitchen," I ordered, ignoring Tony's protest. "This won't be the first time I've been patched up with no meds." "Well, you won't be entirely without help." Panzer dug into his pocket and pulled out a joint. "This is laced with heroin," he said, holding it up. "It's my last one, but you need it more than I do." "I don't do drugs," I replied, my voice strained. "Heroin's a hell of a pain reliever," Panzer insisted, lighting the joint and taking a drag before passing it to me. With a reluctant nod, I took the joint from him, inhaling the smoke, and feeling it numb the pain in my arm just slightly. As Caleb left to fetch the meat cleaver, I focused on the task ahead while trying to ignore the overwhelming agony coursing through my body. Caleb returned to the office, carrying the meat cleaver with an uneasy expression on his face. Tony sighed and looked around the room, his voice tense as he asked, "Do we have any alcohol to disinfect the cleaver?" "Use one of the bottles here," I instructed, using my good hand to point to the small bar in the room, my voice strained from the pain. Tony nodded and opened the cabinet, pulling out a bottle, but I couldn't tell which one it was. "Caleb, Panzer, bring towels and bowls of clean water." As they hurried to follow Tony's orders, I moved my laptop off the desk and groaned as I placed my left arm on the cold wooden surface. The sight of the wound was gruesome. The bone of my left forearm was snapped in half like a twig, the jagged edges protruding through torn, bloody flesh. The limb dangled precariously, held together only by the remaining shreds of muscle and sinew that hadn't been completely severed. Blood oozed from the mangled mess pooling on the desk. My stomach churned at the sight. Tony disinfected the meat cleaver, making sure every inch of the blade was properly sterilized. I took another drag from the joint, feeling the effects of the heroin dulling the pain just enough for me to bear it. "Give my arm a solid chop, Tony," I ordered through gritted teeth. "The longer you prolong this, the worse it'll be." Caleb and Panzer watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as Tony raised the cleaver above his head. With a deep breath, he brought it down on my arm with a sickening crunch. An agonized scream tore from my throat as searing pain shot through my body. My vision blurred, but I forced myself to stay conscious. "Patch me up," I growled, taking another hit from the joint. Tony, Caleb, and Panzer worked quickly to seal the wound, using a heated blade to cauterize it before wrapping alcohol-soaked bandages around the stump. The pain was immense, but I continued to smoke, desperate for any relief it could provide. "Can I keep your severed forearm?" Panzer asked, his voice tinged with morbid excitement. "Take it," I grumbled, feeling the last of the joint burn away between my fingers. "I don't need it anymore."
Chapter 24. Elijah. My heart pounded as I raced down the charred hallway. The scent of ash and smoke filled my nostrils. I'd only managed to get away because other members of the pack came to the rescue, but they had all paid a heavy price. Now I was alone again in this game of cat and mouse with my brother who wouldn't stop pursuing me. The darkened walls of the estate were a haunting reminder of the fire that nearly destroyed it all. Jasper's sinister laugh echoed through the halls, tormenting me as he hunted me down like prey. Come out, wherever you are, dear brother," he called out mockingly, his voice dripping with malice. "You know I can sniff out your delicious scent." I stumbled into a room, barricading the door with whatever debris I could find, and then turned to the window. Fear coursed through my veins as I realized I was too high up to jump. My only option was to climb onto the roof, so that's what I did. As I crawled across the roof, my fingers gripping the crumbling tiles, I tried to quiet my labored breathing. The night air was cold against my skin, but adrenaline kept me warm. I made my way toward the window of my old bedroom, a place I had once climbed down from countless times during my youth. There was a lattice attached to the wall where beautiful pink roses bloomed. Father said Mother had put it up years before I was born. Now it was my only chance to escape this house. "Can't hide forever, Elijah," Jasper yelled, his words sending shivers down my spine. I remained silent, not wanting to alert him to my location on the roof. The moonlight cast eerie shadows across the estate grounds, making everything appear distorted and otherworldly. I couldn't stop myself from thinking about Nolan and how much I wanted him to just show up and save me. I swore I would live an honest life, tell him the truth about my feelings for Aiden, and to never live another lie again. "Please, Nolan," I whispered under my breath, tears streaming down my face. "I need you. We need you." I tried to steady my breathing as I cautiously lowered myself over the edge of the roof, intending to climb down the familiar path I had always taken years ago. As I gripped the white frame, my fingers ached from the effort of the extra weight I had to carry, but I refused to give up. Suddenly, a strong hand yanked me back inside my old bedroom. Glass shards cut into my skin as I was dragged across the floor, adding to the bruises that already covered my body. "Thought you could escape me?" Jasper sneered, his breath hot and rancid on my face. My eyes took in the room around me. The once richly colored walls were now blackened by fire, the charred remnants of my old life still clinging to them like ghosts. The large bed that had once been my refuge now stood decrepit and broken. "Please, Jasper," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Don't do this." "Quiet," he snarled, his grip tightening painfully on my arm. Jasper's appearance was horrifying. Half transformed into his wolf form, his white fur bristled angrily, and his hind legs rippled with power. His sharp claws dug into my flesh, threatening to tear me apart. I knew that if I didn't act fast, it would all be over. "Get off me!" I screamed, using every ounce of strength I possessed to push him away. But Jasper was too strong, easily overpowering me. "Pathetic!" he growled, pinning me to the floor beneath him. "Just like your precious Aiden." "Let me go!" I shouted, desperation lacing my voice. But Jasper only laughed a cruel and twisted sound that sent chills down my spine. "Stop fighting me and I won't hurt you," he whispered, leaning in close to my ear. I did as he said and stopped struggling, and the moment he let me go, I tried to make a break for the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I prayed for an escape, but before I could even make it halfway across the room, Jasper's iron grip yanked me back. "See, I knew I couldn't trust you," he snarled. "Why do you love everyone else more than me? I was always there for you, Elijah. I cared for you." "Jasper," I cried, panic rising in my throat. "You only ever thought about yourself. You never cared about how I felt hearing from you that our father never loved me. It took years to realize that wasn't true." "Is that so?" he sneered, venom dripping from every word. "Well, it no longer matters who you love. I'm done convincing you of anything, little brother. I don't give a damn if you don't love me. You are mine." "No!" I roared, my voice cracking with emotion. "I am not your possession. I am my own man with my thoughts and feelings. You only viewed me as some sort of doll." With a swift, brutal backhand, Jasper struck me across the face, sending me sprawling to the floor. My cheek stung like fire, but I refused to be defeated. I scrambled to find anything within reach, a charred piece of wood, the remains of a lamp, anything to hurt him. "Get away from me!" I screamed, hurling the objects at Jasper with all my might. But he just laughed, effortlessly knocking them aside as if they were nothing. He lunged at me, pinning me to the floor once more. "Did you really think that would work?" he taunted, his face twisted into a cruel grin. "Now where were we? Ah, yes, ripping that baby out of you." "No," I sobbed, terror seizing me. "Please, Jasper, don't." "First," he said, his voice dripping with malice, "I'll tell you how I ripped Aiden apart, piece by piece." As he spoke, he began to tear off my shirt, his intentions clear. "Stop," I begged, tears streaming down my face as I fought against him. My body shook with fear and anger, and I felt something inside me snap. I shifted into my wolf form, my teeth bared and my fur standing on end. "Get off me," I growled, sinking my teeth into Jasper's throat. He roared in pain, blood oozing from the wound. I began to make a run for it. "You little—" he screamed, slashing at my back with his claws. The pain was intense, but it fueled my desperation. I bolted from the room, hoping to put some distance between us. I stumbled down the staircase and ran for the still-opened front door. The ruined estate loomed around me, a shadowy and suffocating presence. My breath came out in ragged gasps, fear clawing at me as I thought of Jasper on my heels and the danger he posed to not just myself, but my unborn child. "Where do you think you're going, Elijah?" Jasper's voice echoed through the charred halls, sending shivers down my spine. "You can't run from me." The night air hit me like a cold slap as I burst outside, the darkness swallowing me whole. I glanced back, seeing the silhouette of Jasper emerging from the shadows behind me. Panic surged in my chest as I ran into the blackened remains of the once lush garden. "Come back here, you little shit!" Jasper snarled, his voice filled with rage. "No!" I whimpered, my legs pumping as fast as they could as the blood trickled down my back. My heart pounded so furiously that I felt as though it might burst from my chest. My back paw caught onto something hidden in the darkness, and I fell forward, hitting the ground hard. Pain shot through me, but I forced myself to turn and face Jasper, who was now leaping toward me with his claws extended and his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "If I can't have you, nobody can!" he hollered, the malice in his voice chilling me to the bone. But before his claws could reach me, A massive black wolf with white tufts of fur on its face appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It leaped over me, tackling Jasper to the ground with a snarl. The two wolves struggled, their growls and snarls filling the night air. "Get him off me!" Jasper howled, his voice filled with fear and anger. My heart swelled with relief as I realized who the black wolf was. Nolan had come for me. "Thank you," I whispered, tears of gratitude filling my eyes. "Thank you, Nolan."
Chapter 25. Nolan. Blood pounded in my ears as I lunged at Jasper, my black fur bristling. The pain from my amputated left arm seemed distant compared to the fire burning inside me, the desire to protect Elijah from his treacherous brother. Jasper, half man and half monster with his werewolf form, snarled and met me with equal ferocity. Our teeth gnashed, saliva flying as we exchanged vicious blows. My powerful jaws snapped at his throat, but he twisted away, raking his claws down my flank. I stifled a whimper, refusing to let him see any weakness. "Get away from him," I growled, my voice a mix of human and beast. My heart clenched as I saw fear flicker in Elijah's gray eyes. He was huddled against the cold stones of a statue in this garden, quivering. But then he got back on his feet to fight. "Stay back, Elijah," I warned, not wanting him involved in this brutal fight. As much as I wanted to focus on Elijah, Jasper demanded my attention. He struck hard, sending me sprawling to the ground. Pain radiated from where my left arm used to be, but I gritted my teeth and pushed through it. "Give it up, Nolan," Jasper sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "You'll never be strong enough to protect him." "Fuck you," I snarled, launching myself at him again. I couldn't afford to lose this fight. Elijah's life depended on it. "Nolan!" Elijah cried out, his soft-spoken voice filled with anguish. It fueled my resolve, and I struggled to gain the upper hand. In a desperate attempt to help, Elijah leaped onto Jasper's back, clinging to his brother's fur. For a brief moment, I saw shock on Jasper's face before he violently threw Elijah off, sending him crashing into the ground. "No!" My heart twisted in agony at the sight of Elijah whimpering as he struggled to get to his feet. I saw nothing but red as the world twisted around me. I screamed and howled as I stood upright on my hind legs. The power coursed through every part of my body, and now Jasper saw that there was nothing special about him. I now towered over him, a feral wolf the same as him, something I had been for a very long time. "Impossible," Jasper whispered, his gray eyes wide with surprise. The fight resumed with renewed ferocity. This time, I was the one dominating. I attacked relentlessly, overpowering Jasper with every blow. He tried to escape, but I cornered him, teeth bared and ready for the kill. "Please, don't," Jasper begged, but it was too late for mercy. With one swift motion, I sank my fangs into his throat, tearing through flesh and sinew. Blood gushed from the wound, spilling onto the cold ground as Jasper's body convulsed in its final moments. I watched, unflinching, as the life drained from his eyes. "That was for you, son," I whispered. Jasper's body crumpled to the ground, the once powerful werewolf now nothing more than a lifeless heap of flesh. The fur began to dissipate, revealing his human form lying naked and twisted, blood pooling around him in a macabre puddle. I stared at the grisly sight, my breaths ragged and heavy. The wound where his throat used to be gaped open like a second mouth, exposing raw meat and tendons, slick with gore. "Stay away!" My voice came out as a growl, still tinged with feral rage. The Omega was back in his human form, naked as the day he was born and getting too close to me. Right now, I had very little control in this state. I was still pissed off. Just tearing that fucker's throat out wasn't enough to quell the monster who hasn't come out to play in so long. I couldn't let Elijah come near me. Not when I could feel the beast within me threatening to take control completely. "Let me help you," Elijah pleaded, his eyes wide and frightened. He attempted to move closer, but my snarl stopped him in his tracks. I knew the danger I posed to him. I couldn't risk hurting the man I'd fought so hard to protect. "Stay the fuck back," I repeated, my chest heaving with the effort it took to keep the monster inside me at bay. Caleb stepped in at that moment, going to Elijah's side. My second-in-command looked concerned yet resolute, understanding the precarious situation we were in. "Take him back to our estate," I commanded Caleb, my words laced with desperation. "Keep him safe." Elijah shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "Nolan, please don't leave me." "Go!" I roared, unable to contain the anguish bubbling beneath my anger. "I can't control it much longer. Get him out of here, Caleb." Caleb nodded and began leading Elijah away, despite the Omega's protests. As they disappeared into the night, I turned my gaze back to Jasper's corpse, feeling a savage hunger gnawing at my insides. Without warning, the beast within me broke free once more, and I descended upon Jasper's remains like a ravenous animal. My fangs tore into his cold flesh, ripping and shredding, consuming the very essence of the man who had tried to take everything from me. Panzer joined me, transforming into his werewolf form, and together, we feasted on our fallen enemy. We gave in to our darkest instincts, becoming creatures of pure violence and carnage, as I swallowed each gory morsel.
Elijah. The black sedan screeched to a halt in front of the closed clinic, and my head throbbed with pain as my back continued to bleed profusely. The cold night air stung my wounds, and I couldn't help but shiver. Desperate for relief, I turned to Caleb in the driver's seat, my voice soaked in worry. "Go back for Nolan. We can't just abandon him," I pleaded, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. Caleb's jaw clenched, and his eyes were filled with conflict. "Elijah, Nolan wanted me to get you out of there for your own good. He knew what he was doing. Trust me, you don't want to be around him right now." I bit my lip, feeling torn between my concern for Nolan and my own need for medical attention. As we sat in the parked car, my thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the fight between Nolan and Jasper. I had never seen anything like it. The raw power of Nolan's werewolf form, the beastly strength that seemed to come from somewhere beyond this world. It struck me then. Nolan was a feral wolf. Rumors about feral wolves had always haunted my pack, whispered tales of wolves who operated on pure instinct, their minds consumed by an insatiable rage. They were said to be out of control and terrifyingly strong. No one knew how they came to be, or why they existed. Why hadn't I known my own brother had become feral? Had the pressures of being the heir to our dying, near-powerless pack finally driven Jasper to be consumed by more baser instincts? Or perhaps he had always been that way, and I'd simply refused to see it because he was my blood. As these thoughts swirled through my mind, I realized that I didn't know, nor did I care anymore. Jasper was dead. Nolan had ripped out his throat the same thing Jasper had done to Aiden, ending his reign of terror once and for all. I just hoped this nightmare was finally over. "Fine," I conceded, giving in to Caleb's insistence that we leave Nolan behind. "But if anything happens to him..." Caleb nodded solemnly. "I promise, Elijah. He'll be all right." With a heavy heart, I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes, letting the pain wash over me like icy waves crashing upon the shore. Caleb carried me out of the car and toward the clinic's entrance. The door swung open, revealing Tony standing in the doorway, his face etched with concern. "Any pain in your belly?" Tony asked as Caleb brought me inside. I shook my head, wincing at the movement. "No, just my back and face," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "What about you? Are you okay?" "I'm tougher than I look." He smiled. As we entered the clinic, I took in the dimly lit interior. Various posters of animals adorned the walls, while an opened door to another room revealed empty crates. It was then that I realized this wasn't just a regular doctor's office. It was a veterinary clinic. "Wait, are you a veterinarian?" I asked Tony, genuine surprise coloring my tone. He nodded, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Yep, that's right." A laugh bubbled up from my chest, but it quickly turned into a pained gasp as the wounds on my back throbbed in protest. "I thought you were a real doctor," I said, still trying to make sense of the revelation. Tony raised an eyebrow, the astonishment clear in his voice. "I am a real doctor, Elijah. But last time I was here, it was like a normal doctor's office," I insisted, confused by the change in scenery. Tony chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Because you entered through the back where I treated our kind the last time. This is the front of the clinic. Now stop complaining." His words were firm, but there was a light-heartedness to them that made me smile despite the pain. All right, I acquiesced, allowing myself to be led further into the clinic. Tony gestured for Caleb to take me into one of the rooms off to the side, which looked more like a traditional doctor's office. A large examination table dominated the space, and various medical instruments were neatly arranged on a nearby counter. Caleb carefully laid me down on the table, his movements gentle and deliberate. The cool surface beneath me brought some relief to my aching body as I prepared myself for the examination that would follow. The sharp sting of antiseptic on my torn flesh jolted me from my thoughts as Tony began treating the deep gashes on my back. I gritted my teeth, trying to stay still and quiet for him to work. The cold metal of a pair of forceps clamped onto something within one of my wounds, and I couldn't help but let out a small whimper. "Sorry, Elijah," Tony murmured sympathetically, his voice calm and steady despite the gruesome task at hand. "I know it hurts, but we need to make sure these cuts are clean before I stitch you up." I nodded, drawing in a shaky breath and focusing on the sensation of the cool air against my feverish skin. Tony worked swiftly and efficiently, cleaning each gash with a practiced hand before beginning the delicate process of suturing them closed. "Your face is going to look pretty ugly for a while once the swelling sets in," Tony warned, a hint of teasing in his tone as he finished stitching the final cut on my back. "But don't worry, you'll heal." I managed a weak laugh, the pain momentarily forgotten. Well, if looking ugly means this whole nightmare is over, then I can handle it. "Good attitude," Tony said approvingly, moving around to my front and carefully dabbing more antiseptic onto my bruised face. His touch was gentle, almost tender, as he set about cleaning the wounds there. As Tony worked, I tried to focus on anything other than the pain. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, the sterile smell of disinfectant, the soft rustle of Tony's lab coat as he moved about the room. My mind wandered to the baby growing inside me, and I felt a flicker of fear at the thought of what my injuries might have done to them. Is the baby okay?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly, as I posed the question I'd been dreading. Tony paused in his ministrations, looking up to meet my gaze. "Let's check," he said simply, laying a gentle hand on my belly and closing his eyes. He then gathered up the equipment for the ultrasound. He ran the transducer around until the image popped up on the screen. A moment later, he sighed, a smile spreading across his face. "Good news. Your baby is doing just fine." A deep sigh of relief escaped me, and I closed my eyes, offering up a silent prayer of gratitude. "Thank you," I whispered, my heart swelling with love for the tiny life within me. "Of course," Tony said softly, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "We're done for the night, but I'll stop by the estate from time to check you out to see how everything is going." "What about Nolan?" "I'd stay to treat Nolan's wounds too, but I doubt our stubborn alpha will let me near him." He sighed, sounding more than a little exasperated. "Guess I'll have to go home and soak my own aching bones instead." "Take care, Tony," I murmured, feeling a swell of gratitude for the man who had done so much to help me. "And thank you." He nodded before leaving the room, and soon after Caleb slipped his arms under me, lifting me carefully from the table. As we left the clinic, I couldn't help but feel a small sense of hope. Perhaps, somehow, we would all come out of this ordeal stronger and ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 26. Elijah. The morning sun filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed where I lay. Fritz snuggled against my side, his patched-up body heaving with every breath. The other 2 dogs lay sprawled on the floor near the bed, their snores mingling with the peaceful quiet of the room. The sound of the bedroom door creaking open jolted me from my drowsy state. My heart raced, but the dogs didn't stir. I squinted, trying to make out the figure in the doorway, and relief washed over me when I realized it was Nolan. "Hey," I whispered, not wanting to wake up the dogs. Nolan's shirt hung open, revealing his sexy tattooed body, but he looked worse for wear, dirty and covered in dried blood. The sight stirred both worry and desire within me. He stepped closer, and I pushed myself up, wincing at the pain that shot through my back. Ignoring it, I wrapped my arms around him and hugged him tightly, grateful that he was alive. "Ah, careful." Nolan groaned in pain but allowed the embrace. "Sorry," I murmured, pulling back slightly. He lifted my chin with his right hand, forcing me to meet his gaze. Being this close to him made my cheeks heat up, and I struggled to maintain eye contact. "Look at me," Nolan commanded softly, and I obeyed, though I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. My face throbbed painfully, as did my back where Jasper had clawed me. "You probably shouldn't look at me, I'm a mess," I mumbled. I had a terrible black eye, swollen lips, and a puffy, bruised face. "You're beautiful, as always," Nolan replied, leaning in to press a gentle kiss to my lips. My eyes widened as I noticed his left arm, or rather what remained of it. It had been cut off at the forearm, the stump wrapped in a bandage. "What happened?" I gasped. "I didn't see Jasper take your arm during the fight." Nolan sighed, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. "I lost it after walking into a trap Jasper set. Stupid move on my part." My heart ached for him, even as my body craved his touch. Nolan had sacrificed so much for me, and I couldn't help but feel responsible. As we stood there, our bodies pressed together, the air between us crackled with both pain and desire, a dangerous combination that made my knees weak. "Stay with me," I whispered, needing him close to me now more than ever. "Please." Nolan's lips found mine again, tender and insistent. I allowed myself to be pulled into his embrace, my hands coming up to rest on his broad shoulders. The warmth of his body soothed the pain that lingered. "Really, Nolan?" I laughed against his mouth when I felt his erection. "With the dogs in the room?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "I don't mind fucking with the dogs around, but I do take issue with Fritz being in my bed." I chuckled, glancing over at the injured Doberman who was still resting comfortably beside me. Someone had to keep me company. "Fair enough," Nolan conceded, pressing another quick kiss to my lips before stepping back. "I should take a shower and pack." "Pack? For what?" "I'm going to have to leave for a few days. I'll make sure there are guards posted around the house and hire a contractor to repair the damages." My heart dropped at the thought of him leaving, even for a moment. I knew it was irrational, but the fear of losing him again was overwhelming. As if sensing my unease, Nolan moved to reassure me. "Leave?" My voice cracked, my throat tightening. "But you just got back." Nolan sighed, his jaw tense. My rut is coming early. When I transformed into that form, it tends to speed up the process. You'll be safe while I'm gone. I promise. "Okay," I whispered reluctantly, trying to hide the worry in my voice. I watched as he turned and walked towards the bathroom. I thought back to the silent prayer I made when during my altercation with Jasper, that I would live an honest life. Aiden had died because of my dishonesty. If I had admitted to him that I didn't love him, then he wouldn't have tried to run off with me. I didn't want to be dishonest with my feelings ever again. And how I felt now was that I wanted Nolan by my side. I didn't want to sit in this house without him. I wanted him inside of me. As I heard the water start in the shower, I slid out of bed, ignoring the protests of my body. I shed my shirt and pajama pants, leaving them in a crumpled heap on the floor. Naked, I stepped into the steam-filled bathroom, where Nolan stood under the cascading water. His muscular form was barely visible through the thick fog. He noticed me approaching, his lips forming a crooked smile as he turned toward me, helping me inside. "Elijah," he murmured, concern etched across his handsome face. "Won't the water sting your wounds?" "Shut up and fuck me," I breathed, stepping into the warm cascade of water. His surprise quickly shifted to desire, and he pulled me against him, our naked bodies pressed tightly together. The sensation of his hard chest against my tender flesh sent shivers down my spine. All I wanted was to feel his love, his passion enveloping me. Everything that had happened, Jasper's brutality, the kidnapping, the attempted rape, had left me feeling so overwhelmed. I needed Nolan by my side, his strength and presence to help me heal and move forward. "Are you sure?" he whispered, his breath hot against my ear, sending goosebumps down my neck. "More than anything," I replied, biting my lip to suppress a moan. And then Nolan mistakenly tried to lean against the wall with his left arm, and we came crashing down in a heap of stiff, bruised joints. "Ah, that really hurt," I cried out, before I couldn't help but laugh at how ridiculous we both must have looked. Nolan joined me, holding up the stump of his left arm before delivering a deep, throaty laugh. "We are a mess, Elijah." "Yes, we are." I stroked his face, my fingers tracing the stubble along his jaw. "But we're alive." "That we are." Our gazes remained locked on one another as the water continued to cascade around us, and I could see the love and devotion reflected in his eyes. For the first time since this nightmare began, I truly believed that everything would be all right.
Chapter 27. Nolan. I lay on my back, the sheets damp with sweat, as Elijah straddled my hips. "Are you going to blame your pregnancy every time you can't keep up?" I asked playfully, raising an eyebrow. Elijah pouted, feigning offense. "Only if it gets me out of trouble." I couldn't help but laugh, pulling him close and pressing a tender kiss to his forehead. Despite the ghost that lingered in the corner, watching us. Lying there, naked and glistening with sweat, I couldn't believe how my life turned out. Here I was, in bed with a man young enough to be my son, a man who would have been my son-in-law if Aiden hadn't been killed. The guilt still gnawed at me, but I pushed it aside for now. I wanted more, but decided to give Elijah a break. We lay like that for who the hell knows how long. But I could feel the slowed, steady breathing of the telltale signs of sleep coming from the Omega. I peeled myself away from Elijah's warm body, trying not to disturb his peaceful slumber. He deserved some rest after our intense afternoon together. I was nearing the end of my rut. For the past few days, we remained indoors, fucking and eating. I was surprised at how well the Omega handled me during my worst days when I had lost all reason and took him everywhere I could get him. On the kitchen table, the couch, and the backyard by the pool. I think we even fucked near the kennels. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of how insatiable we'd been. Stepping into the bathroom, I turned on the shower and let the hot water cascade down my body, washing away the remnants of our lovemaking. My left arm throbbed with a dull ache. A phantom pain was there, as if I could ball the fist still, but it was healing well. When I shifted into my wolf form, I'd be a three-legged beast. The thought amused me, and I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. After drying off, I wrapped a towel around my waist and headed downstairs. The living room had become a haven for Fritz, Viggy, and Zeke. Elijah had convinced me to let them roam freely instead of keeping them cooped up in their kennel, and they seemed to be enjoying their newfound freedom. "Getting comfortable, huh?" I asked them, raising an eyebrow as they lazed about on the furniture. Fritz, still recovering from the injuries he sustained during Jasper's attack, raised his head and whined softly. I walked over and patted his head gently. "Good boy, Fritz. You're healing up nicely." I greeted Viggy and Zeke as well, giving each of them a scratch behind the ears before offering them dog treats. "Life sure has changed since Elijah moved in," I mused aloud, glancing back at the stairs that led up to the bedroom where he slept. "I think it's time to make some more changes around here." I decided then and there that I'd hire a contractor to finish converting that windowless room, the one where I'd first kept Elijah captive, into a home gym. And I'd add windows to the adjacent bathroom as well. But I couldn't see us living here for long. I was thinking of moving, starting over someplace new people, new beginnings. As I stood there contemplating the changes to come, I couldn't help but feel a sense of hope and excitement for our future together. Despite my past, with Elijah by my side, maybe we could both find some semblance of happiness and peace. After a while, I heard the water running from the shower upstairs. I took it upon myself to make sure the dogs had their evening meal. Filling up their bowls with food, I watched as they eagerly came over to eat. Even Fritz seemed to be moving around a little more, something that made me happy to see. With my stomach growling, I ventured into the kitchen, feeling ravenous after our passionate afternoon. Opening the fridge, I found that the takeout Chinese food from yesterday was gone. Elijah must have eaten it while I was asleep earlier. It was a shame how poorly I was taking care of my first mate. I would need to do better. "Time for Plan B," I muttered to myself, pulling out my phone and ordering takeout from a Thai restaurant. As I hung up, Aiden's ghost appeared in front of me, his expression one of amusement mixed with pity. "Doing a horrible job caring for Elijah, aren't you?" he taunted, smirking at me. "I know I am," I snapped back, irritation furrowing my brow. "I don't need you to point that out." Sighing, I rubbed my face with my good hand. "Why are you still haunting me, Aiden?" He raised an eyebrow, his smirk never faltering. "You should know why I'm still here, Dad." "Is it because killing Jasper didn't make my guilt go away?" I asked bitterly. "Because the one who really killed you was me? For not walking away from this violent life?" Aiden laughed, shaking his head. "That's what you think, huh? After all, I'm just a figment of your imagination. So why ask me anything? If you feel so damned guilty, then do something about it. Don't just sit around feeling sorry for yourself. That's not the man who raised me, is it?" Before I could reply, Aiden's ghost faded away, leaving me to stew in my own thoughts. Just as he disappeared, I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Looking up, I saw Elijah, wrapped in a robe, his hair damp from the shower. "Hey," he said softly, leaning against the doorway. "What are you doing?" "Ordering some Thai food for us," I replied, doing my best to shake off the encounter with Aiden's ghost. I didn't realize we were out of leftovers. Elijah smiled, clearly appreciating the gesture. "Good, 'cause I'm starving." As he made his way over to me, I couldn't help but think about what Aiden had said. Maybe it was time I started making real changes, not just for myself but for Elijah as well.
Chapter 28. Elijah. Nolan and I headed to the dining room once the Thai food arrived. The grand table was already set and waiting for us. As I took a seat, Nolan promised he'd hire a new chef soon so we could have groceries in the house and home-cooked meals prepared. I smiled at him and shook my head. "Really, Nolan? You don't need to hire a personal chef for me," I said. "I like cooking." He frowned, concern etched on his face. "But what about the baby? I read that pregnant people shouldn't stand for too long." I laughed and patted my stomach. "At 5 months, I'm perfectly capable of standing and cooking, Nolan. Don't worry." He seemed to relax a little as he sat down across from me. We began our dinner, starting with fragrant spring rolls filled with fresh vegetables and shrimp, dipping them into sweet chili sauce. Next, a steaming bowl of tom kha gai soup, the rich coconut milk mingling with tender chicken and the tang of lemongrass and galangal. Our main course was a spicy green curry with succulent beef, accompanied by fragrant jasmine rice. The flavors danced on my tongue, but I couldn't help but think about something else entirely: our relationship. Nolan and I were two people mated by circumstances, bound together by the tragedy of losing Aiden. I relied on Nolan's strong alpha pheromones to help me through the pain, and there was no denying he was attracted to me and I to him. But I also know that he didn't want to let go of a piece of his son. And I represented that piece. As we ate, I found myself lost in thought, barely tasting the delicious food in front of me. Nolan must have noticed because he suddenly asked, "What's on your mind, Elijah?" I sighed and looked at him, those piercing blue eyes searching mine. "I've been thinking about us, about how we're going to move forward with one another." "Go on," he encouraged, leaning forward slightly. "Right now, our relationship feels, I don't know, like we're together because of what happened to Aiden, and you being forced into marking me. How can we know if any of this is real? I like you, I care about you, and I know I'm attracted to you. But how do you feel about me?" Nolan was quiet for a moment, his face thoughtful. Then he replied, "I understand your concerns, Elijah. I won't deny that Aiden's loss plays a role in us being together. But does everything have to happen smoothly for it to work? There are plenty of people I've met through circumstances who I never would have met in my life if those things hadn't happened. Instead of focusing on how we met, maybe focus on how we make each other feel right now." "How do I make you feel?" I asked, trying to understand the depth of Nolan's emotions. "Your presence calms me. I love the way your laughter brightens up this dark house, and the way you make me want to be a better man. And yeah, I'm definitely attracted to you. I would have to be a fool to deny that." I took a deep breath. What if this closeness we feel for each other is because of the mark? Nolan chuckled, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sure the mark has some role in it, but don't downplay your beauty and tight ass." "Hey," I laughed, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. "I'm trying to be serious here." "Who says I wasn't being serious?" Nolan teased, but his expression shifted to one of contemplation. "But seriously, Elijah, I understand your concerns." "Thank you," I said softly. "I just feel like we'll never truly move forward without some sort of closure. I don't want you to be a substitute for Aiden, just as I don't want you to be with me only because you don't want to lose your grandchild." "Fair enough," Nolan conceded, nodding thoughtfully. "Now that the war between our packs is over, you don't have to worry about the Vice Kings." "Your pack, are they really okay with an Omega like me living here?" I asked, my fingers playing nervously with the edge of the tablecloth. "Regardless of what they think, I want you here, Elijah," Nolan assured me, his hand reaching across the table to cover mine. "I don't see you as a means to maintain some connection with my grandchild. I genuinely care about you. But if you're unsure about me, then I can find a place for you to stay until my mark fades. I'll only stop by to fill the place with my pheromones to make you as comfortable as possible." "No!" I shouted before I knew it. "I don't want that. I want us to be honest with each other, to live honestly." I wanted to confess to him that I didn't truly love Aiden, that how I felt for him was beyond what I had felt for his son. But would he believe me? Would I be making everything worse for no reason? So much for living honestly. Before I confessed, I wanted to gauge how he felt about me, truly felt about me, not just as a tie to Aiden, but as my own person. Then maybe, if I told him, he would accept me completely. I remembered when I first arrived here, and how angry he was at me for not loving his son. how he forced me to repeat the lie that I had loved him again and again. At the time, I wanted so badly to tell him that I really did love his son and have those words be true. But instead, he had seen right through me for the fraud I was, and I made him believe the lie that I had loved his son to save my skin. You're right about living honestly. He spoke the words suddenly, which almost startled me. I'm sorry about suggesting you move out. Believe me, when I say that I don't want you to, I just thought it was something you wanted. I don't want you to feel forced into staying with me. No, it's my fault. I'm not being honest with you because I'm afraid of how you would take it. Could you please give me a little time? Nolan nodded. I'll give you all the time you need, and I won't assume anything. I'll just hear you out when you're ready. I squeezed his hand in gratitude. It felt like we were finally taking steps toward understanding each other, toward building something real, maybe even something that could last. Thank you, Nolan. The light cast shadows on Nolan's face as he leaned back in his chair. His gaze was distant and contemplative. I want you to know that it doesn't matter what the Vice Kings accept or not, he said, breaking the silence that had settled between us. I've decided to step down as the head of the pack. I blinked at him, surprised by this sudden announcement. Why? Is it because of your injury? Sort of, he admitted, looking down at the stump where his left arm used to be. I won't be able to lead a group of wolves like them with a handicap. Eventually either Caleb or Panzer would step up to challenge me, and I probably won't survive. What do you mean you won't survive? I'm sure even a handicapped feral is stronger than an average wolf. They're the same as me. Wait, Caleb and Panzer are feral wolves? I asked, shocked by this revelation. Nolan nodded. Most of the Vice Kings are feral. They're men who were tossed out of their packs for turning feral or left alone to fend for themselves and became that way to survive. He paused, taking a sip from his wineglass. I rallied them to me, killed the former head of the Vice Kings, and gave them a pack. How did you become feral? I couldn't help but inquire, curious about the man who had taken me under his wing and into his bed. He sighed, setting down his wineglass and rubbing his temples. The pack I was born into was very small. We were a family who stayed in Upper New York, but when the Seville pack took over, a coalition of packs came together to fight back. I was 10 at the time. He looked away, his eyes darkening with memories I could only imagine. We lost, and my pack was killed. I was left on my own to survive in the wilderness. The Seville pack wasn't good at running the state. It was a dark time. A lot of terrible things happened to me before I could fight back. Once I turned 17, I started to get bigger than the wolves who tormented me. I chased them everywhere, killing every last one of the bastards who made my life a misery. And then I was attacked out of nowhere by Caleb. Is that when you met Caleb? I asked, trying to piece together the fragments of his past that he was sharing with me. Nolan nodded again. Yeah. We didn't know we were feral until we fought. It was a brutal awakening. We had damn near killed each other before Panzer jumped in. He wasn't always as crazed as he is now. He got us to stop fighting and said we should instead run together and form our own pack. Neither of us knew who the hell he was. He just sprang up out of nowhere, but he had a good idea. I listened, enraptured by his story, my heart aching for the boy who had been forced to become a man far too soon. Thank you for telling me, I whispered. It means a lot to me that you trust me enough to share this. He smiled, his eyes softening as they met mine. You're worth trusting, Elijah. We may have come together through unconventional means, but I believe we can build something better from it. I felt a surge of hope at his words. I'm glad you think so. I want to be part of that future with you. Then let's do it together, he replied, determination in his voice. As equals, and as partners, not just because of circumstance or obligation, but because we choose each other. Agreed, I said quietly, It was clear that his past experiences shaped him into the man he was today, strong and resilient, but also carrying a heavy burden. I appreciated his willingness to open up, and in turn, I decided to share more of my own story. Growing up in the Penessapac wasn't all bad, I began, looking down at the table. We had a decent life and I was surrounded by family, but there was always an undercurrent of pressure to be perfect, especially on me and Jasper. For a while, it felt as if all we had were each other. I think that's why he had gotten so attached to me. Nolan nodded, encouraging me to continue. Eventually, our father began to change for the better when I was around 12, but the damage was done. I was the youngest, and didn't have to endure my father being that way for long, but I can't imagine how Jasper felt, dealing with that the longest. Just because you change doesn't mean it just erases all the bad that happened. I think that's why Jasper became the way he did. I sighed. Okay, no more sad crap. Do you want to know how Aiden and I met? Go on, I'm listening. I smiled at the memory, my eyes growing distant as I recalled that day. It was raining. I was walking home on the last day of school, and my umbrella broke right when it started pouring. I was cursing my luck, soaked to the bone when I heard someone laughing. Who was it? Nolan asked, genuinely curious. It was Aiden, I replied, a grin spreading across my face. He jogged up to me with this big, ridiculous rainbow umbrella, like something out of a gay Willy Wonka factory, and offered to share it. I was so embarrassed just looking at that thing, but he didn't care at all. That sounds like him. Definitely, I agreed. We walked home together under that umbrella, talking the whole way. At first I thought it was just a one-time thing, but we kept running into each other, and eventually we started hanging out on purpose. Was it love at first sight? Nolan asked, his eyes searching mine. Maybe not at first sight, I admitted. As I shared this part of my past, I could see a mix of emotions playing across Nolan's face. Happiness, sadness, and perhaps even a little envy. But mostly, I saw understanding. The last bite of savory pad thai lingered on my tongue as I set down my chopsticks. Nolan did the same, pushing away his empty plate. His blue eyes seemed clouded, and his usual commanding aura appeared subdued. Tomorrow, we can get groceries and cook together, he suggested, trying to sound cheerful, but not quite managing it. I couldn't help but feel responsible for his mood, considering our earlier conversation about Aiden. Hey, I said softly, reaching out to touch his hand. I'm sorry if talking about Aiden upset you. That wasn't my intention. Nolan shook his head, giving me a small smile. You didn't hurt me, Elijah. I never knew my son had such a playful side. It's strange to think about how different he was from what I tried to make him be. I squeezed his hand reassuringly. You shouldn't count yourself out, Nolan. You're playful and romantic too, in your own way. He chuckled. Is that so? Yeah, I teased, grinning at him. Underneath that rough exterior is someone who cares deeply and loves fiercely. Nolan's eyes met mine, and something flickered between us, a spark of connection fueled by trust. Slowly, his mood seemed to lift as he accepted my words. Leaving the Vice Kings is for the best, he said, his voice firm with resolve. I don't want you or our grandchild caught up in this life. I will support whatever you want to do.
Chapter 29. Nolan. Elijah and I strolled through the grocery store aisles. It had been years since I'd done my own shopping, usually leaving those mundane tasks to my chef. But today held a new meaning, the start of a normal life with Elijah. His gray eyes sparkled with excitement at the simple pleasure of picking out food together, his blonde hair catching the light as he reached for items on the shelves. Remember when I told you about that omelet recipe I wanted to try? Elijah asked, clutching a carton of eggs in his hand. I think it would be perfect for our late breakfast. Sounds delicious, I replied, pushing the cart forward with one hand, acutely aware of the curious glances thrown my way. The stump of my left arm was visible beneath my short-sleeved shirt, but I shrugged off the stares, focusing instead on the man beside me. After we finished shopping, we returned home and cooked breakfast together. As we ate, laughter filled the kitchen, an unfamiliar warmth spreading through my chest. With a heavy heart, I knew I had to confront Panzer and Caleb, passing the reins of the Vice Kings over to them before I could fully embrace this new life with Elijah. Kissing him tenderly, I promised to return soon and stepped out into the glaring sun. The city sprawled before me, a mix of historic brownstones and modern high-rises. The streets bustled with tourists and locals alike, savoring the warm weather while they could. I steered my car through the familiar streets, past the seedy underbelly that was the Vice King's territory. Pulling up to Panzer's nightclub. With a deep breath, I headed inside. The club was deserted at noon, the air thick with the lingering scent of sweat and lust from the previous night. I made my way to the VIP lounge where Panzer and Caleb were lounging, arguing about something trivial, a far cry from their usual discussions on Vice King's business. "Ah, Nolan," Caleb said, sitting up straighter in his seat. "Care for a drink?" "Thanks, but I won't be staying long," I replied. "Then spit it out," Panzer sneered, his green eyes glinting maliciously beneath his unkempt black hair. "We both already know the type of shit that's about to come out of your mouth." "Enough, Panzer," Caleb scolded before turning back to me. "What brings you here, Nolan?" "What I came to say isn't easy." I paused, searching for the right words. "I appreciate everything you two have done for me, standing by me even when it wasn't easy to follow my lead. But things have changed. I'm leaving the Vice Kings." "I told you he was gonna come at us with this namby-pamby bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me?" Panzer snarled, baring his teeth. "With the Panessa pack gone, we're taking over their territory. Our men are eager to serve us, and we're heading into a golden age. And you want to abandon us now? Life's taken an unexpected turn." My thoughts drifted to Elijah and the unborn child he carried. "I want to move on, raise my grandchild away from this life. It's time for a fresh start." "Pathetic," Panzer spat, his gaze venomous. "You've grown dull, Sharp." He stressed my last name almost mockingly. I waved him off dismissively. I should have done this when Aiden's Fama dropped him off at my home 20 years ago. But I can't change the past. All I can do is make things right. "Stop blaming yourself for what happened to Aiden," Caleb urged, his brown eyes filled with sympathy. "The man who killed him is dead and gone. There's no one else to rage at." "Grayson still lives," Panzer pointed out, his voice cold. "Enough, Panzer." I felt my patience wearing thin. "I'll take Elijah at his word that Grayson is innocent. I trust him." "Trust?" Panzer snorted derisively. "You've become soft, Nolan. Pathetic." "Call it what you want," I said, not allowing his grade school jibes to get to me. He just didn't want me to leave, and he enjoyed this violent life a hell of a lot more than me. So as far as I was concerned, he could have it. "I've made my decision. Good luck to both of you." "Fuck you," Panzer muttered, still glaring at me. "If you're not our leader anymore, I don't have to pretend to respect you." "Is that so?" I raised an eyebrow, trying to keep my tone light despite the heavy atmosphere. "Well, it's nice to know how much you'll miss me." "Whatever," Panzer grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back into the plush seat. "Enough," Caleb cut in, clearly tired of the bickering. "Nolan's made up his mind. Let's just leave it at that." "Fine." Panzer's voice was dripping with disdain, but he didn't push the issue any further. Instead, he fixed me with a chilling glare and spat out his next words like they were poison. "But you should leave before we decide to beat your ass for being on Vice King's property." "Right." I met his gaze evenly, refusing to be intimidated by his threat. "Like I said, good luck to both of you." "I make my own luck," There I got the last words, bitch. With that, I turned on my heel and strode across the VIP lounge, trying not to think about the weighty finality of walking away from my old life. My footsteps echoed through the dimly lit room, the scent of stale alcohol and cigarette smoke clinging to my clothes as I made my way toward the exit. As I pushed open the heavy doors and stepped out into the sunlight, the reality of my decision finally began to sink in. I was no longer the leader of the Vice Kings, and my life was about to change in ways I couldn't even begin to predict. "Hey, Nolan!" Caleb's voice called out, stopping me in my tracks. He hurried to catch up, his brown eyes full of concern as he gripped my arm. "I need to talk to you." "Go ahead," I replied, glancing back at him, my blue eyes narrowing slightly. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips, trying to hide the uncertainty that gnawed at me. "Leaving the Vice Kings isn't enough," Caleb said, his voice low and serious. "If you stay in this city, you'll always be dragged into our business one way or another." "Is that a threat?" I asked, smirking even wider and raising an eyebrow in challenge. "No, it's not." He shook his head, letting go of my arm. "It's advice. You know I want the best for you and Elijah, but you know how these things can be. The pack would expect you to choose between me and Panzer, and even then your presence will interfere with my leadership." "Your leadership?" I laughed, a deep and throaty sound. "What makes you think you'll take over my position? Between Panzer and me? Panzer is a little too, you know." He made a vague gesture, winding his finger around his ear, and we both shared a chuckle, imagining the chaos that would ensue under Panzer's rule. "Yeah, I know," I sighed. "And don't worry, I was already planning to move away with Elijah." "Then do it," Caleb urged, his eyes softening. "You deserve a fresh start." "Thanks, Caleb."
Chapter 30. Elijah. As I lay on the plush bed, Nolan's scent still lingering on the sheets, I couldn't help but think about my father. Despite the reassurance from Nolan that my father had contacted him and was alive, something didn't sit right. I knew that eventually Nolan and I would leave the city behind, but the thought of never saying goodbye to my father weighed heavily on my heart. I decided that there was no time like the present. With a deep breath, I rose from the bed and headed towards Nolan's office. The dark hardwood floors were cool beneath my feet as I walked through the quiet house. I opened the door to the office, the hinges squeaking softly in protest. The office was filled with Nolan's presence, his scent, the way he organized things. It made me feel closer to him, even when he wasn't around. I spotted his laptop on the desk and powered it on, my fingers tapping impatiently as it whirred to life. Once it was ready, I navigated to Google Phone and dialed my father's number. "Hello?" My father's familiar voice, strained but unmistakably his, crackled through the speakers. "Father, it's Elijah," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I'm okay." "Thank God," he sighed with relief. "I've been worried sick about you, son." "I'm glad to hear your voice and that you're alive," I replied, fighting back tears. "You sound better." "Jasper was poisoning me," Grayson explained, bitterness lacing his words. "Apparently the servants he hired didn't have the heart to kill their own boss, Alaric. That's what saved me." "Jasper," I muttered, anger boiling inside me at the mention of my late brother. But I pushed it aside and focused on my father. "I'm glad you're recovering." "Thank you, son," he said softly, genuine affection in his voice. "I just wish I could see you one more time before you leave this city behind." "Me too," I admitted, my heart aching at the thought of never seeing him again. "Let's make that happen." "I want to, believe me," Grayson replied. "But if you're truly Nolan's mate, you should be honest with him about your feelings." I sighed softly. Nolan can be stuck in his ways. But since he isn't here, I want to take this time to see you and say goodbye properly. "All right then." I told Father where to send a car to come and pick me up. I didn't want it to be at Nolan's house, so I choose a store not too far from the house. As I left the office, I petted the dogs lounging nearby. You boys watch over the house while I'm out, okay? They wagged their tails, understanding the responsibility I entrusted to them. My footsteps echoed through the vast house as I grabbed my shoes and made my way outside. As I walked towards the cemetery, hearing the sounds of the cicadas in the distance, I took a deep breath, inhaling the damp earth and late summer crisp air, preparing myself for the emotions that would undoubtedly surface. I walked past rows of tombstones, each marking the life of someone who once lived, loved, and breathed. Soon, I reached Aiden's grave, an elegant headstone adorned with flowers and engraved with loving words. My father stood there, his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze fixed on the headstone. I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of freshly cut grass and damp earth, before stepping forward to join him. "Father?" I greeted softly. "Elijah," Grayson replied, turning to face me with a hint of a smile at the edges of his lips. "I'm glad you could make it." "Me too," I murmured, reaching out to trace my fingers along the cool marble of Aiden's headstone. Turning to my father, I wrapped my arms around him in a tight embrace, feeling the warmth of his body against mine for the first time in months. "Why did you want to meet here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Seemed fitting," he sighed, his eyes returning to the grave. "This young man," he gestured toward Aiden's headstone, "his love for you brought about so much change in our family. The least I can do is pay my respects." I nodded, understanding the sentiment. We stood there in silence for a moment, the wind whistling softly around us before he broke the silence. He began to speak again, his voice firm but gentle. We discussed the events that led up to Jasper's descent into madness, the poisoning, and the subsequent destruction of our family. It felt cathartic to finally share these thoughts and memories with my father, and as we spoke, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. Eventually, our conversation drifted to lighter topics: the baby, my relationship with Nolan, and our plans for the future. Grayson wished me well, promising to keep in touch and eagerly anticipating pictures of his grandchild. "Before I go," he said, "I'm visiting Jasper's grave." His words caught me by surprise. "Really?" The old alpha nodded solemnly. "Yes. When I found him, there was nothing left. It was as if animals had devoured his body before I could get to him." He shook his head, his eyes filled with sadness and regret. "He may have been insane in the end, but he was still my son, and that's a horrible way for anyone to go." "Agreed," I whispered, feeling a pang of sympathy for my troubled older brother. Despite what happened between us, I still wished it didn't end like this. We said our goodbyes, both knowing this might be the last time we'd see each other in person. As father walked away, I turned my attention back to Aiden's grave, wanting to spend a few more moments alone with my thoughts. "Aiden," I whispered, my voice trembling as I spoke to the grave. "I miss you so much. You were my best friend, and I will never forget you. I wish I knew where you were. You like the idea of a great void so much that I hope you're there, swimming along the cosmos. I don't know how ghosts get their info up there, or if you even care about the mundane existence of us mortals down below, but I've fallen in love with your father. I don't know if you would even approve or not. Did you know how I really felt about you?" My fingers traced the engraved letters on Aiden's headstone, the cold stone sending shivers down my spine. "You have no idea how much your death weighs on me, Aiden. You died for something that might not have even lasted. I want to believe that we could have made it, but I can't shake the feeling that I used you. You were my ticket out of this life of crime and pack politics, and I don't know if what we had was genuine, that just needed more time to grow, or just a means to an end." Tears welled up in my eyes as I choked on the words, my body racked with sobs. "Elijah?" The familiar deep voice startled me, and I quickly wiped my tears away, turning to see Nolan standing behind me. His blue eyes searched my face, concern etched into his features. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice wavering. "Your father called me and told me you two were meeting here," Nolan admitted, rubbing the back of his neck in discomfort. I chuckled, shaking my head at my father's meddling. "Do you want more time?" "No, I'm fine," I assured him, then hesitated before asking, "Are you okay?" Nolan nodded, his gaze drifting to Aiden's grave. "I'd like some time alone with him if you don't mind." "Of course," I agreed, starting to step away. But before I could leave, Nolan spoke up again. "Elijah, I was telling the truth when I said I won't force you to stay with me romantically." I laughed, a genuine smile spreading across my face. "Nolan, stop worrying. You're not stealing me away from Aiden." Taking a deep breath, I decided to finally live honestly and speak the full truth to Nolan, no matter what came of it. I cared deeply for Aiden. He was my best friend, but I hesitated, feeling the weight of my guilt as I continued. "You were right before when you said I didn't love him. I loved him as a friend, but not romantically. I think I used him to escape this life, to escape my pack. I knew he loved me and wanted to help me." My heart raced as I looked into Nolan's eyes, searching for any sign of anger or resentment. "Do you hate me?" Nolan sighed, his eyes softening. "I can't hate you. I'm tired of being filled with hate. Aiden loved you, and he died wanting to provide a good life for his mate. That's all that matters to me. He made you a part of our family for a reason, and so have I. And we'll remain a family no matter what." A wave of relief washed over me, and like a dam bursting, I couldn't hold back the tears that fell. "Nolan, I love you, and I want to stay with you. Not because you can save me from a life of crime or take care of me and my baby, but because whenever I think of the possibility of spending my life without you, I feel sick. Then everything is going to be okay." He smiled. I nodded, and I turned and walked towards Nolan's car to wait for his return.
Chapter 31. Nolan. Sunlight filtered through the barren trees, casting dappled shadows on Aiden's gravesite as I stood beside it. The cool breeze bit at my face, but I ignored it. "Aiden," I began, my voice rough with emotion, "I swear I'll take care of Elijah and your baby. I won't let anything happen to them." As if summoned by my words, Aiden's ghost appeared next to his tombstone. This time, he wasn't mocking me or scowling in anger. There was a calm serenity about him that I had never seen before. He looked at me, and I felt my heart clench with the pain of missing him all over again. "I'm taking Elijah away from this city," I told him. "We're going to start fresh somewhere else, live a good life, far away from all this pack shit." Aiden smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling, and nodded. "That's what I want for him too. For both of you. Get him as far away from here as possible, and give him the life he deserves." "Is that really how you feel?" I asked, my heart pounding. "Of course," Aiden replied, his smile fading slightly. "But you already know that, don't you? I can't think or feel anything anymore, Dad. It's all in your head." I chuckled at the absurdity of it all and shook my head. "You're right. Only the living can think and feel. Maybe I've just been trying to find closure in my own way." "Exactly," Aiden agreed. "So keep your word and take care of Elijah and the baby. Stop worrying about the past. Nothing will change it. But you know that already, don't you? You just need to do what you're telling yourself to do." With that, Aiden's ghost vanished, leaving behind a weightlessness in my chest. I felt as if a burden had been lifted from my shoulders. "Goodbye, Aiden," I whispered, my eyes misting with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, I turned and walked back to my car where Elijah waited for me. I climbed into the car and closed the door, turning to the Omega in the passenger seat. His gray eyes sparkled with curiosity, sensing that something had changed within me. "All right, so where do you want to move to?" I asked, gripping the steering wheel with my strong hand. Elijah's face lit up as he began listing off potential new homes. Los Angeles, maybe? Or Florida? But I've always wanted to visit the West Coast. Or we could even go overseas, like Japan or... Oh, but Japan gets cold too, doesn't it? How about Greece? Just pick somewhere nice and warm, and I'll be happy. I laughed at his enthusiasm, feeling a surge of affection for the man who'd become such an integral part of my life. "You really hate the snow, don't you?" He shrugged, a playful grin spreading across his lips. "I don't necessarily hate it, but I don't love it either. Besides, I'm thinking about your well-being too. You're getting old, Nolan, and soon the cold weather won't be kind to your joints." "Old man, huh?" I shot back, feigning offense. "Just for that, I'm going to make you regret calling me old tonight." Elijah's laughter filled the car, the sound like music to my ears. Our banter continued as I started the engine and pulled away from the cemetery, leaving behind the graves and ghosts of our past. As we drove, I couldn't help but glance over at Elijah, taking in the sight of him, his sun-kissed blonde hair framing his beautiful face, his lithe body carrying the life we were both determined to protect. My heart swelled with love for him and the baby he carried, and I knew that no matter where we ended up, our lives would be entwined forever. "Whatever happens," I told him, my voice laced with conviction, "we're in this together." Elijah reached over and placed his hand on mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Together," he agreed, his eyes shining with unshed tears. As we left behind the life we'd known and headed toward an unknown future, one thing was certain. Together, we'd face whatever challenges came our way.
Epilogue, Elijah. The sun cast its golden rays across the Italian countryside, bathing our secluded villa in warmth. I stood by the window, cradling my swollen belly, and watching as Nolan played fetch with Fritz, Zeke, and Viggy in the yard. Life was idyllic here in southern Italy, a far cry from the violent world we both left behind. This area was one of the rare neutral territories the packs in this region shared, so we didn't have to worry about territory disputes or any of the wars that plagued us back home. Nolan and I had grown closer than ever since moving here, and despite the pain of losing Aiden, our love flourished. As I gazed upon the vibrant landscape, I marveled at how much my life had changed. Once a pawn in a brutal crime family, now I was free to live and love as I pleased, carrying the precious gift of new life within me. My heart swelled with gratitude for the man who made it all possible. Nolan Sharp. Nolan looked up and caught my eye through the window. He flashed that irresistible smile of his before jogging back into the house. The door creaked open, and he approached me, his muscular body glistening with sweat. "You really should come outside and enjoy the sun, Elijah," he said in his gruff yet gentle tone. "Maybe later," I replied softly, my hand instinctively finding its way to his chest. His strong alpha pheromones enveloped me like a warm embrace, and I couldn't help but lean in for a tender kiss. Our lips met, and the passion between us ignited like wildfire. Nolan's hands roamed my body, stopping at the curve of my pregnant belly, feeling the life within. He lifted me gently and carried me to our bedroom, where we soon found ourselves entwined between the sheets. Nolan made love to me with a tenderness that surprised even me. Despite his imposing stature, he was gentle and attentive, making sure that I was comfortable every step of the way. His fingers traced patterns on my skin, sending shivers down my spine. As our bodies connected, I felt the love and affection that had blossomed between us. Feeling lightheaded from the intensity of our union, I barely noticed the sudden wetness beneath me. My eyes widened as I realized what was happening. "Nolan, my water just broke." "Wait, what?" His blue eyes filled with concern as he pulled away from me. The worry etched on his face would have been comical if it weren't for the situation at hand. "Relax, Nolan," I chuckled, breathing heavily. "This is a good thing. We're about to meet our son." Aiden. His expression quickly transitioned from panic to joy, but he still couldn't help fussing over me. He rushed to put on his clothes and helped me into mine, all the while asking if I was okay. "Are you sure you're all right? Do you need anything?" he asked frantically. "Can't say I'm exactly comfortable," I admitted through gritted teeth, feeling the first waves of pain wash over me. "But I'm happy. Let's just get to the midwife." Nolan's happiness mirrored my own as he carefully supported me, his strong arm gently wrapped around my waist. Together, we left the safety of our villa and ventured out into the world, ready to welcome our son, Aiden, with open arms. The end.